8 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you so much for joining us, and we are looking forward to a very, very busy week together. The first full week of 2023 together, and so we'll look at the old crazy world, look back at a very busy weekend. A lot of sports in the news today. We have a national championship game tonight in college football, Georgia and TCU at SoFi Stadium in L.A. That's a 6:30 p.m. Central Time start on ESPN. So we'll jump around, get some picks, and look forward to tonight. All right, let's bring everybody else in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Good, buddy.
Come on with it.
You know, Greg and I were talking about this a minute ago, and I don't know what this says about me, but until about 8 o'clock last night, it did not occur to me that we had a national title game. And Amanda came in there. She goes, "Hey, let's kind of talk about this week. It's going to be busy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just start with tomorrow. What's tomorrow look like?" And I started mapping out the day, and I thought, wait a minute. We got a national title game. And she said, "In what?" And I said, "College football."
It's still going, honey.
And she goes, "Oh, well, I guess we need to plan around that." I said, "We do.
Yeah,
we actually do. Not going to bed at halftime, but we do."
Right. Yeah. Yeah, we were discussing that earlier this morning as well, and it's just like, you kind of forgot about it. And I think it's because it's not the matchup we all wanted, but it's the last two teams standing. So Georgia and TCU, 6:30 p.m. Central Time on ESPN, and so we'll see how that plays.
Yeah.
But it's just one of those games where it's like, man, I got to make sure I'm sitting in front of the tube, Even though I had a neighbor that has flown out. He's a huge Georgia fan. Good night.
That's quite a trip.
And they flew out a day or two ago to make the weekend out of it. Big, long weekend in L.A. So
that'd be fun.
Yeah. Now, he can't tailgate because apparently SoFi has a rule you can't tailgate outside.
That makes a lot of sense there, doesn't it?
He'll have plenty to do that he's not used to doing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Right. So. Yeah. But, it does kind of feel weird. And the NFL, their playoff schedule is set. It starts Saturday with a couple of games Saturday. Some weird kind of upsets, the way the games played out. Last night, the Packers got beat by the Lions at Lambeau Field. I mean, freezing cold. All the Packers had to do was win. And Detroit spoils their night, 2016. At the end of the game, Aaron Rodgers was asked, the jersey swap is pretty common.
Yeah, I've seen him.
And there's speculation that either he's retiring or he's out. He's leaving.
Yeah.
And there's all kinds of teams like the Titans and everybody else that are interested. Anyway, he denied the jersey swap, and the microphone picked him up saying, "No, I think I'm going to keep this one." And so now let all the rumors start, now the speculation of, he's keeping this one because this was his last game there.
Huh.
But we'll see how that plays out. Career. But, that was one of them. And then the Jaguars beat the Titans Saturday night.
I saw a little bit of that one.
And that was a crazy game. The Titans, it wasn't a clean, pretty game, but the Titans were winning until late in the fourth quarter. And the Jaguars.
I keep forgetting Sunshine is playing with them. With the Jags and doing good.
Yeah, I've heard I don't follow it like I should or like I did, but I've heard on some of the sports that he's played really well this year.
Yeah, the Jags scooped and scored late and went ahead, and so now it's set. The playoffs will start Saturday, and the regular season has ended. So we got a lot of football here ahead of us, some cities, I know especially up north, it's you're more into the NFL. Others, it's college, whatever the case. The wild card round begins Saturday at 3:30 Central Time. You'll have the 49ers and Seahawks on Fox, and then at 7:15 Central, it's the Jags and the Chargers on NBC. And then Sunday's full of action, and then Monday evening, the Bucks and the Cowboys play.
Bubba's Vikings are in there.
Oh yeah, of course. Sunday they're part of it. And it was crazy too how it's kind of really crazy how this whole Dolphins, Patriots and the Steelers. It's like they're all tied with their record, and whoever wins, blah blah. Well, the Bills ended up beating the Patriots. So that means the Dolphins got in, and so the Dolphins will be at Buffalo at 12 noon on Sunday, and then after that, when you got the Vikings and the Giants, and then the Bengals and the Ravens. So that's kind of how that's going to play out. But yeah, tonight it's just I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of like, hey, I'll be there. Now 6:30 helps us a little bit. It's not a 7:30 or something.
Yeah.
6:30 helps a little bit.
5:30 would be better.
It would if we were just asking for it. But if I miss the first play or something, I'm not going to be upset. And then if I go to bed, I guess I won't be upset.
Yeah.
But I'm like, y'all, something weird about this game. I feel like it's going to. I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I mean, Georgia's obviously on paper the better team.
It's the
but
easy pick.
A lot of times that doesn't matter.
And then you go, I got this feeling of upset. Is that just wishful thinking because you want something exciting?
I had that feeling last night
know.
when
Yeah.
I realized we had a game.
Yeah.
I thought, wow, okay, so I really do think TCU is going to win this thing.
Yeah, we were throwing stuff around. I was telling Greg earlier, we were sitting there at Christmas just throwing stuff around. Like, I tell you what's going to happen. And I was like, this bizarre thing. Well, TCU is going to bleed. And now it's actually happening. I don't know.
It could be a blowout.
They were not even ranked when they started the season.
No.
Ain't that something?
It's
Well, can they finish it?
We're about to find out.
we sure are. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back and jump into it. But that's kind of the play for tonight as far as college football goes. The season ends tonight. Who will be the national champion? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Property crimes like burglaries and package theft spike over the winter. That's why now is the best time to secure your home with Simply Safe's award-winning home security. Make it your resolution to start the new year with greater peace of mind and safety for you and your family. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You'd like to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are you of all the ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you won't find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com, promo code Bubba. As a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 is going to depend on the team members that you surround yourself with. That's why you got to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently. They make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on job qualifications all on one platform. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door.
Spend less time in the kitchen with new, fast, and fresh recipes packed with flavor and ready in 15 minutes. And at 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the most delicious way to save.
Save up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code Bubba, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and a 32-hour battery life. Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Get 15% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who Order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit RickandBubba.com under sponsors.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Having trouble picking a New Year's resolution? CarShield has you covered. This year, we don't have to worry about how much it's going to cost to fix our cars when they break down. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but we've locked in our price, and it will never go up. This year, choose coverage through CarShield, a resolution you can easily keep. With protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before, go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-465-6550 or go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba,
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba,
day without him, brother.
20 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hours. We start a brand new week together. The Good Time Gang is here. I'm Speedy. To my left, Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms with the Good Time Gang. Adler joins us, Rick, Bubba, right after top of the hour to start the main show. Until then, though, hey, you got us. We'll get things going. That's why it's called the kickoff hour. So yesterday, I know where we live, boy, I tell you, it was just beautiful weather. We had a system coming through, nice and rainy and stuff, but you were in the great city of Birmingham, Mr. Greg Burgess.
I am, and my oldest grandson, Ellis.
Ellis.
He turns 4 this week.
Not
so
baby anymore.
They had a party, and it's at one of them places.
He's 4 now?
Yeah. Well,
wow.
So he had a party at one of them places where you climb on all that stuff. There's kids just going nuts everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, my goodness, mania. And anyway, but the funny thing is, you ask him how old he is, and he tells you he's 5.
Oh.
And you're like, no, you're not 5. And he'll keep on. Then he'll finally go, look, I'm just pretending. He's pretending to be 5.
He's pretending.
Yeah, he'll finally, if you keep at him, he'll finally let get out of. Hey, look, I know I'm not 5, but I'm pretending.
Does he hold up 5 when he says 5?
Oh, he's I don't know why he's decided he wants to be 5, but he's actually 4.
But he's pretending.
But he's pretending to be 5.
Funny.
But y'all, I hadn't been to one of those places since my kids were young. My goodness.
Now, was this the jumpy kind, or
no?
was this
They got you climb up.
the climbing?
Stuff
Okay, we're climbing.
Slide. You got slides, and you crash, and they make you take your shoes off when you come in, even if you're not participating.
Yeah.
So we're all walking around with sock feet on as adults.
So really, if
Listen, they won't let you buy that door with them shoes on. Get them off.
Are you serious?
My dad was there. He really liked giving his up.
Oh,
I ain't take my shoes off. I said, boy, this
no.
ain't good. I finally said, come on, Dad. He said,
Dad, give me your shoes.
He was not having it.
Nah, I don't blame him.
We knew it on the way there because we didn't know. And Kelsey, my daughter-in-law, sent us a text, said, oh, by the way, be sure and wear socks. And I said, oh, Dad is not going to go for that. But he did. He finally did. But yeah, I'd forgotten about how those and they have the room, and all of a sudden they say your name over the speaker, and you go in your room. Now this one, they also say your name over the speaker, and you got to come out in the middle of the floor, and they had this dance thing where your feet would do the lights. And
okay.
It was a Paw Patrol, if you know that story.
I know Paw
and
Patrol.
I don't know which one it was, but one of them came out dressed up as Paw Patrol and danced with the kids, so they loved that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was something.
And then you go into your little private room.
You go into the room.
Yeah, got the cake and all that.
Exactly, and you open
with
your
sock
presents.
feet on. Yeah.
Everybody, yeah. If you go past the door, you must have sock feet on.
I'd hate to have
Even
that
if you're
job.
not getting in the thing.
I'd hate to be the enforcer on that.
What's funny is they have a door. They have to hit a buzzer to make it open. I mean, that's how important it is to them.
You're right, Helmsy. That's the job in the building that you don't want. You know.
But we had fun. But buddy,
get you, sir. No, you got to take them off.
Yeah,
I know. And there was a lot of people in there.
Mm-hmm.
and they were disco dancing and sliding down slides. And
Did you break it down, or you just kind of stand around?
I just kind of watched. I started getting in the middle of the floor and spin on my back, but I didn't want to show off and stop the show.
So this is the kind where you jump and
It lights up.
yeah,
under your feet.
yeah.
Oh yeah. And lights flashing, and here comes Paul.
Did you have a good attitude all day?
Oh
You
yeah,
good about it? Yeah.
Oh, I love kids' birthdays.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big heart. That's when your heart is growing. I think it's growing in size.
And I don't know if this year, if he's being 5, if next year he's going to be 6.
Or yeah, if he
just depends on how he's pretending.
He's pretending. So
Yeah, you just don't
for
know.
some reason he wants to pretend to be 5.
And you just let it pretend.
Let him pretend.
Yeah. Now, is that only to you he does
No,
that, or
everybody.
to everybody?
Everybody.
Okay.
That's
So
everybody.
he's running
In
around
fact,
telling everybody.
His other Kelsey's mom told me, she said, yeah, he's been doing that.
Oh.
So I don't know why he
He's
wants
just
to be
stuck on
5.
that. He wants to be 5.
He does.
You're right, though. I think maybe he just can't wait to get there. He just likes the
Likes the way it
idea.
sounds.
Yeah, yeah. But he's
Well,
pretending.
he'll be here before he knows it.
Yeah,
So.
he's pretending. So that was your day.
That was it. And my
That was
sock
it.
feet down here. I wanted to get into some of them climbing things.
Uh-huh.
I really did. A little zip line and all that.
Yeah, I'd like to know, do any adults participate?
Nah.
Okay, I didn't think so.
I remember
think
when
so.
Taylor was
But
little,
they're-
I had to
gotta-
go in and get him out of one.
Oh.
One time because he wouldn't come down.
Mm-hmm.
I crawled in
Were
one.
you like the little bridge that goes
Oh,
across?
yeah. I was way up in it. So, but
Oh, son, come on.
come on. What are they going to do? I mean, if they don't want to come out, they ain't coming out. But yeah, it was fun. And like I say, them kids running everywhere.
Everywhere.
Just mania.
How many parties you think they got going on at one time?
Oh, a bunch.
And
Because
they
they
just
would
rotate
announce them over the speaker, and here they would come, Of course, they had a special bucket with their name on it that you put your shoes in if you were with that party. So
Oh,
so
really?
You could find
We're
them.
putting buckets, your
Yes.
shoes in buckets. Okay, I was
You
wondering if
pile
you
them in there.
if you had little squares that you put them in there.
Oh,
you
no, we
do you
got
carry
big-
the bucket around with you?
Well, it's like one of them big containers.
Like a bin
okay.
kind of thing?
Yeah, like a bin.
Yeah,
It's against
okay.
the wall, and it has
Yeah.
Ellis's party. Put your shoes in here.
Did your shoes go in there?
Oh, yeah. Had to. You weren't allowed.
So not just the kids' shoes, adults too.
Adults.
Oh, yeah.
So everybody at the end, is everybody
big
going to the
old
bucket
pile.
looking for
Yes.
shoes? Okay.
Looking for a left and a right.
How'd your dad handle it? Did you find your
Like
dad's shoes for him?
He didn't like it.
You have something to say about it?
He did. But luckily, it was just to me.
Right.
So and I was like,
Yeah. No, Dad. No.
look, let's just walk around our side. See, what you don't understand about him, and he's been this way his whole life. When he gets up in the morning, he puts his shoes
Same
on.
way, by the way.
Whether
I
he's
do-
going
I
outside or
do
not.
the exact same thing. It drives Amanda nuts.
So I've never done that.
Okay.
The minute I get in the house, I go to socks.
I feel like I can't, and this is not true, but I feel like I can't get anything done unless I have my shoes on.
That is weird.
I'm
well,
serious.
like you're not starting the day.
That's what I yesterday.
So with your shoes on, do you put shoes on like on your furniture and stuff, or do you know what I'm saying? Like
Propping your feet
if you
up?
kicked your feet up,
Nah, I mean,
you got your shoes on?
Not really. No, I
Okay.
don't really have anything to prop it. There is one little chair that I'll.
Okay.
But it's kind of where I sit. Everybody's King Helms' place.
Okay.
And so
If it's one of those like in a recliner or whatever you call them that you put your feet on with shoes, is fine. But like I say, if you're going to kick up on the couch,
But usually, Speedy, when I got my shoes on, I mean business. I'm not kicking back on the furniture. Do you know what I mean?
well,
Yeah,
but you're
okay,
like
so-
Dad, because Dad, the minute he gets up,
Right,
and he's
yeah.
always been that way. He'll put his shoes on.
Listen, it drives Amanda nuts. Hey, you don't have to put your shoes on to go get coffee. Yes, I do. I feel like I can't start the day.
So
without
when
having
you
my
sit
shoes
down,
on.
do you take them back off, or do
no,
you keep them
no,
on?
I keep them on. I
See,
keep 'em
that's
on.
that's what the way that
I feel like once I take them off, I'm done for the day. I won't do anything else.
See, I don't put them
strange.
on
I
until
know it's strange.
until I
It's
walk
strange.
out. I'll put
Yeah,
them on,
yeah.
and then when I get in, I'll take them off of me. No, I'm not one of these weirdos that makes you take your shoes off when you come in my house, but I just do.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
I know.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I get it if I was out there in the mud. You know, of course, unfortunately, there are people who will track mud in your house.
Yeah.
You ever had them?
Yeah.
You look down and goes, oh, yeah, wow, you could at least hit the rug.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever had the guys that come over and, if it's your HVAC guy or your plumber or whatever,
Oh,
they
yeah.
come in, they put the little covers on their feet,
Oh, yeah.
shoes coming in. Have you ever said, "Hey, you ain't got to do that"?
Yes.
I've
ever do
I've
that?
had them actually walking with mud, too.
Oh, really?
I wish I'd have vented that little thing, that little cover, shoe cover.
Yeah.
It is nice.
It was an easy thought. And somebody's making millions off of it.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
So-
like those things that slide over the coffee cup so it won't burn your hand.
Yeah. So I'm weird here too. So I'll take the shoes off and put them in the bedroom. But then if I have to put shoes back on, like I got to go back outside or whatever, I don't want to have to tie them. So I go to something I don't have to tie.
I have step-ins that I go
Yeah.
just to deal. I got to go
Yeah.
to the trash can and back.
Yeah. I don't want
I'm
to
the
have
same
to.
way.
I don't have to sit down and tie shoes. I just want to slip them on.
I've got a pair just for that.
Mm-hmm.
Go out in the garage, feed the dogs, or
Yeah.
pick up something they've eaten, destroyed.
Yeah.
Now that.
So let me
puppy
ask you a
is-
question. How was that bucket bumping a little bit?
No, I was afraid of that, but
Yeah.
actually,
That's a valid question.
I think I just
How was
My
that-
feet
how
will
was-
stink, by the way.
I just went in and out real quick. I didn't want to deal with it.
Yeah, well, it wasn't summertime. That helped.
That does
a little
help.
bit.
That helped
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I didn't realize.
I would think that's a
the
problem in
adults
there,
had to
though.
wear, had to wear socks too. I mean, even if you're not climbing the deal, I don't.
Well, maybe if somebody got
Now, to have a
froggy, somebody
squishy
had to go
floor.
get a. Let's say somebody had to go get a kid like you had to get Taylor when he was younger. Maybe they just want to make sure you have your sock feet.
But here's the part that was confusing, and the floor had a pad on it. It was real mushy.
Okay.
But the bathroom, and you know how men's bathrooms are.
Oh no.
It's
Go-
just regular floor. So you're going in your sock feet. Now you know, have you seen the floor around the urinal? You know, and
Really?
you're in your sock feet.
Really?
Yeah. Spread, kind of
Yeah.
stand with your feet wide.
No, son, don't step there. No.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I
Didn't
know.
think that part out.
No.
Need some of them things that the people working on your house put over your socks.
Or a surgeon going, slides
yeah.
over.
Slide.
Oh man. Well, at least
Yeah, we had a good
at least baby Ellis is now
He's
4/5.
He's 4 or 5. He's one of them. Whatever if he's pretending he's 5,
Yeah,
if he's
yeah.
being legit, he's 4.
Yeah. I bet you he's told a lot of people he's 5 that don't ask
they
questions.
thought, well,
Yeah.
Oh,
wow,
happy
he's
birthday.
5.
Hope you enjoy kindergarten.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're making big changes this new year or you're just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment. On this journey, I know that for me, I that's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. For premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for that perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and they will not budge. Trust me, Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other audio brands, and it's no wonder their everyday earbuds have over 50,000 five-star reviews. Now's the time for you to check them out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today. We'll get you an additional 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 15% off. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there. I've done that. They don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan. Or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Have you tried an American-made Helix sleep mattress yet? Unlike a lot of other mattress companies, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility right here in the States. You order, they ship your mattress directly from their facility right to your front door for free. And if you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll come pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress, which we love, by the way, and the 12,000 five-star reviews, what they're saying about Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you and your partner with a perfect mattress just for you. Plus, you've got that 100-day risk-free trial. They also have plus-size mattresses and kids' mattresses ranked best mattress winner by Parents Magazine. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you $350 off all mattress orders. That's the best offer yet. HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour live here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour for the main show to start a fresh week together. First full week of 2023. Y'all got it in, you guys? We got to do 5 straight today.
Right, 5
I'm
days.
concerned about Bubba, but yeah.
That 3-day work week last week.
Back to Terry and I were talking last night. She says, back to a regular week now. JC reported back to college, and and so it just seems like everything's kind of back in order. So first full week today. We went to the grocery store. And I remember this. I just had flashbacks of when I was in college, and it's the Walmart run or the grocery store run as you're going back to school. We did that with JC last night, and it hits you and it hurts your feelings. The prices of things.
It is ridiculous.
But
it really is.
It just tore my heart apart last night as we were checking out, and I was like, "Wow, really?
Things have gone up.
They have. They have.
Wow, they've gone up.
They sure have.
I went in and got
car
when
payment.
did combo meals start costing $10?
Gosh almighty. Yeah, I just
I order and don't even look.
Yeah.
And I started going,
yeah.
I knew they had gone up, but they're $10.
Yeah, she said the other day I was
Burger
ordering
and
for
fries.
2, and she said $23. I said, "Excuse me, man. No, I'm sorry. It was just me and one other one."
Yeah.
No, yeah, I know.
Oh, that's right.
I went in and grabbed 4. I always grab, there's these 4 items that have to do with just almost like snacks and lunch throughout the week. And because, to your point, full week, I thought, well, I need to go ahead and plan appropriately. It used to cost me $35, $38 to get these 4 items that would kind of last me all week. $62.
Good night.
And I thought, are you kidding me? I thought at first when she said it and I looked down, I thought, did I add something by accident?
Yeah.
Like, what in the world?
night.
Right.
Great.
So I sent you a pic back, Helms, because we were in the grocery store last night for that grocery store run with JC as he was headed back to school, and it was a desk with computers on it.
Yeah.
And it looked like a full setup where somebody meant business.
Yeah.
And I sent you one back, of course, being at the grocery store, and what I looked like, half buggy full. At that point, it continued to grow and be full. so much money. But anyway, you had quite the project.
Yeah, well, it was a busy weekend too for this, and didn't want to include it, but you got to get Mama ready for work. And
Of course.
so she took this new job where she works from home, and the first couple of weeks there were some technical challenges that she had to get through, and I knew she was frustrated, like questioning, did I make the right decision and those type of things. And I said, listen, you got to give it time. I said, if a month down the road you're having these same questions, then maybe go back to the hospital. But I said, give it a minute, okay?
Yeah.
And so she's loving it. Which I'm excited for and happy for. But she got to talking about how she's got to get in better routines, and she does have to sit a lot.
Right.
And I said, they make those stand-up desks, and you can even get you a treadmill under it and walk while you're charting and talking and all that. And
Had your little idea, didn't you?
And shouldn't have had that idea because she took me up on it. And so we found one, ordered it, and wow, the pieces 1,000 pieces it seemed like that. And you've got, and it's it's motorized, so it it lifts up. It's pretty cool. You hit a button, and then you bring it back down when you. And so
how's it go up?
It's quieter than that, but in my mind, that's what it's doing.
Yeah.
And so. And she wanted her office in our bedroom because it's kind of away from everybody. There's not a lot of stomping going on and stuff like that. And so I had put the desk that was downstairs, and it's a gigantic desk. And it really made no sense in our bedroom, but I was trying to get her plenty of room because she's got a laptop and 2 monitors and a printer and a phone and all these things that you would think she would have. And so I felt like she needed that giant space. But it was this desk was it's almost like a huge table, like a conference room table in our bedroom. And she was like, we got to change that. First of all, it looks ridiculous. Second of all, it's taking up too much room, and it's just not comfortable for me. And I said, okay, well, let's get you comfortable. Let's see what that looks like. So we get this desk. I promise you, I was 3 hours putting it together Saturday night, and didn't realize it, but I had 3 hours to go. Yesterday.
3 hours.
What?
It took me 6
6?
hours to put this thing
3
together.
hours a day?
Yeah.
What the?
Yeah.
Would you have to rebuild it?
Yeah.
Well, there was just look.
Did you miss a step? Have to go back?
No, I didn't.
I had to take everything apart that I'd already done.
It's a big decision. Do I need to go back or not?
Is it important?
Right.
Do I really need this part that I'm holding that should have already been on there?
A little wobbly, probably do.
If it wasn't for our 15-year-old's patience, I probably would just send the thing back.
Okay.
But there was one misstep early on, and it didn't take us a lot of time away from us. It was like 15 minutes. That was it. And I said, "Are we sure that's right? Because you need to understand something. I'm not being ill here. I'm just saying
Were you being ill?
Not at this point.
Okay.
Now there were ill times, but this was not
6
one of
hours.
them.
I would think so.
Yeah. About hour 4, I was ill. About hour 3, I was ill. That's why we stopped and got some sleep and finished the next day. The next day, I was good. I was good.
Did you talk to Michael about his creative ideas?
At one point,
he says them out loud?
At one point, our 15-year-old daughter looked at both Amanda and I and said, "You two are ridiculous. Y'all do not have any patience at all. Would y'all two please calm down? We got this." And I thought, this is coming from a 15-year-old.
So you done yelled out you were sending it back.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Kicked it one time.
Well, there was one moment where there was this one little, and I said, y'all need to understand, if this is not correct, we're going to have to come back and do this again and take and work our way back.
Mm-hmm.
And come to find out, and they got on me. They were like, "Oh, it's right, it's right." I said, "Look, I can ask a question. I'm just trying to make sure." And of course, it was wrong, and we had to replace. But that would have been the move, Greg, that you're talking about, where you get it all done and go, "That's backwards."
Yes.
And we
I've done that.
We can't go back. If we do, we're gonna have to take everything apart.
Yeah, it's complete rebuild.
The instructions were horrible on this thing. There was a lot of pictures.
I would like to have instructions sometimes be a little more detailed.
I do too. We have a system
I
at the house.
abandoned them
Terry
finally.
reads instructions and I put it together.
I had to abandon the instructions at the end, or we wouldn't have finished it, because they were saying it's got to be like this. It's got to be. I said, it's physically impossible for this to go the way that is saying. And so we managed, and it looks fantastic. It works. We were sitting there too thinking, what if we've done all this? We plug it in and it doesn't raise up or go down.
Oh boy!
And it did.
I bet when you were just anticipating.
Yeah, here we go.
Well, at first, it takes it a second. It takes it like a half second to get going.
Oh, you thought?
Yeah.
And so I said, "Are you pushing it?" And she goes, "Yeah." And all of a sudden, it started going.
Did y'all do a jumping ring of excitement?
I was pretty happy.
Yeah.
That's a good 6-hour deal. That's
Yeah.
that's a lot of time
It was.
with one project.
It was,
But you did right by breaking it down because you reached that point. If I continue, I'm not going to be into it because I'm going to halfway do it, or I'm going to send it back.
Well, and it was 11 o'clock at night, and we stopped, and I was like, "Hey, look,
Here's a good stopping
We
point.
couldn't even sleep. We had so much on our bed, like parts in our bed.
thought you were gonna be
We
done.
couldn't even
yeah.
sleep in our
Yeah.
bed.
You thought you were going to be done
Yeah.
with it. Ain't nothing to this.
Yeah. Hey, I got it.
But I asked her about the treadmill piece. We've got it, and she said, "Why don't you let me stand for a few days and make kind of
Yeah.
get used to this, and then we'll move the treadmill in there." I said, "Okay, sounds good."
Didn't we try to do that with Bubba's space at the old office? We got his treadmill.
He
I
did
put it
get
behind his microphone.
Yeah.
And did we do 2 segments?
Yeah, it didn't.
Sure.
It didn't go well. It didn't go well.
Where'd that thing end up in the move?
He took it. What?
I
No,
can't
wait a
remember.
minute. I forget.
I thought somebody come by and got it or something.
I don't know.
It
What
may
did
still
happen
be
to
there.
that? Did somebody get that, or we just give it away? I can't remember.
I don't know.
I can't remember. That's so sad. We can't remember.
But I will say this: after it's all set up, I'm a little envious setup. It's
Okay.
really good
All
how
right.
she's got it
And
set
it's in
up.
the
Would you
room.
like to
Yeah.
have one of those right where you're at now? Or in your office?
In my office, yeah, I would.
In your office.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So these people, when we go try to do a little bit better, they stand at the they're on the treadmills and they like read a book. You know what I mean? I can't. I don't know how they're reading because I'm like their eyes are
can't.
bouncing. How do they focus on a line? I'd keep
Just listen to a book on, what do you call it?
the audio books.
Audio book.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm-
something
couldn't get
like
audio.
that. Something like that because I mean, if you start walking of kind of any kind of pace, that your head's kind of bouncing a little bit. Do you not lose what line you're on?
I don't even like riding in a car, much less reading while I'm bouncing up and down.
She told me. She said, "I'm gonna when I get the treadmill in place." She goes, "I'm gonna really just like barely walk," because she admitted, this is not me saying. She said, "I don't think I'm coordinated enough to do all this," and I said, "You'll get used to it. Like that's why
It's not a full treadmill, right?
No,
Is
it's
it
just the base,
the
the
base
bottom.
on the
And
bottom.
you slide
right.
it up under, and you're just kind of
Yeah. How about that? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, you know this. Watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating. But here's some great news. If you missed the December 7th deadline for open enrollment, it's not too late. Here's something that can really help. It's MediShare 65 Plus. MediShare is a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. It's people who encourage and pray for each other, too. MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. It's a great way to fight inflation, too. You can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. Plus, it's easy. You can use any Medicare-approved doctor or get 24/7 telehealth access from the comfort of your home. So worth looking into. MediShare 65 Plus is open for enrollment, and if you join right now, before January 31st, your second month will be free. So don't miss this chance. Call 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
Attention, this is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Today on Hey Culligan, smooth skin and soft hair comes from where? Here's Mike.
Hey Culligan, I've tried every conditioner, lotion, and body wash known to man, and my skin still feels like sandpaper.
It could be your water, Mike.
Oh, that's harsh.
More like hard water. Are you interested in smart, high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water?
Huh?
Want baby smooth skin and soft, luxurious hair?
Yeah, can you hurry? I have a date tonight.
We're already on the way, Mike. Let us help you out with the free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door. Spend less time in the kitchen with new fast and fresh recipes like Falafel Power Bowls or Southwest Pork and Bean Burritos, each packed with flavor and ready in just 15 minutes.
Over 35 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenient items, there's always something new to try. And pre-portioned ingredients and step-by-step instructions make it easy to whoop up a tasty meal right at home. This year, skip that extra trip to the market, cut back on takeout, and get HelloFresh delivered instead.
At 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the easiest and most delicious way to save. Start the year off right with a great deal on America's #1 meal kit. Sign up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors for a link.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, I can't start another.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour here as we start a brand new week together. And this portion of the show is brought to you by LearBubba.com. The stock market dropped, 24% last year? And if you wonder why some people were still smiling, it's because they owned gold. And you need to get with the experts at LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. During the recession of 2008, gold shot up over 50% and helped investors secure their savings and retirement accounts against loss. And so with over 25 years of experience and exceptional Trustpilot rating, their risk-free investor pledge, LearBubba.com, is the choice to trust. So get your free wealth protection investor guide and receive up to $15,000 in free bonus gold based on the value of your purchase. You can visit LearBubba.com or 1-800-707-4575. That's LearBubba.com, or call 1-800-707-4575. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we've been hopping all over the place today and just kind of updating you a little bit. I did see a little bit of one game yesterday. Depending on where you live, you know how if you don't have like an NFL deal where you get all the games or whatever, a package.
You got in that one time, didn't you? Isn't it kind of like the record club? You can't get out.
Yeah, it was. I think it was something we did with AT&T, and so for like 12 months, you got the Sunday NFL package. I think it was with DirecTV back in the day, and if you don't call and cancel it, they'll go ahead and renew.
Look,
and,
the self-renew was one of the greatest marketing things ever
Yeah,
came up with.
and I remember the day that Terry called and said, "Hey, I just noticed that like $200 and something hit the account. What's that about?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
Because that ain't you got in introductory.
Yeah.
price.
It was just like it was
I
part
know
of
you didn't pay $200.
Well, you know how it is. It's part of the promotional deals you get when you sign up.
And
you get
but again, if you don't think to go and cancel,
and I did, and so I had to live with that for a year, and then I made sure we canceled the next. But anyway, if you don't have that, you're just subject to whatever your game is, for that market. And yesterday for CBS and for Fox, you had different games, and in the early game, one of them was the Bills and the Patriots. And
this is the first game since the player,
right?
Had to be brought back basically.
Yeah, DeMar. Yeah, and he's
so this is the very first.
He's the very very first game, and I actually missed this. I know Bubba texted the group about it, but I went back and saw replays. But the game starts with the Patriots kicking off to the Bills, and I'll be daggum if they don't run the kick return back for a touchdown.
Wait, let me get this right. The first kick return since this happened,
basically
their first play.
Yes, correct.
And he takes it to the house.
Yes.
Okay, and you know what? The first thing that popped into my mind. Y'all know where I'm going?
Oh, Greg.
I can't help it.
Set up.
I can't help it, and I'm not saying that I'm right, but I'm just being honest with the public. For a second, I thought, that's kind of convenient. I just, because we got jerseys, we got the 3 on the 30-yard line, and all that, going on.
Mm-hmm.
What would be the cherry on the top? How about a successful?
Let's run the opener back.
I mean, if you write the script,
right?
I mean,
that's the Disney movie.
It is.
So that's where your mind went.
I didn't want it to.
Right, I got it.
I want to go grab a number 3 jersey and put it on so bad, and just say, "Don't think that, Greg."
Right.
But I it's one of those we go, well, maybe.
And how about the guy?
Maybe they did.
The same player didn't just run that one back later in the game; he ran another one back.
Well, now that one was legit, I think.
Okay, all right.
Because they were
the first
thinking,
one
when he ran that one back, they were going, now it's going to look ridiculous.
Yeah,
he shouldn't be able to run 2 back. Because the odds are you can't run 2 back, which tells you one of them must have been a setup.
So when you started
throw that on there too.
When you started thinking that, did you tell your mind stop thinking?
I
that?
did. I said, Greg, come on, this has been the guy they show him in the hospital bed.
Yeah,
he's conscious.
Yeah, he's tweeting out
and all this stuff, and then this happens, and everybody's all fired up, and the first thing that popped in my mind was, All right, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just trying to be an open book.
Have you seen the play of him going back? Did you?
Oh, yeah,
is there a part of it you think, oh, that guy didn't?
Well, see, I didn't break it down because I was afraid to. Because I would see somebody. So I did as the guys that had the last angle on him. Mm-hmm. I did. I said, is he wide open? It looked like he was. Or did he give him that and then go wide open?
Yeah. Well, Bubba said Bubba said it was like a Disney movie.
Is this when they bring the kid in during the A-Day game and give him the ball?
Greg. And people are falling like they're trying to
that's
tackle
what I was looking for.
Greg.
I'm not saying.
Now you're taking too far.
Okay, that is too far.
Was that it?
That was the line.
Okay, all right.
He crossed it right then.
All right.
But like I say, the odds of running 2 back.
I
so
know.
what's that tell you? One of them might have been set up.
The opener? First time we've touched
you talking about
the
the very first touch since this tragic deal.
Mm-hmm.
It's turned out well, which is good. But
I will say this,
saying,
and this is going to be this is going to be unpopular too, Greg. I'll just jump in here. I'll just say that we've acted silly about this entire situation.
Oh, now see, that is too far.
We have. I mean, there are things that have gone on during this thing that we go overboard. We can't.
I'm gonna let you.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. We've acted in certain situations. We've acted silly about this entire situation, and I stand by that comment.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, is.
Yeah, and some of the
most of it not, but in certain situations, it is ridiculous. Some of the things have been said and done.
Well, the way
process.
On both sides of it, and we discussed the other here, the people that are trying to somehow politically take it, that it's that what was Joey said that ever how many percent of heterosexual men are
Perfect example.
football.
Yeah,
Perfect
that's
example.
bizarre.
What was that?
That's perfect example.
You know, and then the girl who claims it told how her son was a football player and he quit because he was worried about his brain. And
there's
she
another
gets
one.
applause.
Yeah, well, now that's all. Well,
that's
we
what I'm
discussed
talking
that
about.
Friday.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
that's bizarre. That whole
That's ridiculous.
stance, the view in itself is just bizarre.
You know, nowadays, no matter what it is, anybody that there's opportunity for me to jump in here and throw my view on, anything, even though it doesn't apply, I'm gonna throw it anyway.
Yeah.
What the breakdown of heterosexuals what's that got
I-
to do with
I
the
don't
heterosexual
know.
male and was it right wing? I can't remember who else
Yeah.
she's doing there, but I'm sure there's some gay people like football.
Yeah. Probably
Just
so.
saying.
Probably so. It's just the things they say on that show is just I don't know.
She just
I
didn't
don't
list
get it.
them.
I don't get it. But it's funny though. It's funny that you thought that.
There's some other
because-
things that got on my nerves. I will not say.
I
on
won't
there 'cause
either.
I won't get to hate.
That's
Yeah.
we don't even have to go there, Greg.
I mean, come on. But we just over.
We overdo it.
We
We
overdo
overdo
everything.
every single thing.
The
Speedy don't want any part of this.
I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, if we,
Which is fine. I get it. I just don't care anymore. I really don't.
Well, if we
I'm
keep
to
it
that point.
with the comments on the View and stuff, we all agree on that
Yeah.
going too far. You know, it was refreshing for years. We people were kneeling in the NFL because they didn't want to stand for the national anthem, but to actually see them kneeling and praying, that was refreshing to see. That
Shame
was,
it took this, but yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is a big.
Yeah.
It's a big shame, but the fact it's happening, that they prayed live on ESPN, and that
Surprised he hadn't been
teams
fired.
Teams are meeting at midfield before the game and praying. Some of them might not be. I don't know their heart, and I don't know what they're doing. But what's happening that's refreshing to see. So there's some good things that's happened.
Oh,
from
yeah,
here.
100%.
And the fact that DeMar Hamlin is communicating, sitting up in the bed.
Yeah.
And
He really liked that run back. If you saw his tweet.
yeah, I know, and texting and hanging out. That's a great thing to see.
Did you see them honor the paramedics and all?
Yeah, and they should. That what a
before the game. And
yes, that's great. And the trainer for the Bills, who was just being praised on how quick he acted. That's all good stuff. Good stuff. But I understand, I mean, society as a whole, in a whole, we don't know when to stop, and we take
really
things
don't.
too far.
Look, we don't have time. We're running out, but I just got to say one thing. What the crap's M&M's doing?
Yeah. Oh, I
Seen
know.
this?
Yes, I have. He's talking about the
nights.
candy M&M, not the wrapper.
Not the rapper.
Yeah.
I thought
Not
you were talking
Marshall.
about Marshall Mathers.
Not Marshall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Well, they're celebrating women,
They
apparently.
are.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You played tennis?
Yeah.
Well, why
A
you?
long time ago.
You did?
Yeah.
Where?
On the tennis court.
Well, I know that. I got that part.
Well,
Like what part? Down in Chilton?
Yeah.
Do y'all down there? They don't play with tennis balls. They play with peaches, don't they?
No, he's one of them little fuzzy green balls.
Really?
Yeah.
So I can't. I can't picture that. Was it hard to find people to play against you down there?
You got a big tennis community there?
I can't.
No,
maybe
not really.
maybe there is a big tennis community down in your county.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they even got their courts paved, It ain't like over in, Wimbledon where they had to still playing on grass.
Where?
Over there.
Where?
Wimbledon. Or what you call it?
Playing
It'd be
on
Wimbledon.
grass. They
Yeah,
still playing
Wimbledon.
on grass.
So we're watching Bubba coach right now.
Yeah.
What do y'all think, guys?
Yeah, I don't.
getting after it.
He's getting after it.
Yes.
He has
Yeah,
been.
He's got his lanyard on. He's rocking.
For some reason.
Would it kill him to wear a Rick and Bubba visor though? I mean, he's got a visor on.
Let's see what he's doing here. He's focused in. Let's follow him.
tell
I
you,
love following him.
Boy, he's moving
too.
good.
Yeah.
He's
Kidding me?
moving good.
Look at him moving around.
I love
Okay.
it.
I'm
Well,
checking
that's
it
not a-
out. Just
that's
gave a
not-
pep
Wow.
talk. I'm kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
I normally carry it.
Have y'all got any more?
Look,
Hey,
Look, he's checking his phone right now, looking at it.
yeah, I just texted him.
Did you? Did you? Boy, I
What'd
bet,
you say?
I bet it's a doozy.
So he just
I was wondering when he got that shirt with that hump in the middle of it.
I'll tell you what. That hump's bigger than it has been in the past.
Yes. Where'd he get that shirt, huh?
Well, I was worried that the doctor would even let him travel.
I know.
So close.
Right. His water breaks. He's not
I
going to
believe that. Well, it looks like he done dilated about a 6. Don't let me forget, I need some of them shirts. I need one extra large with a hump.
And the rest of them.
Okay, then the rest regular cut.
Yeah.
Why are you up here grabbing shirts and whatever?
Well, I've got to take some. I got some people that's wanting them, and
Well, you know how they can get them? Go to rickandbubba.com, click on the store.
They don't want to buy them. They cheat.
But what if I told you I had a bunch of people that wanted a turkey call, but they didn't want to buy them?
Well, they
Rick,
wouldn't get one.
Rick, go to audio. Rick.
I wouldn't get one.
Go to audio. Go to audio. Oh, wait.
What is he saying?
I don't know.
I can't hear him.
Oh, he's got some gum in his mouth.
He's telling somebody their microphones are on and they can hear everything. Oh, really?
Yeah.
So whoever must have texted
I think
him that.
it looks like there's probably an elevated area to watch, and that's probably where some of the other teammates are that are not playing in these particular matches. And he's giving them a heads up.
I thought he was trying to say
West
something
Coast
to
strut
us.
at.
He did a minute ago, and you missed it. He looked at you. Well, you might have been sent over here when he looked in the camera and said live, all the way live. Showing out. Oh yeah,
I didn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, Greg, because he's the face of tennis. He sure is. Yeah, that's when you see. Watch it. Like, what about speaking of turkey hunting? When a gobbler comes out on the field, what does he do?
Oh, he stretches stuff now.
There you go. Well, that's what you watch.
Oh no! Wait a minute. Look at here.
Rick Speedy can't get enough of it.
Oh, I'm leaning.
Speedy, as usual, we've lost Speedy for the rest of the show. He's going to lean into this, and he's going to pull out every tidbit he can pull out. You know what I mean? Look here.
And I hate to stir this up, Rick. I really do. I hate to stir it up, but I've been watching this for over 30 minutes now. I've really been dialed in. He's a head coach. There's no question. With the activity that has been going on.
I'm not in this, Bubba. I'm out of this.
I have been watching all the coaches and everything. He is. If he's not the head coach, buddy, he sure looks like it.
Look, there's just woman
He
that gathered the team around him and gave it a pep talk.
I know.
Helmsy, there's this woman that emails me every time we start this. And
well, I'm just telling you.
And I want her to know I'm not in this.
She needs to watch this then.
Well, I think it's a compliment to him.
Well, it is. But
hey, you know what? The head coach doesn't feed the balls. The assistant does. The head coach walks around.
No, what I'm saying, you're misunderstanding the complaint.
Yeah.
The complaint's not about us hacking on Bubba.
No.
The complaint is we're declaring Bubba as head coach, which is offensive to her for the other coaches.
Oh,
really?
Oh.
She gets mad about that.
Well, they're just school figures.
And I'm just reporting what I'm seeing.
Right.
I mean, I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Speedy and Helms, I'm not in.
On
it.
a football field. On a football field. This Bubba might as well be Saban. I mean, the way he's roaming around and talking, and I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just looking, watching,
let me tell
observing.
What?
Really, I don't care. It don't matter to me.
Right.
Head coach or ball feeder or whatever.
Right. Well, I know that some people.
I mean, it's just nice to see him out there.
Yeah. Well, there's people that sometimes.
Thank you, Gary.
But I really want one of them shirts though.
Well, we'll see if we can.
Not as big as a hump. Not a real big hump, but a hump.
A little cavity in it.
Oh yeah, a little cavity in it.
If you leave us, have a good weekend. If you got more Rick and Bubba today, top of the hour, Jason Crabb will join us coming up. So we'll talk to him. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. And we're so thankful that you are here. This hour starts with the national anthem.
The Rick and Bubba show in full swing now. Here we go. The kickoff hour is behind us. The real Greg Burgess, Speedy, Helmsy, they handle that for you. Now Adler settles in to his booth of magic. He's ready for your YouTube experience to be enhanced, both live and archived. And we all go forward. We'll look back over an active weekend. We'll take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We talked to one of the representatives that was in all the mess involving the Speaker of the House debacle. We got that on the program today. And also, we'll start getting ready for the national championship game tonight. The Sport Czar Trophy in play today. We'll make some predictions on that as college football's highest division will get their national champion tonight. Sitting there, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to your championship team. It's the little show we call Rick and Bubba.
That's right.
Societies dissipate the ego rate. That's not for you. London Bridge has fallen down to what Simon says.
You see? Earth, wind, and fire.
There was a few more elements, but that's all they thought at the time.
Not as appreciated as it should be, the song Saturday Night.
That's a good one, Rick.
B-side of Serpentine Fire. So there, back we used to have 45 singles. Y'all have no idea what we're talking about.
How about that?
Serpentine Fire was a good one, too.
Boy.
Let me tell you what it's like, Rick. That's when Greg Bull Olsen.
Oh,
you remember?
He loved it. You know when your chubby friend that looked like Larry Mondello would sing the Philip Bailey part?
And he was coordinating.
And he was coordinating. He could pop, move, and all that.
Boy, that's high.
He could do it, and he loved it.
Yep. So, Greg, I'm just so glad today. We have so much to celebrate. I know that your grandson's birthday is not till the 11th, but the celebration was this weekend.
Yes, it was.
And y'all celebrated on Elvis's birthday. Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah.
Well, Pace would like that. My other grandson really loves Elvis.
Which leads to this story today that apparently has been around for a while. The video that goes with it is like 6 years old, but I wasn't aware of it. We can have a little fun if you want to, because I know we all love the Elvis is still alive legends.
Oh, yeah.
And did you know that there are many that believe that Elvis is alive and is the singing pastor in a small church in Arkansas?
That I did not know. I remember the one that he was raising horses in Blount County, Alabama.
Right.
I remember that. Yeah. That was out there.
So we'll look back at that. I was sent some footage. I missed that birthday party. Sherry was there, Mom and Dad, and all of y'all in the family. I had a speaking engagement, and I was hoping that I would be able to, because it was right across the street from where I live, practically, that I could.
It wasn't raining, you could have walked.
I know that I could have come there and then left, but the trip was about an hour and 45 minutes, so I had to get on the road. But we've got some footage.
It reminded me of when our kids were that age.
Oh,
remember
yeah.
we were threatened to go to one of these.
Oh yes, all the time.
And I'd forgotten how the mania that it is.
Yeah. No, it's crazy. I'll tell you, when I watched the footage and everything that was sent to me, and of course I was already, just so you know, I stood up and just got defeated because there was just too much going on. But when Sherry showed me what we got Elvis, I'm doing it. Ellis,
it was on it.
who is Elvis? And I said, Sherry, that we're not going to be the cool people. And she goes, no, Kelsey is going to be glad I did this. I said, exactly, but it's not Kelsey's birthday. That's Greg's daughter-in-law. And she goes, no, look how cute these jeans are in this shirt I got him. And I said, well, I'll tell you what, your feelings don't be hurt when a 4-year-old who's telling
about grab him and throw him?
Yeah, he's going to open it up and throw it to the next thing because he wants to know where the next toy's coming from. Well, he's got enough toys, and we just came off Christmas.
And that's true.
And she said, I'm going to get him something that he needs. I said, something that he needs. You think that's what great aunts and uncles do?
Nah.
Get you something that you need.
No.
So, Greg, if you ever get a picture of him in those jeans and that shirt, tell Kelsey to send it to him.
Well, he needed it, Rick.
Right. Yeah, he probably did.
Absolutely.
But it's a bad gift.
Because especially when you got a birthday close to Christmas, they got toys.
How about this, Rick? I don't want to get clothes now.
No, and I need some. And I need some, by the way.
I need that and some tennis shoes.
But I will say this. I heard that Nana really delivered on gift.
Oh, yeah.
And
Mario.
and she did some background work, which was smart. And
Yes.
so Sherry
She's big on that.
Yeah, Sherry said that Ellis just ran over and hugged Nana because she got him something Mario.
It was uncontrollable. He couldn't hold back.
Right. Yeah.
Of course, I call him Mario, and he corrects me every time.
Oh, good.
It's
I love
not
stuff
Mario. It's Mario.
Okay, good. That'll give me something to do.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
No,
I love that Ellis declared to some people he was 5.
Yeah.
But he's only 4.
He's just pretending.
Yeah, if you press him, he'll say, I'm just pretending.
Oh.
But at first he sticks to it that he's 5.
But this place where y'all went, and we did go to a lot of these. All of us
they
did.
reminded us.
It's like a Chuck E. Cheese kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
But it looked like it was a pretty cool operation.
It is. Now, you got to take your shoes off, even if you're not climbing on the stuff.
I understand Dad loved that.
Yeah, he did.
And put them in a bucket.
Right.
Yeah, he did.
There he is.
And there's
That's
Mary,
so
that's my
great.
granddaughter right there.
Look
that's
at Mary.
dancing with the Paw Patrol guy.
Yeah.
That is.
And then I know that.
Which place were y'all at, Greg?
It's right across from Valleydale.
No, I
Fun,
mean, what's the name of it?
Play something. Playtime. Play this.
Play something.
Play something.
Do they have a salad bar?
No, they
like Chuck E. Cheese?
No. It's
This is more like, you remember the one you went in there,
Jim Marie and all
Jim
them?
Marie. You
Yeah.
climb around in all those tubes and all
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Look at Ellis in the red hat.
Oh, yeah.
Please look at Ellis in the red hat.
So they'll call out this disco dance time, and they call your party over there.
Okay.
Yeah. Disco
How about the fact that he has a red hat on owns me?
Which was a good move.
What's he doing in a red cap?
He loves hats now.
I know.
And he wears them all the time. And I thought, because you could keep up with him, because he was the only one in there.
See
and
where
Taylor
he was.
said, that's a good point.
It really was
we
good.
didn't think of that.
No,
But
it's really good.
this is because he wanted to wear a red hat.
Right.
Worked out good.
He loves hats.
Yeah.
He'll put a hat on in a minute.
A lot of people call it the party of the year.
It was a throwdown. A lot of kids and a lot of chips and cupcakes. And
lot going on.
My granddaughter Marion, she'll tear a cupcake.
Who hates a cupcake? Where's that lie?
No, I mean, she just came to life.
Yeah.
She was so happy.
Yeah.
But we had a great time.
Yeah. Happy birthday,
Again,
Ellis.
it reminded me of when me and Sherry were talking about that. It reminded me when the kids were young.
Oh, yeah. Ellis, I know you probably missed me. I'm sorry I wasn't there, buddy. 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 We Be Big for Name That Grass. Now, Name That Grass is very simple. All right, so one of the things we want to talk about this hour, we got actually a text from Speedy. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday, telling us, hey, wow, this is exactly where I just was a few days ago when you went to see your son play Florida International. Is that right?
Yeah.
FIU. And now this bridge has collapsed, killing people, sadly.
Mm-hmm.
And they're doing an update right now. I'm looking up on the big screens in here trying to figure out exactly what happened. I certainly don't know what happened, but I was listening.
That's the luckiest person there.
Yeah, I was listening. They showed somebody that nearly got crushed and then hit the front of their car, I guess.
Yeah.
But the bridge was supposed to be like the latest and greatest. Hey, we build them and just bring them in already complete, and then we install them, and it's supposed to be more efficient and doesn't take as long.
There's a time-lapse video on Daily Mail that shows them when they installed it.
Mm-hmm.
They have the rolling braces under it, and they're putting it in place and all this. But You basically build it off site and then deliver it on site. It's supposed to be the latest. That way you're not blocking traffic while you build a bridge the whole time.
Yeah, and it's a year ahead of schedule. It wasn't even supposed to. I guess. Yeah, and it was
not a good commercial for it today.
It was a pedestrian crosswalk, is what it was, over an 8-lane road that's really busy there. That runs just beside FIU. They've built a new, I guess, 8 to 10 story. Studio type suite apartment complex for the students, and so for them to have a safer way of getting across that busy road and not having to drive in, they just walk across the pedestrian bridge. So it was actually supposed to save lives and be safer, and then this happens. When yesterday it happened, I was like, my goodness, we traveled that road for the 2 or 3 days that I was there.
Was the bridge there when you were there?
No, it was not, because it was installed Saturday.
Okay.
But the construction of the preparation of it coming in was. And so it's just terrible.
They're trying to figure out what happened. I still haven't heard any updates from an engineering standpoint. Mm-hmm. Obviously, there's going to be a lot to talk about. Sadly, for those that lost their life, there's those that know about the bridge said the cars that got caught under it, it would be like you being in a Coca-Cola can and somebody dropped a 57-pound rock on top of it.
Yeah.
And
we're rolling now the actual cam video from, it looks like maybe an interstate camera, because, back there in Miami, that's one thing you got to watch out for. They have cameras at all the interstates.
Yeah.
And they'll just mail you a ticket or something.
Ain't that fun?
Have
you paid yours yet?
And so there was one U-turn I made I'm not sure about. But
right.
Here is an actual footage from that intersection.
So that van or SUV that loses just looks like the engine part of the car. I wonder how does that impact you in there? He got hit, but he didn't get hit full blown, or
right? I think
crushed the front.
Yeah. And then there was one that crushed the back, and it looked like maybe a nurse or something, or that jumped up out of the car.
So the last report we had that they've confirmed that 6 people lost their lives, 10 others have been hospitalized, and they say 2 of those are in critical condition.
Right.
So that is it, and now they're going back trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah.
They've given the name of the company that took the bridge contract, and they were accused in a lawsuit from earlier this month of hiring incompetent, inexperienced, unskilled, and careless employees.
Well, now that's going to hurt that case.
Now
wow.
Look, you know how
you're talking about going for the cheap labor?
Yeah, the eyewitness interviews and stuff, because sometimes it's not very accurate. But this one person called into Shepard Smith on Fox News when they were covering it live and said that they saw a crane working, drop something onto the bridge, and that's kind of when it went down. They don't know if something, but they also said they were doing some type of stress test on it or something. I don't know. Why would you do that with There's just a lot going on now that
I will say,
as far as reporting goes, that you just don't know if it's accurate or not.
You wouldn't do a stress test while there were
surely
traffic
not.
going.
Yeah,
under.
While you're testing to see if it'll hold what it's supposed to hold while people are driving under it.
Because I think we all agreed that it did not pass the stress test.
No, but it looked like the cable was hanging, and they're saying that the cable that had equipment on it broke or something, and it fell and dropped onto the bridge, and that's where it went down. But again, I don't know. That was just some of the reporting.
Years of Rick and Bubba, still here. And as we are rolling through another year, and we look now, a couple things going on. We'll get to college football's national championship later. But right now, with the ongoing story of Damar Hamlin, that is a big story in the NFL. The Bills taking the field again. He is continuing to improve, so praise God for that. And then the playoffs look like they're set up. We got that ready to go.
We got all that. It went down literally to the last game last night to decide who was going to play who. The Bills and Dolphins will play. The Bengals and Ravens, Jaguars and Chargers will play. And then over on the NFC side, you got the 49ers and the Seahawks, the Vikings and the Giants, and the Buccaneers and the Cowboys.
There
and
you
then
go.
the teams with the top seed in the tournament, of course, have a bye the first week. So
So who are our top seeds?
That'd be the Eagles and the Chiefs. Yep.
All right. Eagles and the Chiefs.
Eagles and
Eagles
and
and
the
the
Chiefs.
Chiefs.
So some of the big stories from this past weekend. We do have. I saw some of the stuff that you sent out. Kind of going through a busy day yesterday. Yesterday was one of those days I went to church and I didn't come home till 9:00 that night. So I missed everything that happened during the day on Sunday. But I saw some of the texts coming in. So I'll hand that off to you, Bub.
The Damar Hamlin was the big story, and it dominated the coverage beforehand, and the game between the Bills and the Patriots. Everybody was covering and doing check-ins from there, and what's going to happen in interviews, and they talked to the coach, and he said, I think our guys are going to come out fired up, but you never know, they might be flat. You just don't know what's going to happen. And in one interview, he was quoted as saying, wouldn't it be nice if we could run the opening kickoff back? Wouldn't that be kind of a statement to, the fact that we're focused and wanting to do this?
Greg?
And then, boom, right out of the gate, they run the opening kickoff back.
Yeah, it's kind of convenient.
I knew Greg would think it was Greg.
Greg?
Let me tell you why. They also ran another one back. So the odds of running two back by the same guy are not very high because they gave him one, and the other one he actually
So
ran.
you think the second one was legit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so they didn't count on that.
Right. The first one was for the movie.
Yeah.
Right,
Because
I
the
got
odds of him running two back, same guy.
Yeah.
Now, before the game, of course, different stadiums everywhere were doing their own tribute to this whole thing. And I think we have some video here of the Titans and Jaguars joining in prayer before their game Saturday night.
Yeah.
So this is this thing with the prayer, and like I said, and everyone, all of a sudden when everybody gets afraid, all the we don't like a bunch of people of faith talking about prayer and talking about God, talking about Jesus and all that. Suddenly all that was just kind of thrown away. Now we're praying everywhere. We're firing coaches for this right here.
How about that? That
in high
school
to say that if this
wasn't there a lawsuit?
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Yeah. So and what's funny is watching some people realizing they've been put in a position because there is a narrative. Are y'all ready for this? Think how silly this is going to sound to us, okay? Bubba, there's a narrative that I wonder if all this praying might have helped Damar Hamlin recover.
Yeah.
Boy, how about that?
Come up with that?
How about that narrative?
Mm.
Isn't
that crazy?
Yeah.
You're right, though. High school coaches get fired over this.
If prayer is a silly ritual by all of us who are still too backward to realize are still clinging to this God created the earth and
believe God,
and that we needed to be redeemed, and He came to earth as born of a virgin and lived a perfect life and went to the cross to pay the debt for sins, reconciling us back to a holy God who then says, "I will now hear your prayers." If all that is archaic, backward, and you've got to make fun of some of those silly folks that still cling to their guns and their Bibles, I noticed when we thought Damar Hamlin was going to die, suddenly everybody seems to think that prayer was something all of us needed to do to maybe give him his best shot.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can't have it both ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
So prayer either is something that works and something that you do for people when they're in duress, or it's a silly ritual. The world can't. It's
mutually exclusive. It can't be both.
It still goes back to what the Bible tells us. We all know.
Mm-hmm.
You can say you don't know, but you know.
After some of the tragic events,
it may be inconvenient,
right?
But you know.
But you know.
But you remember after some of the tragic events, the gun violence in schools and stuff, and people they were making, hey, we don't want your thoughts and prayers. You remember that? We need to do something. We don't want that.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
But when Damar Hamlin was in trouble, suddenly everybody felt like that they were powerless because we were. And the thing that everybody kept saying, and all these places that at one time it kind of acted like this is not the place for that.
Yeah.
Suddenly, time and place didn't matter. And suddenly we thought it was the right thing to do because it is possible that might help. Now, I want you to think about that.
Yeah.
Don't ever let this go when everybody goes back to their normal lives.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because we
remember this.
Yep. That's a great point.
Yep.
Damar even had tweeted about seeing that before the game, and a good point, and I'm kind of paraphrasing and adding my own 2 cents to it, but when you see these giant men who are so powerful, so highly trained, and so blessed physically to do what they do, and you see them there. They were intermixed. You had people from different teams in line with other people, and white and black and various degrees of religious conviction and different beliefs. But when they're all sitting there praying on the field, it's pretty awesome,
Yeah. Well, it goes back to what has been said long, long ago. There are no agnostics or atheists in a foxhole.
That's right.
No.
Because we all know.
Yeah.
May not know the details, but you know.
And this is a huge example.
And I would seek the details. The details are really pretty incredible. And it's kind of like what Sherry wrote, when we were after Bronner went to heaven. Why has God allowed these things to happen? I'll tell you why, because it works.
Right.
He's giving us our best shot.
Yeah.
Right. If he
man got fired and had to file a lawsuit over this exact same thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We got coaches out there right now going, I got fired for this.
Went all the way to the Supreme Court.
Right.
Didn't he eventually win, though?
I
think he won, but he didn't get his job back or something. I forgot how that came out. But
hey, Bubba, I hope.
But Ricky, it does ask the question. I mean, we're in a fallen world.
Yeah.
But would we endure less trouble and less things like this if we prayed like that all the time?
Well, it goes back to think about.
I think that's a fair.
Well, think about
but hard question to ask.
Think about this. Perfect example. If you've got somebody that you've been talking to about their health, I've been there, and they won't listen, and then they nearly die from it. Suddenly they listen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's. Well, no, I'm just saying. Sometimes, but you go back and go. If that person had just listened to what everybody was saying, that might not have happened. And I'm talking about all of us. We all have this stuff. I mean, I'm making the point that's the way we are.
Right, I know. Yeah. It's humans. We are that way.
Right.
And eventually, in a fallen world, we're going to die, no matter how much we pray.
Of course.
Unless the Lord comes back.
Yeah.
But I do think that we could cut some corners on some of these headaches if we didn't wait till the forest was on fire to look for water.
Well, Jesus crying over Jerusalem. He said, I didn't want to do it this way.
Yep.
Y'all pick this.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Matt and Huntsville's engineer. Matt, you got any update on what they think the cause of the problem was?
So I don't know if they've officially come out with this diagnosis, if you will, but the design of the bridge was a cable stay bridge. If you've ever been to Charleston, South Carolina, or Brunswick, Georgia, they're usually made to cross very large spans, mile and a half. Well, as you can imagine, the cables are not just there to be pretty. They have a very important purpose.
Sure.
And they're to hold the bridge up. Well, they spanned about 120 feet, of, best I can tell, about 8 lanes of traffic, completely unsupported. Just supported on both sides, nothing in the middle. They had not a single cable attached to it. So basically imagine taking the Golden Gate Bridge, which is a suspension bridge, but similar concept, and just taking the cables off and hoping it stays there.
Yeah, even though you don't have to have a lot of you don't have to a lot of depth of understanding of engineering to know that the middle part that would be taking a lot of stress. In my vision, it would be sagging if you didn't have cables there, because now you've got cables missing, and the part where now everything, the force is being, all moved to that one unstable part in the middle. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. In fact, if you look at the renderings of what it was supposed to ultimately look like, it looks like that was only half of the bridge. There's a big tower that will go up in the middle of the bridge and send cables down in either direction at an angle, which line up with those diagonal cross bracings you see before it fell down.
So you're saying it's almost like it wasn't complete and they were letting people drive under it when it really was not supported safely enough yet.
That was like step one of the process.
Absolutely.
Yeah. There was more to come to make it more stable.
Did you see the huge structure they had under this thing to roll it into place?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was unreal.
Yeah, we're watching that now.
Hey, let's just 950 tons. I mean, that's an unbelievable amount of weight.
Yeah, we're looking at it. Yeah, we're looking at it right now. I can't believe you're right that anyone would be allowed to drive under it until all the support stuff was finished.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and the thing was made out of this special self-cleaning concrete. Ooh, look at us! We're going to have this environmentally friendly.
Yeah.
Concrete. Anybody knows it cracks. right?
Yeah.
It does compression well, but tension, it just falls to bits. Well, that's exactly what that bottom piece was in when it was unsupported. It's relatively thin in height, and just obviously, now we have loss of life.
Yeah, it was supposed to be some state-of-the-art pedestrian bridge that had Wi-Fi on each ends of the bridge with benches and stuff, and it was, locally there, it was a big talk. I mean, it was like, hey, this is going to be great for this community.
Yeah, and all those things are great, but I would like for it not to fall. Let's get that first.
Yeah,
and when we're taking bids, maybe the company that has complaints of not having qualified people, maybe take them off the list.
It's a family-owned company, and the reports I had yesterday too is they've done some pretty big projects.
Of course, on the resume now, you also have a lawsuit that they hire incompetent people.
Right. And now
that one hurt.
Some of them are saying that it might not be their fault. It might be the construction workers that were working at the time.
Yeah, it may be.
But,
we'll see.
You just never know. I mean, and I'm not an engineer either. I'm just going off the reports from the TV.
You think we hadn't shared a lot of Huntsville calls with this?
Oh, yeah.
You think there's an engineer or two up there?
Yeah.
We'll be back. More of your phone calls coming up. Also, you can pick any topic as well at 866-WE-BE-BIG. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The questions in 30 seconds. The old buzzer will sound. Helmsy, you will be given. Five minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Congressman Jerry Carl with us, Alabama #1. That's the district he serves. But he is a rep, so we can talk to him about all the drama with McCarthy, even including one of our other representatives nearly getting in a fight with Matt Getz.
Yeah, Mike Roberts.
Yeah,
Mike Roberts.
Mike Roberts. Was he in the middle of this?
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
He wasn't. Mike Rogers.
Yeah.
Who we've known since high school.
Well, it's
him and his wife known him for years.
Yeah.
Beth, yeah.
So he and Getz like got into it, didn't they?
I've never really saw Mike get flustered like that, but he went after him, didn't he?
Well, that's that Calhoun County in him.
I know.
Out, yeah.
Look, if
this thing drug on so long, everybody started getting
yeah,
in.
Yeah. Look, it doesn't matter. At some point, if you're from Calhoun County, you got red in you.
Oh yeah,
and
that's right.
And it'll every now and then, like lava, just spew out.
Yeah. You got to have a little of that.
It's like I don't live.
And it was
I'm
funny.
glad to see Mike do that.
One of the representatives from Tennessee called him a redneck. I'm like, really? From Tennessee?
For real. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Well, that's like that time we were fired for being too rednecky for Memphis.
Right.
What?
And I do think that whoever his colleague was, it kind of pulled him back. He was exaggerating a little bit. Mike was going in to talk to him, but he wasn't going to swing at him or nothing.
I'm like Greg.
He was just making his point.
I was like Greg. I thought Mike was going to lose his hairpiece. You know how those things get rowdy.
Do we need to start making a chart of him and what he says?
So scary.
Gracious.
It is.
Well, guys,
out of control.
Don't guys.
Yeah, this is not a guys.
This never understood.
This is Rick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing.
This
is the thing I don't get.
Like that shirt you're wearing today, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Oh wow, checking him out.
Yeah, the
trying to get him, in a different direction.
Right. Well,
do like the shirt though.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, never mind. It reminds me of another thing.
I love that shirt.
when people do things because they think that it gives them a better presentation, don't they know that we all know? Is that a negative? Is that a negative?
I don't understand.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right? Yeah. I know.
Rick, I'm just gonna say that you're like Miley Cyrus. You're coming in like a wrecking ball a lot here recently.
Yeah.
Just swinging like a wreck. It's reckless, is what it is.
He's our little wrecking ball is what he is.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll
back to the NFL.
We'll talk to them. We'll talk to them about that coming up a little bit later on. But as you said, Bubba, I don't live out my Calhoun County on a daily basis. It's not at the front of my life anymore, but I got it in the pocket in case I need it.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're at Yellowstone. We know there's a lot of lava and a super volcano under there. You just try to keep it buried.
I don't live out in my Calhoun County, but I can go get it if I need to.
But the water's warm on top, so you know there's something boiling down below.
That's right.
Rick, the Kansas City Chiefs, they had a trick play, ring around the Rosies. Pretty funny. Ring around the Rosie.
Yep. I haven't seen this.
We call it a jumping ring. We dropped that.
You mean ring around the roses?
Pocket full of posies.
This says
Is it
ring
Rosie?
around the Rosie.
I guess I said because they called it pocket full of posies.
This was.
I never
Around
understood what
Rosie, pocket full of posies.
So who's Rosie? Is that a person?
I think it's about like the plague or something, isn't it?
Nursery rhymes don't.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, how about nursery rhymes?
Are deep and dark.
Yeah,
They are. They are.
You delve into them; they're deep and dark. You're 100% right.
Blackberries baked in a pie? You kidding me?
Check this
Well,
out,
this
though.
is a team that's having fun right here.
Think about this. This is the top seed in the AFC. They won a Super
Look
Bowl
at the
a couple
defense
years ago.
looking at them.
Seen that before in my life.
Watch the play.
And they end up scoring on this, but it was
What a
called back
mess.
for holding right there.
Oh, okay. That's where the hold was. Okay.
Look at that. No.
62 wishes he could shuffle better.
Yeah,
His
right.
feet weren't where they needed to be.
All right, come on, move those feet, kid.
Well, I'll tell you why they got the hold. One guy actually played it right. I mean, that DB actually played.
stayed at home.
Yeah.
He didn't bite.
He didn't bite.
No.
So
And we have a.
if you didn't hold him, you don't score.
Yeah.
Now, do we have the next gen on that?
Yeah, he's getting that ready now. But it just kind of lets you see how it all played out. It's kind of neat.
Did you say next gen?
Yeah.
What
The
is that?
stats.
Next gen.
Okay, all right. Oh, I see. Okay,
Isn't that funny when you see them going around in a circle?
that is funny. Kind of reminds you of a cookie, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they had Mahomes kind of hiding back there.
Yeah,
Well,
like he was
he's
a
the
tailback.
tailback.
Yeah. He was going to pitch right and then throw back left.
Oh,
and
but like I
33,
said,
to your
yeah,
point,
he-
stayed home, Rick.
Yeah,
and
he
then-
saw it. Yeah, he bit. He didn't bite.
And see, they had Kelsey go to the side that Mahomes went to, so it drew a lot of attention.
Well,
So
what
he threw
happened-
back, that-
He's so good.
And it works
Yeah,
because offenses are trying to deceive you. But how many times, Greg, you and I being defensive guys, we were told over and over again, it doesn't matter what they're doing.
shouldn't see it.
Play your responsibilities.
Yeah.
Do what you're
Do your
supposed
job.
to
Do your job.
It's kind of like defensive linemen. Who cares what they're saying? Watch the ball.
Yeah.
If you're in cover one, you're not going to bite on the play action because you shouldn't see it.
No.
Yeah, that's right.
You know?
Now, Rick, we mentioned
But
the
you will.
last
But you
game.
will.
The last game of the year was held in Green Bay. The Detroit Lions were coming calling, and all Green Bay had to do was win the game to get in the playoffs. They're at home. They got a national TV audience. They've been on a tear coming back. Aaron Rodgers has told everybody to, hey, just watch us, and here we go, and we're back. And all they have to do is beat the Lions, and they don't do it. And then after the game, we have an exchange where one of the wide receivers from Detroit asked Aaron Rodgers for his jersey, and he won't give it to him.
I'm stuck.
Did you hear his quote? I got to hold on to this one.
I'm stuck.
He said, "You told me," and that's a rookie, Jamison Williams.
That's funny.
And the jersey swaps are pretty common at the end of the game, but I'm going to hold on to this one. Has got all the retirement / I'm leaving speculation.
It's fueling the
going.
speculation that he's going to retire. Of course, we went through this last year, you remember.
Yeah.
And it just seems like Aaron Rodgers is always just wanting everybody to beg him to come back. It's kind of like a high-maintenance girlfriend.
Yep.
They look good. You love to have them on your arm, but wow, what you got to put up with.
Well, as we know, we've said it 1,000 times. We even showed you the whole presentation of the fine versus the crazy.
Has there anything
Matrix.
been more real than that?
No. Well,
when we saw it visualized.
Yeah, because we've been talking about it, longer. But somebody to lay it out in a perfect chart like that. But what's happened now, and I think most Packer fans agree,
Aaron Rodgers is no longer fine enough for us to put up with this much crazy.
Yeah.
And you're not good enough to be this crazy. So it's time for you to go. Your best years are behind you.
Yeah.
Don't let the green and yellow door hit you as you're on your way out. Take that jersey and go. And let's go to the was it Love?
Jordan Love is the backup, and I think they're in a situation where they're going to lose him the next year or two if they don't play him. And kind of like Aaron Rodgers was with Brett Favre when he came in.
Now he knows how Brett Favre felt.
Yep.
And he can go to a team and try to throw 1 year together.
He can.
Yeah.
He'll
normally doesn't work out.
That rumor's the Titans.
Probably the Raiders.
Yeah,
they got open into it.
Yeah, that whole Derek Carr thing is all bizarre.
Yeah, they used to be the team everybody went to, to get that 1 year.
Exactly.
And they used to make it. They used to do.
Oh,
good
they'd win
with
the
them.
Super Bowl. Yeah.
I haven't been keeping up with the NFL, obviously, but you brought that up, and I heard some murmur the other day that Carr just left. He left the team.
Yeah.
And
got benched, and they didn't really say what had happened to him, but he kind of disappeared.
Right.
He wasn't on the sideline, wasn't he?
But I believe he's got a no trade clause in his contract, and so he's got the upper hand here. But I don't think he'll be back.
Right.
But
no,
yeah, it was
wasn't
weird.
a good look for him.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to be a
handle it like
distraction in the quarterback room. So who knows?
Of course, you're a distraction.
Well,
you're not being there is the big distraction. Everybody wants to know where you are.
You may
Now
have a
you're
no
distracted.
trade clause, but you still got to show up for work.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the ins and
he-
outs of it. It's bizarre though.
At that point, he starts violating the 4 calls part of his contract, which means you could end up with nothing.
Right.
I don't know. Yeah.
But you're right. Aaron Rodgers will end up at a team. He'll have a pretty good year. One time you're going to think he's have a great year.
Yeah.
And the year will look pretty.
A pick in the
Yeah.
playoffs.
And then the second year he'll try to come back one more time. It'll be a total disaster.
Yeah.
Yes. And that'll be the end of him.
Tom
and you,
Brady
and you won't even
keeps
remember
going.
that he went to that team.
Yeah,
You won't
but
even
he's
remember
the-
he was on that team.
Yeah.
Tom didn't have I know he set some kind of record, but
Yeah, his best season far as the number of completions.
Broke his own record.
Yeah. It is amazing. He's still just. I mean, they're in the playoffs. They haven't had a really good year, but they're still breathing.
They're there.
And
With
didn't
a
they
losing record.
And didn't they finish 8-10?
8-9.
8-9. I think.
No, he's 8-10. Remember, he lost his marriage too.
Oh, you had that one. You had that
you
one.
talking about when the
You
season's
had
over?
that one.
Right now, it ain't a big deal. When the season's over, and he's sitting there going,
Wow.
That may count for 2.
Right. You were 8-11.
Yeah. That's good.
So that's I just look, Tom Brady, he's done.
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna walk an 8-9 team in the playoffs.
Well, you got to watch them when that playoff. They're like
I was going to say
they're
I'd
like
to-
Kentucky when March comes around with basketball. They always get good.
Yeah.
But I have
This
to.
year.
I openly admit I don't have any idea
drill,
if
didn't
they're any good or not. I have no idea. I hadn't seen them play one time, so I have no idea.
Well, they
may be a real dangerous team.
They seem a little disconnected. It doesn't look like the championship year when everything was going their way.
I understand what they did, but it is bizarre. An 8-9 team's going to host a 12-5 team.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah. So 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
But did Tampa Bay do what we were talking about? They changed coaches when they were doing good. Was that a mistake, you think?
Well, didn't he retire on his own?
He wanted that.
Didn't he leave?
He wanted that
Help?
change.
I don't know.
He stepped into the office, front office.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Responsibility for a timeout. Would you like to just have 2, or would you like to?
I'd like to see what Speedy would do with one.
Okay.
See if he's gotten any better.
See if he
If
can
he
get
learned anything.
Go pick
I
up
feel
every-
like I was harshly judged, but
here's
in
the
today's
thing.
society, I won't feel sorry
Can
for
I tell you
myself.
this? It's your timeout.
Right, but when I would give it,
don't worry about what
sometimes-
everybody thinks.
Sometimes y'all would frown because being the overgreeter in me and
They'd be a little
second
crappy.
minute-
Be a little crappy about it.
Right,
Well,
They
don't
would.
worry.
They would
if-
look at me,
here's
stare
my,
at me.
my thought. Don't worry if Rick, Greg, me, or Bubba, or even Gary in this case wants you to throw a timeout. It's your timeout.
It is yours.
You got to think about the
It's your
audience
call. Gary
as a
wants
whole.
one. Now look, just
I'd kind of like for Gary to have mine.
no, we don't want that.
Huh?
Hey,
we don't want
just kind of like that. I didn't give it to Gary. I gave it to you.
Yeah, no. Speedy, remember though, with any responsibility, people will question your calls. That's part of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's why I gave mine up.
and you got to be able to work through that.
Absolutely, you do, Rick.
Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Tyler standing by. He'll start us with 30 seconds. Tyler, go right ahead. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, pretty good, man.
All right, bring it in.
Oh man, I was just gonna check on Gary and see what else he's doing other than just hunting and keeping up with your farm.
Nothing. I mean, is there anything you're doing other than that, Gary?
Not much.
Right, breaking a lot of hearts.
Yep.
Well,
that's life right there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
If I can get them away from Al's place over.
Don't
Yeah.
tear those up. You got to take those with you.
I know what it's
I
called.
mean, it's good to have good blue collar people like that around.
No.
You don't run across as much.
No, you're right. You're out there, aren't you?
Yeah.
Can't get nobody to find a work either, can you?
No,
How many times you try to get somebody to help? You can't get no help.
no, you can't get nobody to help you do nothing.
Nah.
Well, fidget around.
I mean, get the pen.
Hey, what about Terry? You can't get Terry to do anything.
Nah, Terry, he's about as useless as
Easy.
Oh boy.
We continue. Let's go to Tracy out of the great state of Tennessee. 30 seconds, Tracy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I read an article the other day on Bradford pears being the new kudzu. I wonder what y'all's thoughts are on that.
Yeah.
Gary?
I wouldn't plant none of them.
Really,
Gary?
honestly, Bradford pears?
Them things just spreading everywhere.
So, it's
kudzu.
It's the new kudzu?
A Bradford pear?
Oh, yes.
How's that? They don't climb up power lines.
Well, he's talking about stuff that you
grow.
plant that grows out of control.
Yeah.
And Bradford pear is getting out of control.
Looks pretty, though. Can't have nothing, can you?
No, you can't even.
Start splitting and falling.
Yeah.
Educational.
What's wrong with having a Bradford pear?
Hey, y'all don't laugh at him.
Hey,
I don't know if it's the new kudzu.
hey, you know. What's the big deal?
I just think calling it the new kudzu is a little exaggerated.
Go ahead and get
That was a little much.
Okay, let's go to Michael out of Daytona,
I've had
Florida.
to fight kudzu. It's tough.
Greg, Michael, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are you doing today?
5 in a row.
Good.
Hi, I know you guys always give Adler crap on the show about how the audience doesn't like him and all that kind of stuff, but I wanted to let you guys know I'm 20 years old and I actually look at Adler as a role model. If I could be in his position at his age, then,
he's your role model?
I'd be really happy.
All right, hang on.
I really look up to the man.
You've been given a timeout, as you can imagine.
We'll see if this is really Adler calling because he's coming in.
I think
it's Adler calling.
So he's your role model. You're saying for young men out there, Adler's a role model.
Look, come in here.
Can you explain to me what you're implementing into your life that you see in Adler?
He actually has really good morals and he's very successful for his age.
Neither of those things are true, buddy.
Don't say
I'm so
that.
sorry.
You have come a long way.
I'm so sorry, man, but actually, neither of those are remotely true whatsoever. So I'm really sorry, man.
And he's pretty freaking hilarious. I enjoy when you guys get him out and talk to him and stuff. I really enjoy the whatever you guys call him when he's on.
Okay, whatever you're doing to model my life and career path, stop. Change. Listen to me. Change. Reverse directions. Whatever your parents say, do that.
Anything you say. Years old and on one of the most syndicated radio shows out there as a producer, I think that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
All right, so
you've been.
I agree with you, dude.
He's burned one this morning.
I think so too, guys.
Hate to be like that, but
Notice he didn't say Green Acres when he goes.
The old devil's lettuce. He might have got into.
Michael, if I walked here right now with nachos, what would happen?
Michael, become a banker, a lawyer, anything.
Do not come into this world. But he wants to do what you do one day. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Excited about what lies ahead today and talking to you. And we'll get to some of those phone calls coming up. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. You know, we are at the beginning of a brand new year, the first month of the year. And, a lot this year, especially with some of the waters that may be ahead of us. Your next hire it needs to be really vetted out. You need to add people to your team and surround yourself with people that can take your company forward, not people that may have you going backward. 875 million member profiles can be found at LinkedIn.com/Bubba, and that's a lot.
But what they do with some of the tools they set up for you to do the screening and some questions, they will help you vet out people who might be interested in your opportunity. So when you get down to interviewing, you're only interviewing the best of the best, meaning that you're not out there in no man's land almost spinning the wheel of jobs. Where it randomly falls where it may fall. You're not going to waste time interviewing people that aren't qualified. They help you with that. And you can get a job post for free by going to linkedin.com/Bubba. Small businesses rate them number one in delivering quality hires versus the leading competitors. So a free job post is available for your company at linkedin.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Let them help you be more successful here in 2023. All right, so yesterday was Elvis's birthday. You know, I remember us asking this question, and I think we were one of the few people that asked what I thought was a pretty profound question. When a legend dies, how many birthdays have to pass before you just say it's their birthday and you stop saying they would have been this age?
Right. I think after they get after over 100.
Is that over 100 we stop?
Yeah, I think so.
You know, Elvis would have been 130 today. No,
Right.
probably not. You know, so we think 100's where the line is drawn.
That's where I would think.
I think it's a good place to draw it. By the way,
because if I hear, you know, today Elvis died, if he'd lived, he'd have been 95. You go, well, okay.
Yeah, you
right.
could
Possible.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd probably been, you know, in the nursing home, but he could still sing around the Christmas tree for everybody.
So how much would he have been yesterday if he'd been allowed to live?
When was it?
So he was 40-something in 77 when he went on in. So
40-something. I forgot.
So I don't know.
Oh, boy, let's think.
Well, we can find out.
When was he born?
That's not that hard, Rick. Just look at his birthday. 1935. 1935. January 8th, 1935.
Well, this is 23, so
he's 6 years older than our parents.
How much?
88.
88.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we still do it.
Yeah.
He would have been 88.
Yeah.
Elvis will be 88.
Yeah.
Guys,
Thank you.
look at the Rolling Stones. He might still be performing.
Yeah. Hey,
They're in their
good
80s.
point. The Rolling Stones have definitely pushed that number on up.
Well, of all the places that people have said Elvis never died, you remember all that?
Yeah.
Well, you know, when he died on August 16th, 1977, he was 42.
I remember hearing it on the radio,
I did
riding
too.
with my dad when they said that.
Many people believe Elvis did not die. We know that. And there's been all kinds of conspiracies. Now
And the reason they faked it was so he could get out from under the powerful grip of Colonel Tom, right?
Yep. I would now like to point you to the great state of Arkansas, and I would like you to hear Pastor Bob Joyce. Now, here's the thing: the video we have is 6 years old. Okay? So I don't know why they're using a 6.
So is he 82 here?
I guess every year when Elvis's birthday comes around or his death, they go find a Bob Joyce video. But some people believe, and I love this, he is called the singing pastor. And they said if you listen to his voice and look through the beard, of course, you will see Elvis. And listen to him singing a version of Amazing Grace. This is in Arkansas. They're saying that is Elvis right there.
A little young.
Who was never a great piano player, in all fairness.
That's true.
All right, so
he dabbled.
Right.
Amazing grace will always my song praise, for it was grace that bought.
Rick, we have Elvis in person.
I'm just telling you, could Bob Joyce, the singing pastor, be he?
He sounds like it.
And I got to tell you, he does look good for 82.
Yeah, what year is this?
That's 6 years ago.
6 years?
He would only been 82 right here.
Yeah, probably not, but that hurt it.
Some people age great.
That's true.
Look at the Stones.
He's got that lip curl.
What do you think? They said
He looks like Kenny Rogers.
It's 100% him.
Yep. Yep, that could be it right there.
Without a doubt.
But they said that he really, they claim he looks like the king, he sounds like the king.
Thank you.
And he's just a little pastor at a little church in Arkansas, and this notoriety has kind of thrown him for a loop.
The chroma key there needs a little work.
It
on
does.
it.
It
It's
does.
not great.
It does.
Green screen.
I never said that he was technically savvy.
You have to light the person and the screen totally separate if you want a good chroma key.
This is in Benton, Arkansas, at the Household of Faith.
Well, there you go. Household of Faith.
Pastor Bob Joyce, the singing pastor or as some people call him, Pastor Elvis. And,
also known as.
Yeah, no. I mean, look,
he's got the look and the
Rick,
voice.
I really,
the age thing.
I hate to bust the balloon here,
Right.
but I think Elvis's lifestyle caught up with him at 40.
Right. Yeah, 42, but still
In the 40s.
In the
is what I
40s,
mean.
yeah. Early.
I mean,
40s.
you talking about running hard,
And the mother cried.
and taking a pill to go to sleep and a pill to get up. It'll get you.
Oh boy, I've got a
Won't it?
service. I've got Pastor Bob's
What I
service
heard.
from yesterday, Rick.
Sorry, that's funny.
An angry little boy with a running nose, he playing in the streets where the cold wind blows in the city.
This is what he looks like now. This is his service from yesterday.
From yesterday.
He still
Look
looks-
at
looks
Pastor.
pretty good. Let's
Look
hear
at
it.
Bob.
Let's hear it. Can we hear it?
You got
Yes,
that?
I can.
Let me ask you another question.
Yes,
Shilla.
That's Elvis.
Do you desire or long for the milk of His Word?
My goodness.
Did you cue this? No, I just went to a random spot.
That is.
Greg, they said what really threw everybody. They said he was doing Abraham and Sarah, and he said, "No, when Abraham and Scylla, excuse me, Whoop, slip."
Well, let me ask you
How is
this.
Scylla going to bear me a child? I mean, Sarah.
What would be the motive? What would be the motive if I'm Elvis to fake my death to get out of the celebrity that I'm in?
Wanted to get out
and
of
the
Las-
trap.
wanted to get out of Las Vegas.
So wouldn't you go and live on a farm somewhere and
Benton,
stay
Arkansas?
out of trouble and not be
Well, people
out in
found
public
him.
like
Bubba,
that?
people found him.
Yep.
He was trying to be in a little small town local church in Benton, Arkansas, and they found him.
Listen to if you ever one of his last hits was "Suspicious Minds,"
Yeah.
and if you listen to the
Yeah, it
words
was.
of that, I'm caught in a trap, no way out.
Right.
Caught in a trap. No way.
What you got to decide? Are you ready today for the milk of His Word? I'm caught in a trap. Some of us, we get caught in a trap. Sometimes you feel like there's no way out.
Yeah, he wasn't moving enough around.
You're right.
Elvis couldn't help it.
Pastor Elvis
He
can't be
couldn't-
that still. He'd be Pentecostal too, by the way.
That's right.
Yeah, probably.
He didn't like this. Yeah. Oh yeah. He'd be Pentecostal all day long. I got the whole
What if
echo.
Now, what if he threw a kick in there?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
watch out. Give
What if
him
he broke
space.
down in one of his martial arts moves?
Yeah.
Oh, don't forget
come
that.
on down.
He'd sweat too.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Listen to me.
Who are you, Charles Barkley?
I'm miserable, Michael. I am absolutely miserable.
Yeah, I can tell by all the hell those guys give you there, but
I love you, man.
I love you, man.
Wow. We love you, Michael. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, buddy. I
Hey,
appreciate the kind words.
Hey,
though, very
there's
much.
one of your disciples.
I appreciate the kind words a lot, buddy.
What are those posters? Those human-sized posters that just stick to the side of the wall?
Fathead.
Fatheads. We need to get a fathead of you, and he can put it in the room.
He can.
I think that guy just calls her I got a fat head. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a fat one.
Fatty.
Fatty.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. You know, it's 9:30. He ain't said Green Acres or nothing. Which means you're at work when you're calling.
Right.
You know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
4 in a row.
Let's go to John, Homewood, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. Thank you, Adam. Big day for you.
Hey, guys.
I want to thank
Hey,
Jeff
guys, I was
Spicoli for calling.
asking about Jimmy Kimmel. What is his deal? Like, is he lost it? The other night, he did a thing with Donald Trump items, and he kept pulling them out, and telling the country where they're developed at or manufactured at. Does he not realize that he's just proving Donald Trump's point that you can't do business in the United States?
Right. Yeah, I don't think Jimmy sees what you're saying, the end conclusion of what he's saying.
Did you see the other day? Now, he wasn't regretting doing it, but he did admit that him taking this angle so political has cost him viewers.
Well, it does.
You know,
yeah.
he admitted that.
But, I mean, if that's his passion and that's what he wants to stand for, I certainly don't fault him for that. But you have to know the risk that you're taking when you do it. You can't come back and complain and go, "Hey, I'm divisive," and now some people are mad at me. Well, if you want to play that middle road, and my deal with Jimmy Kimmel is not that he doesn't have the right to use his platform to do more than just cut up all the time, because I certainly wouldn't
Sure.
want to just do that all the time. But I just did. Greg, how about this? I just disagree with what he's saying.
Yeah, that's it. He's got his passion.
I don't think he makes his points and supports them with facts many times. It's a lot of emotion, but that's about it.
True.
Rick,
Rick, the unluckiest family in the world's outside right
He just walked into Bip City, didn't realize it.
Yes. What Greg means is this family has walked up and there stands Jim the Crazy Sign Man for the fourth or fifth day in a row.
Signs.
You know, but y'all are okay. He's safe. He's normal.
He's good. He's not gonna hurt you.
He's had his shots. He's fine.
Yeah, he just carries around signs.
Right. There was that one incident, but that's been at least 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So hey. Joey standing by. Joey, go.
I came make a phone call and dance. Oh, hey guys, good morning.
Hey.
I just wanted to say hey to Gary. I owe him lunch from a year ago.
Where?
Planting. And I have not forgot you, Gary. That's on my bucket list.
Well, undoubtedly
buddy.
you have.
No, man, no. I'm just behind. But brother, I love you, and I will. Before I die, I will buy you lunch.
All right.
I promise.
Why is it?
What if you going in tomorrow?
I don't know.
Hey.
Well, hey, see,
Nah,
we
you can't
were
even have
busy.
lunch
We were
no
both
more.
busy at the time.
You can't even have a lunch at the
Farming,
Hickory
working.
Chip.
True. But we were doing stuff for other people, Rick. But anyway.
Oh, I got you.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate
But
it.
anyway, buddy, Gary, I love you, man, and we will see you soon.
All
And
right.
Rick and Bubba,
Thank
love you guys.
Hey, thank you.
Greg, Greg, you're all right, man.
Hey, Greg. Hey, I want Greg down there at Rick's place, though.
He's all right.
Thanks.
Hey, we'll get Greg down there and we'll straighten him out. How about that?
Greg said Gary he can come down anytime he wants.
Well, he may can.
Gary don't care, Rick.
No. Me and Greg, we like that. Sometimes we like that.
He's gonna do some fishing till all his fish died.
Oh, I know.
Hey,
I know what
hey.
his kind of music is.
You got it?
You know, you would love this song.
Oh, yeah.
This you right here?
That's it. Credence Clearwater.
I give me a bump there.
Yeah.
I see a bad moon rising. I'm down at my lake house.
Good gracious. Why y'all like to pick on me like that?
You worth it. Let's go to Taylor, Florence, Alabama, WLAY. Taylor, go ahead. You're on.
Hey, how are y'all?
Good, Taylor. Hope you're having a big day today.
Having a big day today. It's a nice Friday out here.
Good.
I was just calling to talk to y'all about the Bradford pears being invasive.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, they'll take a place over.
Oh,
Yeah.
they will. Have you driven down the side of the interstate and not seen all those white trees blooming along the side of the road?
Oh yeah.
Well, see, I would think they would be
Those
beautiful.
are all Bradford pears.
Well, why are we mad about them if they're beautiful? Aren't we glad they're here?
Well, they're not native.
So, I mean, hey.
I work with the Alabama Cooperative Extension System, and so they're not native. I know, I'm pretty fancy. I know.
But I mean, but there's a lot of things.
But
that
are they hurting anything?
Yeah, are they hurting? Is it bad to have them? That's
yeah,
what.
so what they're doing is they're not native, so they're displacing a lot of our native plants, and kind of the whole ecosystem thing. They don't belong, so they're kind of taking over and displacing some of our better plants for our native wildlife, etc.
Well, think about how offensive that is to Mr. Bradford, though. I mean,
I told you about it.
Well, hey, it all was with good intentions, like most things.
No,
it was with good intentions, and we just didn't know down the road they would turn out to be such a problem.
I was about to say, you talking about the same thing we paved the road to hell with? Good intent.
From Sweet Home, Alabama.
It's 6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show.
He's sending us a message here, Rick.
With suspicious mind. All right, so we're back, and we have other things to cover
Yeah,
today.
we got a lot to cover. But can I give you one more funny thing about day? Because we don't do this day in history usually. But you're talking about those little days where the world changed.
Yeah.
Today is the day in 2007 that Steve Jobs took the stage at Macworld, San Francisco, and introduced something that would change our world forever: the first iPhone.
No.
How about that?
Yep.
You talked about it in the break, and we mentioned it on the air the other day. But we're so fortunate, and some people have this but based on when we started doing this show, which has been 29 years ago. We've completed 29, and now we're in our 30th year. So when we started, there was no internet.
None.
There were no iPhones.
No.
There were very few cell phones at all. You had one that was about as big as a suitcase.
I was one of the few people that I knew that had one, and I'd had one since '92 because I let your mom use it to call you, at the national
big moment, by the
championship
way.
game.
Yeah, big moment.
That's one of those.
Yes,
that's
very
one of those
big.
game-changing moments too.
Oh yeah,
I remember that. We were on the field walking around.
If you ever do the movie, you got to get the information on that moment because that was a big one.
That was a big one, baby.
I don't know if it was a big one. Well, are we going to do Elvis?
I guess so. I don't know.
But Steve Jobs stepped on the stage in 2007.
Yep. Said, check this out.
Check
I think
this
this
out.
is a game changer.
Hey, I believe he made the right
We
call
might
on
have
that.
the quote from him. Mike could find it. I don't remember what he said, but I bet it was funny. Do I have it in the story?
Yeah, I don't either. I think he said something like, "Today, I'm introducing a product that I think is so powerful that some people even start thinking the world's flat again."
That's it.
He said, question everything.
He said, look at his phone,
As
baby.
much as we move forward in some
call it
areas,
some.
we seem like we go back in others.
This is pretty cool how they unveiled it. And
Let's see
so
it.
here you go.
3 things: a widescreen iPod with touch controls, a revolutionary mobile phone, and a breakthrough internet communications device. An iPod, a phone, and an internet communicator. An iPod, a phone.
Not so much a phone.
These are not 3 separate devices. This is one device.
Oh my goodness! Oh my God!
And we are calling it iPhone. Today, Apple is going to reinvent the phone.
There you go.
They sure did.
Boy, they did.
And
They
in
did.
honor of that, I am wearing my Steve Jobs outfit.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You know, we always do the thing with Elvis. If he had continued to live, if Steve Jobs were alive today, he'd look more like Bubba, right there in that shirt.
Bubba, I have to ask, was that intentional or by chance?
Oh, sure, it was intentional.
Of course, it was.
He always thinks that about his wardrobe.
I'm calling it. But
When I'm grabbing things in the closet, I put a lot of thought into it.
Since we're showing geek footage, the worst one is the Microsoft guys up there trying to get the
Dancing.
crowd fired up,
Yeah.
and they're so wide and
One of them owns
uncoordinated.
the NBA team now.
Yeah,
that was
and they're up
awful.
there like they're trying to get the crowd going
Oh, it's
nuts.
so
And
bad.
that is the most ridiculous.
It looks
thing
like
I've ever
Fine
seen.
Bob on the SEC pregame. When he tries to get
There
big.
it is. There it is. Look.
There he is. That's the guy that owns the NBA team.
Oh, God.
Hey, look at Bill Gates. Look at Gates.
Oh no! Stop!
I've got to tell you,
Turn that off.
I've got to tell you, I like Steve Jobs' presentation
Way better.
Oh,
Way
wow.
better.
Look at these guys.
Could
Oh,
Gates,
no.
could Gates look any more feminine than he does right now?
What in the world?
Oh no!
So Rick.
Please stop! Please stop!
Well, no wonder he had time to invent this stuff. He wasn't getting invited to anything.
That's a good point, Rick. He had a lot of time on his hands.
But here's the other thing that Steve Jobs did not say, and also over time, I will completely ruin talk radio.
Yeah, no one can call in.
Because what's happened is
an iPod, a phone, a communicator.
Right, but that it went so so advanced on ways to communicate and get messages, and Bubba's explained it too, and the band is so busy now. Honestly, and I understand, I really do, because most of the time on our phones now, we don't really call and talk to people all that often because we're able to communicate with them anyway. And it really has made our job and others doing this job, it is more difficult because it is difficult to get good quality. I don't mean the content. I'm talking about the sound of the phone
Yeah.
on the air because they're not really there's not a lot much spin on that because they don't think that the usage on the device in that category is all that important anymore. But for doing this, it's actually pretty important. And it has made our time. It has caused us to take fewer calls.
Well, like and what it is, they simply have so much bandwidth to work with. It's like seats on a bus. So if there's like 50 seats on a bus, they can handle 50 conversations at a time at a tower site.
Right.
And then when somebody comes along and goes, "Hey, guess what? We can turn that into 150, and it's just going to take away the sound quality a little bit."
Mm-hmm.
And they go, "Oh, well, we got to do that," and that's where you've ended up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
you did lose some fidelity. There's no doubt.
On the radio, it's one thing, but I was having a conversation yesterday that had some importance in it, and is there a worse feeling? And I was talking to a friend of mine. He said, then I knew at that point. I mean, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's horrible.
And I was like, gosh, when do I tell him I didn't hear that?
Yeah.
And
What part did you
and then all of a sudden, and so, I mean, what do you think? And I'm like, I hate to tell you this, right? When you got to the part I needed to know, I couldn't understand you. And then you get that, you get the underwater man. And,
sure.
And like I'll talk to mom sometimes, and if she just moves to the wrong part of their apartment, I'm like, Mom, go back to where you were. And it's
dead spot in there.
But I don't misunderstand. I understand about prioritizing things that people seem to do more, and not worried about things that are becoming a little more obsolete. But if I could just request, I don't know what we have to do for those of us that still do a type of show that part of it, and we enjoy part of it, is interacting with phone calls. I would really appreciate some devotion back to that a little bit. Would you? Yeah,
it'd be nice.
Right. Yeah. And plus, it was.
There's just so many of them marginal now.
Right. Yeah, who was that I saw? Oh, I'll tell you who it was. It was weird that it was coming from him. The guy. I don't know the actor's name, but he does the Farmers Insurance commercials.
Yeah, he's funny.
And he was also in that drumming
Whiplash,
and he's been in he's been in a
bunch of stuff.
Simmons,
something. And I saw him getting some kind of award, and his thing is, I'll say today what I say to everybody: if your parents are still alive, call them. Don't text them.
Yeah.
Don't email them.
J.K. Simmons.
Call them. And I thought, so that was his moment, and that's what he wanted to say.
It was really good.
Yeah, he did. And that was his big speech. But he's a great actor. I like him. I like him. Just
that role in Whiplash. Now look, he's rough, but that's the character he's playing.
Well, yeah.
Hey, he's serious about jazz. I'll tell you that.
It goes back.
He wants it right.
It goes back to Greg, your profound statement at the Ted Nugent concert at the time, when we were all incredibly uncomfortable with Ted Nugent.
You talking about when he stopped the show
and what he had to say about the sound man. And it was awful. It was absolutely terrible. And I wish I wasn't there. But then Greg looks at me, as only Greg can, and says, I know that was uncomfortable, but the sound is now better.
It worked. Right. Being humiliated in front of 18,000 people did it.
So it's kind of like the guy in Whiplash. Was he a little rough? He was. But did he get the most out of each drummer?
They were good.
Did he get the most out of his band? He really did.
Heck of a drummer.
Why?
I mean, he was. How can you? He's worse than football coaches.
Yeah,
this guy he's playing.
It was terrible.
And he's a jazz guy.
I thought, how can anybody be this passionate about us getting jazz right? But he really was.
Oh.
But he
played it well.
Yeah, he did. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. And we'll try some phone calls. Y'all want to try some?
Oh, wow.
We'll try some right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Exactly. Good intentions. Yep. And if you've ever walked by a row of Bradford pears, they stink to high heaven.
Now, they do have a unique smell.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
Boy, they do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but being mad at a
they're not our favorites.
it's just so. But they're just so pretty. It's hard. It's just hard to be mad at them.
Yeah.
But
you can admire them from a distance, but when they fall on your house or your car, they're not so pretty anymore.
Mm-hmm. It's just like a pretty woman. You better just keep your distance.
Yeah. There you go.
I got you. All right. Thank you. Gary, you thumbs up or thumbs down on Bradford pear?
Oh, I'm thumbs down.
Of course. What's them that Coach Dye grows? What are those called?
That's Japanese maple.
I see Japanese maple.
Okay.
They about the same way.
I ain't we're no good either. Now, if Nick Saban planted them, I'd love them. Road Tide?
Yeah. I found that guy dead over there last week.
Gary, roll tide.
You hear me? Huh? I found that guy dead over there last week.
Found that guy dead.
Who?
He's out there in the woods, beside the football
Who?
field.
Who are you talking about?
They said he was 1985 hide and go seek champion. They think.
Gary.
Nah,
We're
just
laughing.
I know.
That's what's even worse.
For 4 big hours, have Gary and Greg in the same room for that amount of time.
I can't imagine.
Hey, I
owe you lunch, man.
I needed to. I had to go to the hospital after it was over. I mean, you talk about just
that's an ulcer maker right there.
But my finger got broke over here on the dump button, just waiting. You know what I mean? Just holding it over there.
Well, I heard y'all had a lot of fun.
It was great. It went really good, and glad that you are back, and looking forward to another exciting week. We'll recap. You can tell us how it went in Chattanooga, and a lot of folks were following. First time we ever got to watch you coach live on a live stream. That was interesting.
Yeah, that was kind of cool there at McCallie High School. That's they're a pretty big deal in high school world as far as tennis goes, and nice indoor 6-court facility.
Yeah.
Some famous alumni from McCallie High School, I should say.
So which one is it?
McCallie. Yeah.
So it's not McAllen.
No, it's McCallie. It's early. Mouth's not warm yet.
Sure. Well, plus you learned how to say this weekend to remember it by Mondays.
Right. And Chattanooga's a great town. I always enjoy going there. It's I thought our traffic was bad till I got there.
Yeah.
And when you have
that
a lot
one
of
section. Oh my God.
when you have heels and 18-wheelers, it's just a bad deal. A bad deal.
I never can figure out what the deal is right there. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's
I get
bad.
stuck there every time.
Yeah.
And I say, oh, it's a wreck. And it's not a wreck.
I think Bubba's on it, though. I think it's the way those roads are that the 18-wheelers, it's one thing to have one hill to climb, but they have a lot of
several.
that, and the 18-wheelers can't come through there.
Let's get them their own lane. Or
right.
Well, I noticed they don't stick to the right lane. That's for sure. And they get 3 wide, it's over.
I've tried to get around Chattanooga before and tried to take that little bypass that goes up through the mountain off that cliff. Well, that's a doozy.
All right, so check out these alumni from McCallie High School. Or did I say McCallie? How did I say it?
You just said McCallie.
I don't know which one it is.
I think you said it.
I thought you said it
it's
was
McCallie.
It is
McCallie.
It's
McCallie?
You're
McCallie.
correct. It's
Okay.
McCallie.
McCallie. I don't know.
McCallie.
There are people from Birmingham and all over that send their kids to this school.
Oh, I know.
It's not a boarding school, but it's almost like a boarding school. Does that make sense?
And how do you say
Would you have to move
McCallie.
there? Do you have to move there?
Well, no, you don't. The kids can go and they
Where
send
they
their
live?
kids off.
Where do they live?
The parents live here in Mountain Brook,
But I'm talking, where do the
Vestavia,
kids live when they're there?
at the school.
Well, then it is a boarding school.
Well, I know. I guess that's what I
Is
should
it
have
like
said.
IMG?
Helms is asleep, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yes.
Well, I seem to know more about it than you do.
Well,
And you were there.
I know how to get there. But I will tell you this.
So, McKaylee.
I will tell you this. They have 2 pretty famous alumni that they're very proud of. One is Ted Turner, and the other is Pat Robertson.
Well, how about
You're
that?
talking about different ends of the
Boy,
spectrum
I'm
there,
telling you. That is one end or another. Wow.
Now, where's this?
It's in Chattanooga. Also, they have Baylor High School. They also have big indoor facilities, too. So.
"21 minutes past the hour. Phone troll music. Yep. That means that the lines are now open. All 10 lines available. So you can get in the real Greg Burgess. Easy, not time to talk to Greg. Let him know what you want to talk about or just your name since it's a phone troll. And the buzzer actually will do all the screening. At 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We go to the next caller. And there's no meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs in a phone troll because There's only 30 seconds, so the content. Let's get right to it. Get to the meat. Make a comment, ask a question, bring some information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs, but everything else, we are ready to go. The buzzer will get you if you don't get a timeout for Bubba or a timeout from Helmsy, and if you move right now, lines are available. I do want to say thank you. Last night, Friendship Church, Athens, Alabama. Love that part of the country, and folks up there have been listening to us for a long time. They're in their second year of the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. It was time for one of their the men's gatherings, a man church, and I was honored to go and bring that message last night, kind of get an update on how the curriculum is working. All good news from Athens, and we had a great time together. I want to thank Executive Pastor, because they have 3 different campuses there, but Executive Pastor Steve Dorning, and everybody there for being such a gracious host last night. It was a great time, and thank you for trusting us and for being so encouraging about the show, and also about what we are doing at themanchurch.com. I have an update on the conference I'll share with you coming up a little bit later on, too. Russ in Albany. Russ, I guess, is this Albany, Georgia?
Yes, I would like to say that I am a proud member of the pre-9 a.m. crowd.
Oh, wow, okay.
Wow.
And I want to know what Bubba's 51st second is.
51st second.
Somebody help me. I don't know. I don't have it. 51st second?
What do you mean?
Russ, what's that mean?
Well, Bubba was counting down, and I figured I could have a segment, Ask Russ.
Maybe he should have called during the 9 a.m. hour.
I don't even. Am I not up yet?
Maybe
am I dreaming?
Yeah,
right?
Has my clock not gone off yet? And I'll come to work today and say, "You ain't gonna believe this dream I had about some guy named Russ."
So confused.
I'm really trying right now.
If somebody knows what that meant, feel free to email us.
So, Bubba, you have no idea what he was talking about.
Countdown 51st. I didn't get any of that.
Jerry, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys, love the show.
Thank you.
I was just going to let you know I've been watching TV the last couple of years with the subtitles. Once your hearing goes, you can't do without them. Y'all talked about that last week. And I'm just wondering what defense we have against them taking down all the Confederate stuff. I mean, changing school names, base names, taking down statues. Who has the power to do that, and why can't we defend them?
Mm-hmm. I don't think they're really. I think those who want them down and all this change, they have momentum, and those who want to keep it, they're defenseless, because if you say you want to keep it, no matter what your true reason is, you'll immediately be called a bigot and a racist. And some people just aren't willing to weather that storm.
Yeah, some of them are protected federally. Some of them are protected under state law. But a lot of times in a city, if you have a mayor and a council that wants to get rid of something, they can pretty much get rid of it. Now, they can be sued, but they can still, they can fight that out later.
Yeah. Morris in Alabama. Morris, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, doing well, man. Hey, just kudos to you, Rick. I just want to give a shout-out right quick and tell you that was absolutely the best impersonation of Charles Barkley impersonating Elvis I have ever heard.
That's true. That's so true. Yeah, thanks for catching that. Well said. Let's go to Flip in Tennessee. Flip, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Neighbors, how y'all doing?
We're good, Flip. Hope you're okay.
Good. Hey, I came in kind of late this morning. Rick, what's the story there on that shirt or sweater, whatever? What's the story on there? Where's the man get one like that?
That is some sort of pullover thing. It was given to me by Scott Dawson for the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association. It has their logo on the sleeve, I think, or one of the sleeves.
There you go.
Yeah, I thought it came from Queers or Us.
Oh, my gosh. You need to dump that, I think.
Flip, have you ever had a guy in a kind of sky blue pullover come up to Tennessee and whip that butt for you? Because that's what's about to happen. Yeah, thanks for calling, Flip. Appreciate you. I'm sure if I saw how you were dressed today, somehow I think I wouldn't pine for that. Jim,
Rick, I know how he feels about me because that's all I wear.
Right.
Yeah. I think he did a poor job of it. I think he was trying to, how we were gushing over it.
Probably needs to stay away from that word.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think that was a poor
Look,
attempt at it.
We've all met a Flip. Jim in Birmingham.
Probably start there, Rick. His name's Flip.
Right. Jim in Birmingham. Don't think I'd have that nickname using that analogy with other people.
Hey, guys.
So what do you flip about? Jim, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah. Hey, so I'm a younger guy, and I'm trying to start buying a house soon, and I know there's a recession coming. I don't really know much about the recession.
Yep.
Is it better to buy a house before the recession, after the recession, and how much will the recession actually affect us?
Well, I really think, and I know this is not good if you're selling, I think it's a buyer's market right now.
Yeah, because of the higher interest rate.
Yeah, so I mean, you're going to pay a little price on that, but as far as the deal you get on the house, you're probably in a good position right now.
And, if you're, I think, at least what I've heard from some of the people that deal with mortgage stuff, the higher interest rates really affect the middle buyers, the people who are upgrading their house. If you've got money and it's no issue, it doesn't slow you down. They don't even blink. If you're a first-time home buyer, you're trying to get a home. You don't care what the interest rate is. You're trying to get somewhere to live. Doesn't affect them as much. But the ones who are in the middle trying to upgrade, they go, well, we got a house. We'll just hold.
Yeah.
Now, that's what I've heard.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true or not.
If you're buying, you're going to get a better deal on the cost of the house. Now, the interest rate, you got to deal with that. But if you'll be disciplined and kind of pay that principal down, you can kind of come out okay.
Well, here's, gosh, what was the quote? Marry the girl, date the rate. That makes sense. Get the house you want, and then refinance as soon as the interest rates come down.
There you
go. Did I say that right?
I think you did. Yeah.
I like how you look.
No, it's marry the house, date the rate. That's it.
Okay. There
You got to be careful saying that.
Yes, you do.
I knew the house was the girl. I got that now.
Right.
So be married and have a girlfriend at the same time is what Bubba's saying.
No, he did not say that.
No, I'm saying get the house you want.
Right.
And change the interest rate as soon as it comes down, or as Rick said, be aggressive paying off the principal.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So
now we're not professional financial people, but I think that just falls under common sense.
Yeah, I think that's just right there in logic.
I don't need any letters behind my name for that.
No. I remember back when this thing was going crazy and people were bidding on houses. Now that was a seller's market.
Yeah. Well, look, honestly,
that wasn't reasonable.
honestly, the interest rates can get too low, and it causes everybody to go nuts. There needs to be a little cost to borrow money, but you want it to be reasonable. Yeah. It's too high now. I think there's a happy medium, but if you're a first time home buyer again, sir, I would get in where I can get in. That property will appreciate, and it's better than renting.
And get a house you can afford. Don't be house poor, as they say.
Amen.
Oh, wow. And who we dating now? And who we married?
No, you missed it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's a great tennis town, no doubt.
You mean Baylor or Baylor?
Baylor.
Okay.
It is Baylor.
The speaking of famous alumni, Monroeville today we go on. Greg, who is the famous person from Monroeville? There's a couple of them.
Oh, well, the Kill a Mockingbird.
Yeah, what's her name?
Harper Lee.
What's the other one?
I should know this. I don't know.
Truman Capote.
That's right. I knew that.
Yeah, all from Monroeville. Isn't that interesting?
He was a bird, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But when you either one of them, you would think, well, I wonder where they're from. You would have never thought Monroeville.
I know.
But right. So we're there, and we're on 99.3 today. So glad that fills in a little gap for us.
It
there,
does.
So
it does.
So
glad to be there. A lot of good folks down there. Yep. We know a bunch of them, and it's good to be on there.
Yeah, I had a chance to go there and do an event several years ago. I guess it's been several now, not a few. Great town and great food, great people, a lot of great tradition. So. Glad to be on there and add them to the list. And we have much to do on the program. As I mentioned, Fix Mama's Mouth kicks off again today. Another Mother's Day opportunity, as only we would do it, calling something that would be a great gesture for your mother. Call it Fix Mama's Mouth.
Yeah, that's just down to the basics. What it is.
It is. We're gonna fix Mama's mouth.
And then they go to McCallie High School for a visit.
That's right. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Today. But this is a contest that we've been doing for about 15 years. It is called Fix Mama's Mouth. Now, Dr. Dudney approached us and started talking about what if we gave children an opportunity to give their mom a shot at having their teeth fixed. So we were thinking about what we should call it, and we came up with just something pretty straightforward: Fix Mama's Mouth.
Yeah, I mean that kind of it's right there, Rick.
Yeah.
It says it all.
It says it all. Dr. Dudney's back. Dudney, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great, Rick.
Welcome
Great to
back.
be here.
Good. I'm glad you remembered to be here today.
Yeah, and you know, I know I did, and I think about that now. Oh, gosh.
Well, you and I are both talking about this.
Right.
Anybody, and I think this applies to most anybody, there's nothing worse than for there to be something on your calendar outside of your normal workday that you've committed to on a Monday.
Yeah,
that's the worst. And Bubba and I've got one today
early on a Monday.
Because either you've gone somewhere, or even if you haven't, you've disconnected so much to that world. Right. Usually what you do is come back, go to work on a regular day on a Monday, then while you're at work that day, you figure out what you're supposed to do that week.
Yeah, you have to compartmentalize week by week, and I need today to organize the week.
Yeah,
and that's why we do our meetings on Monday.
I even talked to Speedy about that before. I said, look, please don't have us do anything on it that you need us to do on a Monday, because we're not going to remember it.
You're right.
We're going to come in and go, oh, man, is that today? Don't tell us to wear a certain shirt or something for a picture or whatever. That'd be a Monday. It ain't going to happen.
That can't happen.
Because I just don't think about it. So I'm glad that we got you here. And Bubba and I figured out we have something to do today as well. So we will talk about Fix Mama's Mouth, because there's a lot of people that are new to the show. They've never heard this before. They don't know what we're doing.
And it kind of interestingly, it kind of grew out of Bubba. I think we should recognize that it was because we did the makeover show when we did Bubba's teeth and did his smile makeover, that we had a lot of fun doing that and talking about it. And then we thought, well, what if what we did for Bubba we could do for someone? And then we started discussing, well, who, everybody wants to do something for their mother, especially on Mother's Day. And that's how it kind of evolved, I think, from Bubba. And we've tried different things. We've done a few fathers. We'd get some letters saying, hey, what about fathers? And we'd even tried military one time. We wanted to, recognize the military, but mothers just, are special. And it's just
more
something
response on it than any of the others.
Absolutely.
Hey, that's a good smile I had before the veneers.
Yeah.
Now, this was the beginning of the summer of Bubba, wasn't it?
The summer of
Somewhere
Bubba.
in there.
Yeah.
It may have been the pre-summer of
Because
Bubba.
we had this, then we had a hair style change.
Yeah.
Lost a ton of weight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Found that back.
Yeah, got that back. See, the good thing about these teeth,
Teeth still good.
you can't mess them up
Figure not as much.
like you can weight loss. Weight loss you can mess up pretty quick. But
And I was a little nervous going into it. I mean, you're talking about a big change, but I tell you, it was the best thing I've ever done. There was really nothing to it. And Doc, you guys do such a great job. Not that you do a better job than anybody else,
Right.
but the job you did was excellent. Yes.
It's fun and it's rewarding. It's actually rewarding for anybody to be able to do something that makes them feel better about themselves. That's a rewarding feeling. But it's especially rewarding to do something like this where maybe for someone who wouldn't get it otherwise or wouldn't ever be able to have it done otherwise. And it's kind of a neat thing, and we really enjoy doing it. We appreciate what you do, because it wouldn't be possible without you promoting the contest. And another funny story I was thinking about when we were reminiscing a minute ago was the very first contest winner, the husband that wrote the letter.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Before we get to Texas Justice, and Bubba, you remember this on the 20-year We Ain't Never Been Nowhere tour. So anytime you're putting together an event at a venue, there's so much that goes with that, and you're trying to communicate, you're trying to be all over it. So there's some good news here. We're still on the Man Church Conference coming up next month, February 24th and 25th. We are still very close to a sellout, but, and Bubba will know what I mean by this, we were trying to get the number that we had, and we were talking with the venue, is this the number y'all had for sellout? And they basically, after, all these venues hold back tickets for sponsors and people that, that help them and they raise money for, and there's a certain amount of tickets they hold back, and then once they go, all right, here's how many everybody wanted, and here's what's left. So that happened over the weekend. So we went from being down to, around 20 tickets left to now we're at 50 again. So there's about 50 tickets left as of the count this morning, maybe 51 to the conference for the sellout. So those of you that heard me saying, look, there's 20-something, you're like, I can't get it done. it's still a low number, but the good news is there's actually about 50 now. Because of promotional tickets and things like that we discovered over the weekend that they put back in the system. So if you'll go to themanchurch.com and you still want to go and your men's group wants to go, we do have about 50 tickets left. So and we'll let you know when it sells out. But for those of you that thought maybe you missed that window, good news. There's still a few tickets still there. So go make that move. They're all reserved. You'll be settled up for the weekend. Won't have to worry about standing outside every day to run in and grab a seat. And we'll have a great time together coming up at the end of February. So themanchurch.com has all that info for you. Just click right there on the logo, and you'll see how to get your tickets. So, Bubba, let's admit we love stuff like this Texas Justice thing.
Well, I hate it has come to this.
I know. I mean, it's sad that this has happened, and it's sad that somebody gets shot. But there's a lesson. I think this will save other people's lives.
Yeah, well, we can't just let lawlessness go on unchecked.
Right.
And you're seeing that in some parts of the country. We have a guy who goes in and tries to hold up a restaurant. He's got a mask on. He's got a gun. He's demanding the money from all the patrons in this, and someone carrying a gun stands up and kills him.
Mm-hmm. And there it is. So,
and the police are looking for this guy. It was in the Houston area. Mm-hmm. They haven't identified him yet, but they're looking for him. Not that he's going to be arrested. They said they wanted to talk to him, but you know Houston, how liberal it is. No wonder.
That's right.
No wonder he's hiding.
If you're going to be in Texas, don't do this in Austin or Houston.
Now this is somewhat disturbing footage, but you need to see what was going on. In other words, they were throwing their money to him on the floor.
Right.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's it.
Oh. Well, he's making sure, ain't he?
Yeah, that's the end of that.
Wow.
Yeah.
He wasn't playing.
No, he wasn't.
Good night.
Can I ask y'all an uncomfortable question? Do you finish what you're eating?
How about the guy that was sitting closest to it? He's like, "Can I just get up, please, and get out of here?"
I mean, that's
the guy. Look at the guy in the corner with his hands up.
That's what I'm saying. That's him.
Yeah.
He finally. Good gracious.
Yeah. Well,
let me tell you what he was going to make sure nobody was going to fire back at him.
No.
Hey, how about that guy will not rob anybody else?
And I tell this guy that threw his money on the floor, you can put that back in your pocket.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The robber did, or not the robber. The guy that stopped the robber gave everybody his money back.
He did.
And then left. And now Houston police, they've tweeted out, this man is not charged with the crime. The man that stopped the robber, he's not charged with the crime, but we would like to speak to him and just ask him a couple questions.
This is where I need to invest in the pointer again. And the people who are watching on YouTube want us to get a pointer. So when we're whatever. But see, this guy right now has made the decision to put a mask on and get a weapon
and rob people of their hard-earned money.
And come in and point his weapon at people.
He's pointing at everybody.
And threaten to kill them if they don't give him their stuff that isn't his.
Right.
Well, when he made that decision, he also put his own life in jeopardy.
He voided his own life
Right.
at that point when he entered that restaurant. He had sacrificed his life for a bad decision.
And he went in there. He would be alive today if he doesn't do this.
Yep.
Yeah. That guy's not going to run on the and I'll tell you another thing. He's not paying attention to the guy getting his gun out. He
okay.
Yeah.
And that's that.
Mm-hmm.
There's no telling how many times
this finish right
he
here.
had done it before or how many times he would do it again. But you know what?
Yeah.
There will be no repeat in this.
No.
Good night.
No.
How about that guy was ready, wasn't he?
He was ready, and
I consider him a hero myself.
Now, I want everyone to be prepared for what's going to happen.
Oh yeah,
the
they're going to
outcry.
Yeah,
the libs in Houston will go after him.
Now,
even though it's Texas.
And what I'd like to see us do is to do a follow-up question and make them at least answer it, and maybe they will, and I even think what they might say. You're going to have to say, so I just want to be clear. These people that are on the ground and getting a gun pointed at them, and any of them could have been shot at any time if they made the wrong move, if this guy didn't like it. If this guy didn't like it. You're telling me that they should just have to deal with that? So you're saying that the guy who legally had a weapon, and we'll see, I think he probably does, and knows how to use it, that you don't see him as defending the other people who were in danger from the actual guy with the gun?
And they're going to say he was leaving.
Yeah.
Well, he could have turned around and shot at any moment.
Yeah.
He's swinging a gun around.
He already robbed everybody, Rick. You just cannot let this go, because if he gets away with it, two more are going to try it.
Yeah.
And look, you can't. We have to have a point where there's a line, and we're not going to allow it.
It's awful that this man lost his life
Yeah,
this
I
way.
hate it for him, but he made that decision, Rick.
He did.
Not us, not the guy who shot him.
But
he made that decision.
But we also have to look at the good side of this. I don't want to live in a society where criminals think they can come in anywhere at any time, point a gun at me, and take what's mine and face no consequences. This lets all of those people know, there are consequences that could happen to this, and maybe it's not worth it.
And I know there'll be some people that are unhappy that we showed it on the air, but I say we show it to show people the consequences of these type decisions.
Yeah.
See, we don't want to candy coat it. We want it to make a difference in somebody's life who's considering this.
That's right.
And go, no, I ain't going to do that. It ain't worth it.
Yeah, and people are saying, oh, he was leaving. He was leaving. He didn't have to do that. We don't know that. Like you guys said, there was money on the floor. He could have circled back. We have
Yes.
clear images of him pointing the gun. It did turn out that it was a fake gun, but it was a realistic gun, and those everybody in that restaurant was fearing for their lives, including the guy with the gun.
Yeah.
Don't bring a fake gun to a real gunfight.
How about this,
pretty
too?
real.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, I don't have time to figure
I'm
out
surprised
if it's real.
somebody in Texas would even try this, Because in Texas, people are more than likely armed than they would be in a lot of other places.
Well, now you go back and understand what you said to begin with, but this is Houston, Texas.
Right.
That's a different Texas now.
I know.
Austin, Texas is a different Texas now. But maybe this will help the people in Houston to be safer because no matter how liberal the city may become, apparently, there's still Texans that have a gun and know how to use it.
Yes.
So.
And how many patrons were in there? About 6, 7 maybe?
Mm-hmm.
So you look at the robber and you go, so what did you get out of this?
Let's say he'd have got all that
Besides-
money off the floor. How much was his life worth?
Right.
Bad
So 1,
decision.
2, 3.
Bad investment.
4, and then there's a couple, 5, 6 maybe. And then there's looks like somebody behind the counter, 7.
Yep.
Choices have
consequences. Ramifications, yeah.
All right,
They
so I'm
do.
looking at the guy in the hood that's eating with the guy that was that stopped the robber, and you could see when the guy was fidgeting for his. It looked like he was holding it on his left side.
Yeah.
The guy in the hood was like, "Oh wow, are you about to do this?" You could tell it was.
They're
it
making
was happening.
Yeah, he sees what's about to happen.
How about somebody using a toy gun? That's even stupider.
It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just begging somebody to shoot you, and you have no way to shoot back.
Yep.
A lot of bad decisions here. A lot of bad decisions.
Can I tell you that what is most surprising to me of all
This
this
guy's
we're
probably
watching?
gonna be in trouble.
Yeah. Oh, he's got some days ahead. Watch the guy by the jukebox. I've never seen anybody be so unresponsive.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
to
even
so-
see him. I didn't even count him.
Yeah. Watch him. He is not responsive to the robbery or the stopping of the robbery.
He's already.
Yeah. Watch him the whole way. Look, he's just sitting there. Now, is he going for a gun?
Hey, it looks like he's fidgeting with something too.
Yeah. Now watch him even when the shooting's going on. Look, he's not even moving. He didn't even move.
He didn't even look.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm not too. I think he took another bite.
I do too.
I guarantee he finished his plate before he left.
Well, he did pay for it.
He was fidgeting with something.
Right.
I don't know if he was getting his money out to give to him or he was going for his gun.
Yeah, it was something going on there, wasn't there? So it's a sad story, but it doesn't happen if you don't go in pretending to have a gun and pointing it at people and demanding that they give you their money. So everybody out there, make a note of that. Be sure you concentrate on that because that might save your life. Don't do those things. It can end really badly. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You were saying win a new grill, and he thought she meant a grill that you cook on. He thought she thought she had won a grill. I mean,
And as exciting as that is.
Right.
And he wasn't disappointed about the fact that he'd won a grill that he was going to barbecue on.
Yeah, he was trying to get his wife a grill that was certainly for her, but
Yeah.
even though he would probably use it as well.
Right.
So, yeah, we're talking about 10 upper veneers,
Right.
lower bleaching, cleaning, x-rays. I mean, this is about $15,000 package.
Well, altogether, yes.
Yeah, you put it all together. Now, the veneers, even though they are still a little pricey, they've gotten better, but they're still pricey.
It is.
That's
and
why
it's-
this is also important.
It's what makes this, in the reach of someone. And the other thing, I say this every year, is that I wish everybody could win. It's a really hard thing because some of these letters are so nice and they're so meaningful, and you want them all to win. And it's a shame we only have one winner, but we'll keep doing it as long as you want to do it, because I like the fact that at least one person gets to win.
I love when you walk into your office how you've got a lot of the pictures up from past winners, the before and afters,
Right.
and how happy they look.
I think we call that the Mouse of Fame.
Yeah, yeah.
Earlier in the program about Bubba being in Chattanooga this past weekend, so we watched a little bit of it here in the studio, Bubba. And
How strange was that?
It was kind of cool actually to watch that.
Well, we carried our local high school tennis team, the Briarwood High School team, boys and girls team, to Chattanooga for the Deco Turf High School Championships. And, Rick, teams from all over the country, Colorado represented, Texas, Louisiana, all up the eastern seaboard. And it's really cool when you get to go and play some of the best players in any sport in the country, not just in your state. And our girls did a great job. They went 2-1 in their flight. They lost their first match to DuPont Manual from Louisville, Kentucky. Then they defeated Pensacola Catholic and Assumption High School, also from Kentucky, and finished 5th in their flight. They did a great job. Our boys was in a slightly higher bracket, the B group, and they defeated DuPont Manual, also from Louisville. Then they defeated a very, very tough South Lake Carroll School from South Lake, Texas, and then defeated Catholic High School from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in the championship. And, man, Rick, it was just some really, really quality tennis. We got to see in the championship game of the boys Nick Watson, who was the highest-rated player in the tournament, already a signee with South Carolina's tennis team and one of the top players in his age group in the country. And, boy, he got his, but we were able to withstand him and squeak out a win 5-4 for the championship. So it was big for the guys to do that. Real proud of the girls, too, the way they played. The team that beat them ended up winning their group. So both teams played really well. It was just a great trip, and we want to thank Thrasher Brothers for helping us get there. And, Chattanooga's a great town. We've talked about it before. Great place to be. Now, hey, traffic going up and over the mountains are sometimes a little dandy, but they got great facilities there. They got 2 high schools with indoor courts, and the Champions Club is second to none there. It's just a beautiful place, and we just had a really good time. It was a nice trip all the way around. I hope all the kids and parents enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. I mean, it sounds like it was a blast. So,
and there at Macaulay High School, we were actually on the internet. They broadcast all that, and that's what y'all were watching, I guess.
We saw you mode.
There's no telling what you saw on that,
Yeah,
and audio too. So,
are you going to tell them what you said?
I saw a head coach is what I saw.
No, y'all don't start all that.
I did.
I told them yesterday because of that woman that emails me every time I say I'm not part of this.
Oh, not again.
Yeah.
Did somebody email again?
Oh,
on
that same woman emails me every time we do that joke. Every single time.
Well, that's why I don't talk about it much. So we don't get into all that. But
at least
I'm not. I am third on the totem pole. I'm a volunteer assistant and glad to be there.
Yeah. Well, we saw you though. El Capitan's the way you're moving around.
Yeah. You know that
had a West Coast strut going.
He sure did.
He did.
He did.
Well, we got our routine. We try to stay with it, and but I was really proud of the kids. They handled themselves well, and teenagers, even good ones, sometimes have bad moments. But overall, I think it went real well. It was very competitive. I just love seeing that high level of tennis. It's where it's nip and tuck. I mean, every shot counts, and when you get out of there, you're glad to be out of there. The Catholic school from Baton Rouge was very good. I tell you, South Lake Carroll was awesome. I was so glad to get out of that match and be done with that. I there wasn't words to describe because we were hanging by a thread there the whole match.
Yeah. Ten minutes to the top of the hour, we make our way back. HelloFresh.com/Bubba, man. We love having them going on with us another year. I know a lot of you are as well. Man, this is a great meal planning setup here at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. You're looking to save some time on Monday? Yeah. Look, get connected with HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Take control
of the clock, your budget, delicious recipes delivered right to the door. Spend less time in the kitchen with the new fast and fresh recipes. You know, it's a new year, so they got some new ones. Hey, the Southwest pork and bean burritos, yes, packed with flavor, ready in about 15 minutes. Over 35 weekly recipes, 70 seasonal and convenience items. There's always something new to try. And pre-portioned ingredients and step-by-step instructions make it easy to whip up a tasty meal right at home. So skip those extra trips to the grocery store, to the market, cut back on takeout, and get HelloFresh delivered instead at 25% cheaper than takeout. It's easy, and it's the most delicious way to save, and you can start this new year off right and get America's #1 meal kit. 22 free meals we're going to get you. 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. 22 free meals plus free shipping. Great deal from HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Now, if everything you guys tell us in this next audio video is correct, and I guess it is, I'm a little shocked at the prize money. I'm a little shocked. It feels a little low to me.
Yeah, we got an NBA fan who had to compete, and he had to make, 3 shots? Had to make a free throw, a 3-point, and a half-court shot.
Correct.
And he does that, and he only wins $500.
Stupid recession.
I mean, that's a $1 million
Not
shot,
even
don't you
1,000.
think?
This is the Biden
That's $1 million.
administration.
Maybe not $1 million.
The Biden administration's ruined everything. We don't even got prize money for NBA stuff. $500.
I got concerned. The free throw here, he does okay. 3-point line, he struggled. I was a little concerned,
Yeah.
but then he gets back half court and drains it.
But for $500, he hits a half-court shot, a 3-pointer, and a free throw.
Here we go.
$500.
Right.
All right.
Little nervous there, but he
got a
brings
good
it back.
shot.
Yeah, he brings it back.
So it looks like he had 45 seconds to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
So he don't have to rebound himself,
No,
which is
that
usually what
helps.
happens.
Oh, yeah, that helps.
Yeah.
He thought he had to start over, but
he
didn't.
did. And they probably had it wrong, and he does have to.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Now you know he won't get in.
That's why it's
Yeah.
$500.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm starting to see why it's 500.
Right.
Well, yeah.
I think we could do this.
They do
There
give
we
you
go.
a good amount of time.
Yeah,
That
you get a ton of time.
The 3-point, I mean,
The first two, yes. This one is
Oh, that's pretty good.
Drills it.
Oh, he
nails it.
$500. Bubba, I don't think it's worth $1 million. Bubba threw $1 million on it.
I wonder
10
how
grand.
many people
Absolutely.
win that.
10
though.
grand.
I would say 50 grand. Half court shots. Most people don't make those.
Bubba, you got a lot of time. You hit those first two, you're throwing 10 of those up. They're rebounding for you.
Can we get to 10 grand?
Yeah, 10 grand's plenty.
Wait,
20's
let's say
fantastic.
this. Let's say
50.
this. Let's say this. It's way more than $500.
Yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
substantially more.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, that's what's happening. Everything's broke.
How about, that's pretty cool though when he drills the shot and then he gets to like celebrate with other NBA guys like he's on the team like yeah, ball is life.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in a handle here. If he doesn't make this one, he maybe has one shot left because they got to rebound to get it back to him.
See, think about that though. He took a lot of time on those first two.
Mhm.
Nails this one, but he would have had another shot at it.
Yeah, he
with
would
a
have
second,
probably
at least
one more.
second shot.
Yeah.
Them rebounding for him is
That's huge.
but it's still more than $500.
Yeah.
Substantially
Yes.
more.
I wonder what the numbers are. How many people win that versus how many people's actually try.
Maybe this is something they do every night.
He's got a
That's
good
why
little
it's a-
stroke.
Yeah, you can tell he's played a little ball.
He's played a little bit of basketball.
Have any of y'all ever won anything?
Nothing.
No.
Won anything?
No.
Yeah,
Like
a
this?
little contest,
No.
like a
deal.
little contest. I got
I
picked
never-
to do this, and I did it. Ever?
Yeah, I've won a few little things.
Have you?
I was throwing away some old trophies from childhood. And I won a few things at a 4th of July thing.
Like what? Doing what? Ring toss.
Hit the most free throws. You know,
Okay.
that kind of thing.
Well, that's exactly what I'm asking. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a little trophy for it.
Did you really?
Yeah.
They give you any money?
No.
You can get jacked, did you?
No.
Huh? Yeah, I
I
don't.
got a trophy. It was a nice little trophy.
I don't think the chances of me winning any kind of contest there. I mean, they're none. It's like if I go near a contest, it'll just be jinxed.
Yeah. Well, there's
I
not
can't-
many we can compete in now, Rick, other than
Right.
throwing bean bags at a hole or something. You know?
I don't even keep the little tearaway when a kid sells you something at your door to raise money for the scouts or whatever.
Right.
I don't even keep the tear off.
Hey, you know, we might do a random drawing.
Coupon book?
Yeah, we're going to do a drawing. You might win shotgun. I'm like, yeah, right.
On a drawing, I've never won anything.
Don't win
Nothing.
Nothing. And if I did, they'll say something like, "Oh, that's not the one we picked."
It was a mistake.
There's just no way. I'm just not. No. I remember, Greg. I tell you the one that I'm gonna go back to our childhood, and you remember, and I got robbed on this speed skating.
Oh yeah,
I was the fastest skater.
They brought that ringer in
at Sunshine Skate Center, and the problem with these contests is they'll just, and we do this to a degree, and I understand the freedom of it because you want it to be entertaining first of all. Well, you know, they always reserve the right to change the rules. I thought we were in a playoff.
Yeah, because it was multiple races,
right? And I was working my way through the playoff, and I was winning. I was going all the way to the end, and there was some guy that worked at the skating rink or whatever from time to time. You know, long-haired hippie guy, skates all the time. had some really expensive skates. You know, mine weren't very expensive.
Yeah, you had precision bearings, but that's about it.
And I was owning it. And all of a sudden, they let him race me at the end.
Yeah,
and he didn't go through the playoff.
He was really fast.
He didn't go through the playoff, and he beat me.
To
See, that's exactly how my life is on contests.
Well, and mine too. And Greg, you probably remember this. A few years ago, Greg and I went downtown.
Oh, yeah.
UAB was doing this. I don't know, hoops for.
They do it every year.
It was when they had Haas was his coach was named before Kennedy got there, and they did something like hoops for Haas on the Asphalt or something like that. I don't know, some tricky name. That's what it was called.
They invite the press and
so
Greg, right, Speedy's hosted it.
So okay, you have so Greg and I go down there, and I'm participating in the basketball part of this on court. And we played knockout. For those of you that have played knockout, you go to the free throw line, or you can do three-pointer. Usually do the free throw line. You shoot. If you miss, you've got to get the miss back in via layup before the person behind you. If they hit the free throw before, you're out.
Okay.
You're knocked out.
Got it.
So I thought, well, okay, well, good. I'll nail some free throws. No big deal. I'll probably win this thing. Lauren Sisler put me out first shot.
My God.
You remember that?
I remember it.
Hit it right off the back. And she drained the next shot before I could get the layup in. And I thought, well, that didn't last but about 20 seconds.
Next thing you need, he's back over there with me.
Yeah.
I knew that was awful.
And that's so my life goes like that too, Rick, when it comes to these type things.
I was at age 2 where I'd already seen myself in my mind coming to the tape first. And
you had it.
Yeah, and all the girls from junior high thinking this was awesome. You know, this was my moment in the spotlight. And I don't know why
they let that guy in later.
Yeah, they bring out one of the Doobie Brothers and guy get beat.
You got to say he was fast.
He was very fast. He had very expensive skates.
He did.
And he was wiry, but he was fast.
He's fast.
So you were a fast skater, Rick?
I was a fast skater.
Okay.
Yeah. I really should have not been put in that position. I'd come through the playoff.
They would give you. We'd race for a free Coke. You know, they do that every night.
Oh, I'd win that in a second.
Remember, everybody'd run on their stoppers down the first stretch.
Oh, yeah. I could run on those old cheap stoppers, man. Yeah. My legs were huge.
Get going.
Did you get in a weird position to start?
You're standing on your stoppers.
I had a lot of power. I didn't have very good skates, but I had power. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. So that's good. We,
we had a good time. Thank y'all for letting me go.
Well, any time we, that you're away, I mean, you come back and you're just wondering. You start checking your email. What happened while I was gone?
Right. Oh yeah. Well, I started getting a few emails about the play-by-play y'all were giving on the cameras and all that. And we had quite a few people watching. So
when Gary began to do color commentating, that's when it got away for just a minute.
The only thing better is if we'd all been playing hams.
Did you know that Gary, the Bulldozer Man, played tennis in Chilton County?
He mentioned to me that back in the day he dropped a few balls and hit them.
Chasing them fuzzy balls.
He said, I've been out there chasing them old fuzzy green balls.
Yeah.
Greenland?
He said green.
Pitcher would cut off short.
I'm colorblind. They look yellow to me.
What I'm talking about, I guess in his time, maybe they had more of a green tint. I don't know.
Maybe dirty yellow ones.
Yeah. Well, that could have been. That could have been.
When he said that, I thought the same thing. I was like, but I don't know what color they've all been through that time. that was way back during the Model T. So I don't know what was.
Yeah, they were still wearing coats and ties playing back then, wasn't
it? Yeah. Speaking of sports, I saw. I love documentaries, and over the weekend, and I thought about you, Speedy, and Helms
and I think Greg would be somewhat interested in it, Adler somewhat interested in it, but you guys for sure. Have you seen the documentary Fastball? That goes through the history of the fastball in baseball.
What?
Okay.
Oh, I want to see
I've
that.
seen the one about the knuckleball.
There's one about the knuckleball?
Yeah.
Hey,
Really?
Whatever you
Netflix,
do, just move that up to priority of next time. you see
And
it.
where is it? What is it on? Where did I find it?
Netflix has got it.
Okay.
I think you go their documentaries and see it.
Okay.
I think it's called Fastball.
I'm in.
It's really, really
Kevin
good.
Costner's narrating it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah.
It's good.
All right, I'm
Can I
on it.
tell you of the
Y'all gonna love it.
I'm on it.
when you run down moments you will never forget on this show over the last 24 years. I know for some of you new to this program, you're thinking you must be kidding me. 24 years, it's true.
Right.
But getting to throw knuckleballs back and forth with Phil Necro, that is a high water. That's in maybe the top 5 for me.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I got to snap to Bart Starr and reenact the quarterback sneak for the Super Bowl win.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was a Cowboy.
Right. We've had some good moments. You know, I mean, we've had an opportunity with this show to meet a lot of folks, get to experience some cool things in 24 years. Really have. So, top of the hour, we'll be back. And congratulations and well done, Bub, and to the team. Glad y'all had a great trip.
Yeah, very, very happy for them. I hope they had a good time as much as I did.
And you got to see Andy Blanks in the elevator.
I did. I ran into him. He was up there with, I believe, a group of volleyballers. Huh?
Yep, his daughter playing volleyball up there for another tournament. Andy, who co-wrote the devotional with me and has been on the show a lot. We'll be right back. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you've talked about this a little bit, and I know that you've there's definitely, and you certainly don't want to make light of something serious when it actually really happens. So I want to be clear about that. I mean, this sexual harassment thing that's going on out there. Anybody who truly has been in this situation, you certainly don't want to make light of that. But as always, sometimes we take things that are very serious, and when you become the famous children's story, the boy who cried wolf.
Oh yeah.
And if
we all know that story.
But then there's the other side of the spectrum, and we have this today. All of us have, if you have any sort of public platform, have been abused by the media. I'm sorry. I mean, get in line. That's one of those things. If you're going to be, in the entertainment business, or you're going to be in the business, we're in, that's a little hybrid of a bunch of things, you're going to be harassed by the media from time to time. I'm not sure that's a big breakthrough.
Did you ever think Barbra Streisand was pretty in any way, or what did you think about her?
Well, no. I mean, I've never. No,
I don't think she's dog ugly, but I don't.
Well, I'm just wondering, since she brought the topic up.
I actually thought that. I remember when I was when I was younger. This was that time when she would be in a lot of movies too.
Right.
Not just a singer. I actually knew her more because it's not my style of music, and I know she's extremely talented as a singer. Don't misunderstand me, but at our age when we were younger, you weren't drawn to the latest Barbra Streisand.
No, never was. Or
Stars Born,
or movie.
Well,
or movie.
That's
really.
what I was going to say.
Stars Born.
No, A Stars Born.
Now that may have been the peak for her.
And their
I
music
think,
from that is good.
Yeah, the music from that. Yeah, you're right. I guess it, but I still would rather.
That's about it.
I would rather hear the songs that Chris Christopherson does from that than her. Really.
Yeah.
Am I a figment of your imagination? Or you a figment of mine? Watch closely now.
Good movie.
It's a great movie, and I enjoyed it, and so that was.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. From the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. The gang all here. Speedy the Real, Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey. Bubba, how do?
Rick, glad to be here.
How do?
And thank all of you for listening. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
That's a reasonable request. Now,
I think so.
Bubba, people love to get updates. What's happening with all the kids in Rick and Bubba land? And we have, through your daughter, been introduced to Congressman Jerry Carl out of the great state of Alabama. They're in District Number 1. And he's been down there in the middle of all this mess. Your daughter is working now with his office. And so, Caitlin, thank you for getting Congressman Jerry Carl on. And, Congressman, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning, sir. My preacher only asked for an hour, and you're going to get 5 hours. Maybe y'all are in the wrong business.
Congressman, it's great to meet you finally. I've heard a lot of good things about you, and glad to get you on the air. I know you've had a lot of fun going on there in the house this week.
It's always fun up here, Bubba. I mean, I call it a walk through the trailer park. Some days it gets wild and woolly.
Do you think that Mike Rogers could take Matt Getz?
Well, I think that's so overblown, really. I mean, McCarthy did the same thing. McCarthy approached him and had a few words with him, and Mike approached him and had a few words with him. And the only difference is Rick Hudson reached and grabbed Mike. That was the only real difference. I mean, but it's really been blown out of proportion, and Mike feels bad about it. And of course, I'm not going to speak for Getz. I don't know how he feels, but I've been with Mike talking most of the weekend.
We've known Mike. We're from the same county, and we've literally known Mike, I guess, since high school, and his wife. So we've known him a long time. Yeah. It's not like him to get flustered like that.
No, that's very unusual. Mike, I consider to be a very close friend. I grew up in Sylacauga myself, so I'm part of that hometown group up there. But there was just a lot of pressure on that floor, and it kept building and building and building, and it's just one of those things that happen. We'll move on. We'll move on. I support Mike, but it's not as bad as it seems. I just want people to understand that.
Yeah, well, everything in D.C. usually gets blown out of proportion when the news guys get a hold of it. Jerry, let me.
DC stands for Drama City.
It does. Yeah. It's one of those things. Y'all should get. Like, my wife has a shirt she wears sometimes that says "Mess with me and you mess with the whole trailer park."
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah, so that's good.
Mess with me and you mess with the whole trailer park.
Well, Jerry,
I like it.
that whole process, was that healthy? Or do you think it could cause some negative connotations to voters in the middle who go, well, I put the Republicans in and now look at them?
I think it's going to be a combination of both, but overall, I think it was healthy. We need to have those conversations. They needed to be up front. We should have done them behind closed doors. We should have done them in conference and not on the floor, but it is what it is. Today, we'll vote on a budget package, and we'll see how that goes. I'm sure it'll be the same argument, but the difference is it'll be behind closed doors, and behind closed doors, people can be honest. We're family. We can still fuss and fight and get in one another's face, but there's not a camera rolling, and there's not, the press there to report, something that we've said. So we can be a little more honest about things. So it'll be interesting to see how the day goes.
Congressman, tell us a little bit about H.R. 23. I know you were one of the original co-sponsors on this, and cutting back on this funding for the Internal Revenue Service that looks like they're gearing up to go after hardworking Americans.
Well, when it was pushed through, it was told that, they were only going after the wealthy people, the millionaires, which is a joke. You don't need 87,000 armed IRS agents to audit wealthy people's books. So the first package is going to be H.R. 23, as you said, and we call it the Family Small Business Taxpayer Protection Act. And it's basically going to be to defund the 87,000 IRS agents. There's not a whole lot we can do once it passes, but we do have control of the purse, so we can start trying to defund some of these things. Of course, it'll be kicked to the Senate. The Senate's got to figure out how they're going to deal with it. Of course, from the Senate, it'll go to the president. So we'll open up a whole new conversation on these 87,000 IRS agents, and we can shine some light on what we find and what we think is going to happen. That's our job, if you think about it. That's truly our job.
It is. Congressman, another one that I think is close to the heart of a lot of Americans and a lot of Alabamians especially is the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. And I know you've been heavily involved in that. Tell us a little bit about that.
That'll be HR 26. That's one we will talk about and debate on the floor this week also. Basically, that starts tightening the noose on the abortion from a federal standpoint. You know, I've always been one to say that the state should have more power on issues like this, and that's where we're at. I mean, that's all the Supreme Court said this last summer, is the state should be able to mandate that. But we'll start tightening the noose a little bit. These liberals on the floor, they'll take abortion even after born. If a baby's born alive, they'll literally take forceps and just clamp it and put it out of its misery. I don't know any other way to put it.
Yeah.
Under the rules that are set now. So we're going to start changing that, where at least it is more, it's got more of a definition of abortion versus all-out murder.
Yeah, Congressman, and we talked about this on the show, and I know that's why you're active on this particular bill. I can't believe that we've all lived long enough in what is supposed to be a civilized society, and we're having to discuss this. I thought all of us agreed that life began outside the womb, and now that's not even a given, and that's why we need, unfortunately, this kind of legislation.
Rick, I agree. And by the way, Rick, I sat in on one of your conferences down in Mobile, a men's prayer group. So I appreciate you and your stance and your view and how you've used your life in such a positive manner to serve God. And I appreciate that.
Thank you.
You know, up here in D.C., so much of it's about raising money, raising funds. The Democrat Party has figured out that's one place that they can raise a tremendous amount of money. I don't understand it. I mean, I grew up in Talladega County, for example, and the idea of some of the things that they talk about dealing with a fetus just blows my mind.
Yeah.
So it's something we're going to have to deal with. I mean, it's as common now, if you think about it. You know, 1 in 3 ladies over the age of 18 have possibly had an abortion. You got to think about those numbers, for example.
Wow.
You got 3 ladies sitting at the table. Chances are one of them's had an abortion.
Right.
You know, what are we doing for the ladies that have gotten an abortion? We have to have, we've got to have a ministry or some type that we can work with them to get their life back on. They made a mistake. We all make mistakes.
Sure.
So let's figure out how we can help those, and also the dads. I mean, there's a victim here that never gets talked about, and that's the dads.
Right.
I'm not saying that every dad feels that way, but there are some that do feel that way. So, you know, the reckoning, it's going to take God to get involved in this. I don't care what. I have no other way to put it. It's going to take a God thing.
Yeah,
because the mentality up here is just a maneuver. It's not a procedure. It's just a political point.
I certainly don't pretend to know what God's doing all the time, but it appears He's already involved. Mm-hmm. If you just look around.
Well, you know, and really all of this started changing when the Virginia governor, Ralph Nordstrom, what is his name, you know, made the comment about you know, making the infant comfortable until the mother decided what to do. And the backlash from that is what got Roe v. Wade turned over and sent back to the states.
Absolutely.
That's a great point, Bubba. I'm going to use that, if you don't mind, somewhere down the road, but
it's true.
I haven't thought about it that way. Good point.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that seemed to light the fire and then we started seeing all the states pass the laws, you know, limiting and trying to force the Supreme Court to make a ruling on it.
He finally got he didn't realize that he actually said how he actually sees it.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people are like, look, we need to stay out of this. People have to make their own choices. Also, somebody just stopped and said, what did he say?
Yeah.
And
we were all doing that. We're going to run that back again.
Right. Yeah. And then you're like, well, wait a minute. Surely we're not to that point. Is there any Congressman? Do you have to go? I know we could do one
No,
more segment.
sir. I'm here. I've got another radio hit somewhere around 10:30 or 11 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
I'm in good shape.
All right. Yeah, I want to ask you about a few more of these now that we have the speaker and business is back underway.
And some of your controversial hiring practices.
Yeah.
We got to talk about that.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Really, my only, Barbara Streisand moment. Now, I understand, of course, I think it gets, you got to be careful when you go down into the world of any Ben Stiller comedy. Because eventually he's going to derail, and you're going to be like, I wish I wasn't here right now.
Right.
But I understand that she and Dustin Hoffman are very funny as his parents.
They are.
And like
they
Meet
are
the Parents
funny.
4 or 5, or it's on down there.
I think it may have started at 2 where you first meet them.
Right.
And then they become more notable as you go on.
So I'm not really, I'm sure
funny.
Barbara Streisand and I would probably not agree on too many things, but she's not some person that
they were kind of the
that
freewheeling
bothers me.
parents, best I remember. Kind of
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah.
I think she was a therapist, as a matter of fact,
Correct.
for a particular problem.
She was.
Yeah.
So, but what I don't understand is this shows that because she does have some ego, which I mean, you're into anybody, talent can always breed a little ego.
Sure.
But for some reason, she wants us to know that she's never suffered sexual harassment, but she has been abused by the media. I don't know why.
What's that mean?
I don't know why she wants us to know this.
Listen, her quote.
You know, if you're not part of this movement, it's never happened to you. Don't you just stay out of it?
Yeah.
Her quote is funny though. She says, "I wasn't like those pretty girls with little, with those nice little noses. Maybe that's why."
Right. So she really is
got
almost
a snout on her.
She Greg. Yeah. She says that all these things are horrible, and we all agree with that, whether it's ever happened to you or not. I think we all can say when this really does happen that it is horrible. And but I don't know why she's in this. Why didn't she just come out and say, though it's never happened to me, this is something that needs to be addressed?
Rick,
I mean,
it is horrible, but it has brought to light, and I told you I have run into this already. Now women who think, wow, nobody's ever hit on me. What's wrong with me?
And I think Barbara may be drifting that way. I think that this may be an underlying theme here in this story. Don't you sense it?
Or as they tell me, hashtag what's wrong with me.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Not that they would respond to it, but as a compliment, they would like to at least get an offer.
Well, you know what it's like? Think about how many times there was something out there that we really didn't want to be part of, but we kind of hurt our feelings when we get to turn it down.
Right, yes,
You know what I mean?
absolutely.
Right, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, like
absolutely. A little different situation, but I know what
But
you
you
mean.
know what I mean.
Yeah,
It's like,
heck
you and I have been overlooked for a few things that we thought, well, I'd like to at least have a chance to turn that down.
I'd at least like to say thank you, but no thanks.
Right. So anyway, that I don't know why Barbara Streisand is even in the news today, but
I guess for saying that.
Yeah, I mean, but is that
she got an album coming out or something?
Right. I mean, it would.
She was in the news for because she's one of these Hollywood. We're all destroying the earth, but she drives around a Winnebago because she won't go in a public bathroom.
Correct.
You remember that story?
Yeah, remember every time she makes a stand, somebody looks into her life and goes, "What? You live on another planet."
And they said the model she had got 3 miles to the gallon or something.
Yeah, well, on that note, and I'm gonna tell you what these things. Sherry and I got hung into this yesterday during a little downtime watching. I really enjoy these documentaries, The Planet or Blue Planet, and it always has that English guy narrating them, who I love his voice. And but now, so I can watch it, what I've done is in the photography they come up with and how they get the footage they get is just beyond me. I don't know how you do it. How did you end up getting a camera in there where this animal is inside there? I don't know how they do it. And the footage they get is incredible, and I enjoy watching them. But I always wait on it, and Sherry and I get to laughing the moment that they attack human beings, and it never fails.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're sitting there and you're enjoying it, and all of a sudden you go, however, finding a place to take her young is getting more difficult. And I go, here it comes. Plastic. There it is. And they show some plastic floating out in the water.
Right.
Yeah. Human beings created a force with plastic that is destroying the ecosystem. You're just like, oh, gosh, here we go. And I love how they'll just throw out these things. This is something that's been going on for 4 billion years. I'm like, and I'll scream at the screen, step out. Gosh, wow, what a reach. But it never. You're just enjoying it, and you're having a blast.
I know.
They're even accomplishing what you want them to accomplish. You're going, animals are amazing. How about animals are amazing? Look at that. That's a fish that's learned how to take a clam and bang it against a rock and break it. Wow.
Yeah, it's impressive.
However, clams are getting harder to find. And you're like, oh, here it comes. Due to overfishing and the consumption of clams. And you're like, oh, there it is. Now we get thrown under the bus again. And I always laugh. We got to laughing, and Sherry, of course, there's certain things we say every time, and she has to go, well, here we go. Hey, boys, stand by. Here comes Dad. I said, 22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. Congressman Jerry Carl out of Mobile, Alabama, is on the program with us today. We now have a Speaker of the House. McCarthy is in. All that is over. And now we're talking about getting to work. And Bubba talking about the fact that he has strange hiring practices.
Congressman, I know you have a new staff member there. We mentioned it earlier, and I know you're taking good care of her.
Oh, I tell you, she's been such a blessing to us. And Bubba, she has your personality. We're trying to come up with a nickname for her because being from the South, you have to have a nickname.
Sure.
You can't be called by your real name. So I think we may stick Bubette as her new nickname.
That's funny.
She'll be known as Bubette around the office.
Well, she is determined. I'll tell you that. We always called her our spirited child. So when she gets her mindset on
she's
something,
got a
look
bright
out.
future. I hope it's back in Alabama. We certainly need to bring these bright minds back home, but she's got a future, whatever she goes after.
So no doubt about that, and we're all very proud of her. And when looking at some of the other resolutions, we touched on some biggies, but there's others, and again, I can't believe some of them we're having to actually do,
like protecting our strategic reserve.
Right.
Tell us a little bit about why that is necessary.
Right.
Well, the president, in his divine wisdom, sold our reserves. We're at the lowest level, I think, since 1984. And those reserves are primarily for wartime. Trump did a fantastic job getting all those reserves built up at a very cheap price. President Biden used it to try to bring fuel prices down by flooding the market. And I think some of it even actually got sold over to China in the process. But what we're trying to do is which would be HR 22, which is protecting the American strategic petroleum reserves from China Act. We're going to prevent that from happening again. We're not going to sell any more to China. We need to get those reserves built back up. And war times, that's extremely important. So it's sad that in this country you have to make laws like that to actually protect our own resources. We've got several things that are coming up. We've got some stuff coming up to actually protect our petroleum industry and try to get them back drilling. We need to become energy independent.
Yes.
We shouldn't have to depend on Venezuela and some of these other countries. So we got a strong task there. This administration does not like anything fossil fuel related. I'm on natural resources, so I've been fighting it for 2 years. I probably know better than anybody. We've got a wonderful coal asset up there in Birmingham, Jasper. It's just killed the coal industry, petroleum industry, all those industries. So, but we've got to find a way to prop them up until we can get a new president in here and a new Senate and get some sanity back in our government.
Congressman, I don't agree with them, but I understand some of them wanting to do away with gasoline and that kind of thing because they think it pollutes. And again, I don't agree, but at least I understand their position. But what I don't understand, they want to stop drilling, and petroleum is where we get plastic, and plastic is what we have to have in our medical industry. It's also what we have to build battery cars. Do they not understand that?
No, they really don't care. They're just so focused on getting it completely shut off. And Bubba, just for the record, when you started talking about the coal industry, growing up in Silicaga, as a child, we'd go into Birmingham. You couldn't see the city of Birmingham when you came over Red Oak Mountain there for the pollution. And we've come a long ways in the coal industry, a long way. So And I try to point that out on the floor, how far we've come. Let's focus on and talking about how far we've come and the positive side of our natural resources that we deal with now. But this administration, the way they deal with stuff is just literally cut the head off of it. And that's what they've done with the petroleum industry. They still want to get fuel and they want to get it cheap to keep those votes, but they want to get it outside this country. They don't want to get their hands dirty.
Right.
It's okay for us to get these foreign metals from slave countries, but we don't need to be digging them here.
And that's hypocritical and inconsistent, which means you don't really mean what you're saying as far as the danger. You claim there's a danger. Well, if there's a danger, you wouldn't get it from anywhere. And all you're doing is making our country, putting us in a more difficult situation. We're nowhere near to the place we can leave fossil fuels for all the reasons Bubba mentioned, you mentioned, and really, if you even looked at it, just the fuel that runs this country, we're not ready to go to anything else yet. They're pretending
Rick,
we
it's
are.
not just fossil fuels.
Yeah.
If I can interrupt you here, I went up to North Dakota and did a tour with congressmen up there, and what I learned is they've hit a vein up there that's got probably more copper, one of the largest copper finds in the world, and the Biden administration shut that down too. So all of our copper's coming out of China. We can't mine our own copper because they pull the permits on that. So not only are they targeting petroleum, they're targeting everything in natural resources, which doesn't make sense. How much copper do you need to make an electric car? You need a lot. That's probably the number one ingredient, maybe that and lead. But to shut this down, and this company's got $1 billion investment up there already. They haven't even started digging, but they're attacking all our natural resources. They just think it's okay to get it from other countries, but we should not be independent from other countries, so we don't use our own.
Congressman, what is their beef with copper? Why are they going
it's
after
just the
it?
whole mining process.
Okay.
They claim it pollutes our streams. And again, going back to my childhood and seeing what happened in Birmingham, our process of dealing with all of that has changed so dramatically. That water's held, it's filtered, it's released back out. It's natural, it's clean when it comes out. So it's not just copper, it's also magnesium. I mean, there's some plutonium up there, are traces for obviously making plutonium. But everything, all the minerals we need are in that one region in North Dakota. It runs into Michigan that is completely shut down. We can't even mine it. But they're claiming, it'll destroy our natural resources up there. Well, that's hogwash. I'm sorry. We've got the technology to keep that from happening.
Well, Congressman, it's been great to meet you finally, and thank you, Caitlin, for making this happen, and thank you for the work that you have done and continue to do, and for taking time to be with us today.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. I hate to tell you, but I've been listening to you for quite a while.
Well, we've been around for a long time.
I don't want to put a year on it.
We've been around. Look, you can see it, Congressman. You don't have to tell us. You can see it.
Yeah. Well, I'm only 32, so you see what Congress does.
It's rough in politics.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Believe in evolution, they're terribly inconsistent.
Oh, I know. If you really believe in evolution in its purest forms, then you need to just let happen what happened, because that's the way it was supposed to happen.
The mother walrus is looking for a place for her young to rest, but ice is getting harder to find.
Here we go.
Due to global warming, which we do believe is likely caused by man.
Nobody's proven that. There's plenty. The ice is not.
40% of the ice is missing.
No, it ain't.
Here,
step out.
I know
She's
somebody
looking.
who visited there. They said there's plenty.
where can she find a place for her baby to rest?
And I want to say, look, if you believe in evolution, if the walrus can't hack it, they're out. Right?
That's why dinosaurs didn't make it.
You mean to
couldn't handle it?
You think that we were
out of here?
I love this one.
We now have put a camera into the depths of the ocean never before seen. And what do we find there? Life. we begin to come to the conclusion that we likely came from the bottom of the ocean.
You're out of your mind. And then I scream.
I didn't know John Thomas was narrating.
Yeah, that's what
that.
he does it. How about this? Well, it's very similar. You think that we can evolve from little tiny microbes at the bottom of the ocean, but a walrus can't evolve till there's a little less ice? What ice? You're terribly inconsistent. The walrus has no hope, yet what we, as complex as we are, came from nothing, came from a little micro animal at the bottom of the ocean, and we think the walrus can't find somewhere else to put its kid? I just
Rick, if you believe all the known universe came from a little dot of matter smaller than an atom, then you'd sell anything.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
He returns to his mate that he's had the same mate for the entire existence of both of them.
And I go, wait on it.
But mates are getting harder to find.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, so
and how do they know? They all look alike.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's the hour, the movie, I Can Only Imagine, the story behind this song. We were honored enough to see a private screening of this. Gosh, Sherry and I were talking about that. How long ago was that? And it came out this past weekend. Of course, we've interviewed Barton Millard, who the movie is about, his life story, who wrote the song and sang I Can Only Imagine. We talked to the Irwin brothers, who, of course, produced it, directed it, and it was released over the weekend, and it has done incredibly well. I talked to a lot of people who saw it for the first time. I always love getting to talk with them. You know, as far as the show is concerned, and this is such a minute part of it, I was laughing. There have been people that I saw over the weekend that saw the movie says that they didn't hear either one of us. Some people said they just heard me. Some said they just heard Bubba, and then others who said they heard both. So I think in the moment when they throw us in there, it's in the middle of a montage, and some people catch it, some don't. And I've had some people said, I didn't know you were in it until I saw your name come up on the credits.
Yeah, that's where I got the one said, I didn't even know you were in there till I saw it on the credits. I'm glad we made the credits.
Yeah, so I don't know. But this movie, as we said, the movie stands on its own. You know, anytime you have a faith-based movie, I understand. And sadly, sometimes for good reason, there's a certain amount of, I know I'm supposed to go see these kind of movies, but I don't really want to because I don't think they're as good as the others. But in this case, and this has been a process. You know, Woodlawn I thought was as good as any sports movie that you're ever going to see, and I think this movie is just great because it's a phenomenal story.
It is. I think Dennis Quaid. I think it's a huge Dennis Quaid fan right here, and I think it's one of his best, if not his best, acting performances he's done. And, Rick, apparently moviegoers were also excited about it. It finished number 3 in the country, which is amazing for a film with this budget and this size that the Irwin brothers produced. Black Panther was number 1 with $27 million. Tomb Raider number 2 with $23 million. And coming in at number 3, I Can Only Imagine, $17 million at the box office. A Wrinkle in Time was 4 with $16 million. And Love, Simon, $11 million, coming in at number 5. So I think that's phenomenal. That has to be one of the highest debuting movies that the Irwins have ever been involved in, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, you know, you go back to how many people saw a movie, how much money it made based on the budget, you know, all that kind of, you know, the one that they said that just, I'm talking about just that touched them all was War Room. Because it was only about a $1 million budget, and I think it pulled in and stacked it up. It was. 35 minutes past. All right, so we're back, and we have a national championship game tonight. Hey! Them Georgia Bulldogs take on the Texas Christian University Horned Frogs. By the way, is Texas Christian just a name now? Are they truly a Christian university? I mean, a lot of them that carry that name now really aren't. But I mean,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, you okay, buddy?
Yeah.
What happened? What happened?
We just about beat that smoking thing down, and there you go.
There you go.
Well,
I was sitting here looking. It is affiliated with the Christian Church. It says.
Okay.
They're based, and I know you know this, but Fort Worth, Texas, established 1873.
Okay.
2 brothers, Addison and Randolph Clark.
Okay. I'm
started it.
not interested anymore.
Let's see.
Okay. So the
average cost about $40K to go there.
Wasn't there a documentary about them called Trading Places?
That's funny.
That is
real
pretty
good right there. It's real good. I'm tracking right with you there, buddy. All right. So this game tonight, we're not all excited about it. Let's just call it.
You know what I'm excited about? That it's actually going to start at a decent time,
What time
so
does it
we can
start?
see it. 6:30.
Our time?
Yes.
I like
6:30
it.
Central.
I like that.
6:30 kick.
So anyway, I love the pregame stuff and all that. Always better than the game.
Don't touch his leather.
So we've had some, the 2 games in the playoffs. They were both really good games.
They were. Yeah.
TCU surprised some people by looking like they kind of handled Michigan.
Can I tell you, I was very surprised. I thought Michigan would take care of business.
Breaking it down.
That one didn't really surprise me. Now, if they beat Georgia tonight, they will surprise me.
Yeah.
And that's not going to happen.
If
by the
you
way.
beat the 14-0 Georgia Bulldogs, you are the national champion.
Ohio State gave Georgia all they wanted. Probably should have won the game. Okay, but should have been. Y'all think it was a shoulda or a coulda? Those are completely different.
No, right. That was a makeable kick. They should have. They should have been.
Well, shouldn't even been in that situation.
They had
them.
They had them down and out.
Yeah,
and
they
the
let
last drive when they
let them get
cut
back in.
If that kick cannot come off of there like a flying saucer
for 3 quarters,
right?
Ohio State was hammering them.
And I know how the Helmsies of the world think.
Yeah, and he's thinking like this for this one
I
too.
know.
Just so you know.
Well, no, wait a minute, Rick. Ohio State got beat by Michigan, and they beat Michigan. Ohio State played Georgia down to the last wire.
Don't work that
I don't
way.
know that you First of all, I don't sound like that, and that wouldn't be my argument. Number 2, okay?
But fans do that.
Yes.
They try to compare.
Yeah.
How's he sound, Rick?
But Helmsy.
Oh yeah, who beat who means nothing.
Helmsy loves a Cinderella story,
and sometimes that'll get away
his emotion
in the way of reality. I get that.
Right now, he's fighting between the gutsy little quarterback at Georgia and the Cinderella story of TCU.
I'm with you.
You know
who's the home team? Georgia. Be a number 1 seed? Did they get to be the?
I guess so.
So they'll be wearing red. I like to know what the teams are going.
To do with it.
I want to know what the teams look like when they go on the field.
Very important.
I don't like the mystery of going. Hey, who's going to be wearing this?
I find sometimes that Georgia breaks your heart a little more than their what.
Yeah.
But
I think so too.
But I don't know. I just and I'm probably wrong. I'm getting caught up. I just got a little feeling.
Okay, Greg's with me. He's drafting with me, Rick.
A little bit.
Can I tell y'all?
I may be completely wrong.
Y'all thinking TCU is going to win? It's actually precious.
It's very cute.
It's sweet
and it's sweet, and I can
tender and mild like chicken.
I can see how we would find that to be emotionally satisfying.
Yeah.
If you're not a Georgia
I'm
fan.
saying if we have some balls bounce a certain way, turn over here. You know what I'm saying?
We got some candy and nuts to go with that.
Right. I'm just saying, if it's one of those games,
if they play like they did against the Buckeyes,
and
look
they get
out.
a break here or there, big
goodness.
6, something like that.
That has nothing to do with the Buckeyes, but if they play the way they did,
understood,
because they can only control them, Rick. And I didn't like the way Georgia looked against them.
I know. Well, let me warn y'all. And by the way, this Georgia team's not as good as last year, so I acknowledge
There's
that.
15 guys they got drafted.
I acknowledge that.
Yeah.
But when you're a Cinderella story, for whatever reason, the Michigans of the world, you can match up with them a little bit better because they don't have the SEC type of people who run wild on defense.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Okay. So I must warn you about the athleticism of Georgia's defense. Now, you said, well, Ohio State didn't have a problem with it, and that's a legitimate point.
I think that had more to do with Georgia than it did anything. I don't think they played well.
But I will say this. Georgia's got so many weapons. I will give Ohio State the most impressive thing they did, in my opinion, was keeping 19 contained. 19's a problem.
Yeah.
He's a major problem. He is a game changer and an incredible football player.
Yeah.
And he can hurt you in so many ways. And he did hurt Ohio State sometimes when he needed to, but he didn't dominate. They kept him in check as much as you can, right, in a full game. I thought they did a good job against 19.
Mm-hmm. They did.
But
Brock Bowers.
But he's still.
He'll break your heart.
He'll just take your heart and stomp it as he's running over the first person who tried to tackle him.
He's that guy when you go, we need a big play. Oh, there it is.
Right. I know nobody here.
I would throw to him on every down. I don't know why Gutsy throws to the other Gutsy so much. Throw it to 19.
I would just throw it around 19.
Now, the big giant.
I don't
tight
want to quit throwing it to this little fast white guy that was walking like you. I know y'all connect. Quit trying to. You seem to, when you panic, Bennett, you throw to this same guy. Throw it to 19. Throw it just somewhere around him.
Yeah.
And let him make a play.
He'll take off with it.
Yeah. But anyway, so.
Now, the big giant tight ends, he got hurt.
He got hurt. Will he play?
That's a big guy.
I know, boy, he's a big.
Will he play?
Good.
He'll be out there for any way possible.
0 blocks better than 19. I will say that. 19 doesn't block that great. That's the one part of his game that he needs to improve on. But let me tell you, as far as him getting the ball and making something happen,
he's your next Gronk, Kelsey on the next
Correct.
level.
Yeah,
He's that
yeah.
guy.
Georgia's favored 12.5. So I know nobody here besides Greg bets. So who y'all looking at?
I think
I know y'all have the
where is the
Cinderella.
sports art trophy? Is it even here?
It's somewhere back there.
I'm not going to bet on because I especially on football, but I don't bet on anything.
Yeah, I'm joking, but it's
Georgia's.
Georgia's,
But I don't care if people do.
Georgia's minus 12.5.
I think
we're going to
take
take
TCU.
We're going to do our official
I
predictions.
definitely would do that.
The over under 63.5.
So you think there'll be a lot of scored like there were in the semis?
Well, Vegas thinks.
Well, Vegas does think that. For
usually the championship games are a little more, a little lower.
Well,
They
scoring. I
tend
don't
to
know
be.
why.
You're
Just
right.
historically, I think.
Yeah.
All right, so
I feel that way.
last year
in my
it was
mind,
down
they
a
are.
little bit, but the previous years from that it was 60 plus.
we don't know where the Sports Czar trophy is,
but
it's
we'll
somewhere
find
back
it.
here.
We'll
we
find
think
it.
it's somewhere.
I think so.
It's maybe Greg.
So
we're
going to pick the winner, and then what?
a score.
Not a score. I got to come with a score.
Yeah, we're going to do a score.
I know.
And then how many yards passing Bennett has?
Is that
Well,
going to be?
that's
Is
what
that
we're
gonna
doing.
be- is that going to be the tiebreaker?
Okay.
Wow.
Huh?
Okay.
Y'all like that?
It's never gone to the top.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be that. We can go to. We could go the TCU quarterback if we
I
want
think
to.
it has gone to the
He's a player.
tiebreaker before.
I don't think so.
I'm impressed with the
'Cause
TCU.
I never really got
TCU quarterback is a battler. I like him. Helmsy, you like him, I know.
I love him.
Yeah,
The man
love it.
had heart surgery before the season.
He's
Wasn't
how
even
would
a
he
starter.
Little Helmsy's going to
Guys,
have.
I love the fact that TCU was unranked
I
when they
know.
started this year.
I know you
and
love
here
these
He
we
wasn't even
are.
a starter either.
You
No.
love these stories, and that's why I
Sonny
feel
Dykes in his first year. Goodness gracious.
because I like you.
About to win 14 games.
Because I like you, I feel bad about how what's going to happen.
I'll
to
be
you
over it by like 6 in the morning.
Let me ask you a question. I mean, we have a non-conference champion that's in the playoff, or that's in the
national
final.
champion.
So how do y'all feel about that?
That's
I mean,
happened. That's happened
y'all okay
before.
with that? I know, but are y'all okay with that?
I'm
Because
fine with it.
okay.
What if
You hear
what
a lot
if
of complaints
they did,
about that if it's an SEC team.
I know,
what
but
if
I'm
they
fine.
did
Yeah.
win and
What if
they're the national champion, didn't even win their own conference?
It
That's
could
kind
happen.
of weird.
It could
isn't it?
happen.
Well, it has.
It has happened.
Right. It
Right.
could happen
Roll
again
Tide.
this year.
A row tide.
A row a day.
A row a tide.
All right. So y'all want to do the Rick? What's
It
the
would have
score?
been-
We're doing the pick.
Yeah, we're doing the
It would have
pick.
been. You got to think about it this way: if that field goal, if he doesn't shank Hippopotamus there, then you got that with either of these teams, the non-conference.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, TCU and
right.
Ohio
If and
State
buts
got
are
put in
yeah.
after getting beat in their
Yeah.
championship game.
But you asked the question about that, and we wouldn't have had a choice if that field goal.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Right. But TCU can come back and say, well, I'll tell you, here's the champion of the Big Ten. We beat them.
Yeah.
So we can beat the SEC champion too. Probably not, but I mean that's what they think.
We come back, we pick it.
We pick it.
And what's the tie break?
The tie break is how many yards Bennett will throw for.
Okay.
I need some purple for tonight.
Do you?
I don't have any purple.
If we still had Blazing Silverman, you could borrow his jersey.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pulled in by the time it was done. I mean, I can't remember the exact number, but it was a ton.
Well, how about this? When you look at these, like Tomb Raider at number 2, it brought in $23 million for its first week out, but its budget to complete it was $94 million. Got a ways to go.
Yeah,
on that.
Wrinkle in Time was $100 million.
Yeah, I can only imagine $7 million.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
that has done very well, and hopefully it will supply them with the revenue they need and investors they need to produce more of these movies. But I think this will be. I think if everybody who saw the movie this weekend thought it was as good as we did, and they tell people and they go, you're going to see this thing go up in the next few weeks.
No doubt, and I think it will. I started thinking to myself, bottom line, it's just a good movie, end of subject. But I think the fact that even though it definitely has a faith message, which is wonderful, I think when they were thinking about the idea of the song. Now, you can't just take a song that was great and not have a good story and make a good movie. It actually has a great story, thus the performance by Dennis Quaid and everybody in it. But I also think in your mind, if you've got the story, the song crossed over more than any other Christian song in history. So if the song crossed over, wouldn't the story about the song also cross over?
I would think it would.
You would think. So I think that was something as well. Because if people know that song that would not even consider themselves to be Christians, and they know this song.
And we've got a little clip too. To
now
play
who
to
is
get
this?
some info on.
The Irwin brothers directed the movie. We've talked to Andy and John. They were in studio. This is John, and he is actually Andy, and he's actually on the Mercy Me bus and just had a message for us and our audience.
And Bart Millard is the lead singer of Mercy Me. For some of
Correct.
you who don't know that, and that's who the movie's about. So
Right.
here we go.
Yeah, here's Andy.
Hey guys, it's Andy. I'm on the Mercy Me bus right now. We're heading back from a wild weekend. I just wanted to take just a second and say how grateful I am to each one of you. How our friends came to the table and really kind of helped get the word out was really humbling. I felt like it was a team effort, and John and I just want to express how just humbled and grateful and we are for your kindness, for your support, and for believing in us. And we can't believe that Imagine did what it did when people expected it to do a tenth of that, and it's just a testament to the grace of God and Him really doing something special on our behalf, and then friends that rallied around us that lent their voice to us as well. So God bless you guys. We love you, and great things are ahead. Really appreciate it.
So there you go. So that's from one of the directors of the film, one of the Irwin brothers, from Andy. So, and a lot of you did get out and get the job done, but again, it's also has to be a good movie, and the movie is very good. All right, so Bubba, you and I are this. It is 10 minutes now to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show starting a brand new week. Thanks for being with us today. Well, Lindell's at it again. MyPillow.com/Bubba. My goodness, now he's putting a hoodie out. You got a hoodie. And if you haven't seen these, the MyPillow hoodie, go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. You'll see it. It's made of soft cotton. It's got the French terry. It's got a relaxed comfort. It's got a front kangaroo pocket, accent trim on the kangaroo pocket, and sleeve cuff. You know, a little added style, a little swag. And you can get those right now at mypillow.com/Bubba. We love the products they crank out. They're available in every size. They're unisex, so men or women can wear them, and it works either way. They also are offering the smooth toe socks. Greg got fired up about that.
I love it.
They got the no-show, the low-cut, the knee-high. I want to bring the knee-highs back, don't y'all?
Yeah.
I want to go out there. I want to go out there with my gym shorts on and my knee-high socks.
Listen, in the late 70s when
Oh,
we were kids.
my goodness.
If we tape them to keep them up.
That's right. You got that calf blazing.
We'd laugh if somebody had them pushed to their ankle.
Oh, yeah, we'd make fun of
We
it.
would.
Or long shorts.
So all the socks are 30% off right now, and the hoodie right now is 65% off. So go to mypillow.com/Bubba. Look at these new products; they're great. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com, find them right there under the sponsors. Bubba, we've gone to get the Sports Czar trophy. We did find it in Greg's office, which means he must have won it last. So now it's the national championship game in the highest level of college football, Georgia TCU.
Hey, can I ask you this? When do we start the 12? Is it year after next? Is it 25?
Yeah, we 20. So we got another year of the 4.
One more, and then
You know what? We've come a long way from just sportscasters and coaches voting, though.
Oh, I like this a lot better.
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
so
I mean, the BCS was better than that.
So we'll start with Adler. Adler, I need who's going to win by what score and how many yards that Bennett will throw for.
All right, I'm going to go Georgia 28. Georgia's going to win. TCU 14, and Bennett is going to throw for 280.
Oh, wow, good.
All right, so Helmsy.
A lot of heart involved with this one, Rick.
I know, buddy, and God love you.
41-37.
Okay.
TCU.
Well,
268 yards for the gutsy Bennett.
Okay. All righty. So up next is Greg.
Look at him thinking.
Mm-hmm.
He looks down when he thinks.
He does. I've noticed that.
The score, I have no idea.
Well, you just.
I'm going TCU. Just why
What?
not? I'm going to step out there.
Greg, you're better than this.
Look,
This
He
is not
expects
your
it
way.
out of me, not you.
You don't have this kind of emotion.
I know you can think I'm crazy, but something about Georgia. I mean, they're good. Don't get me wrong, but there's something about them.
They are.
It just depends on which one shows up. Score, I have no idea.
You got to give
34-17.
Okay.
I don't know.
Wow,
17.
my goodness, they handled them.
Good
Wow.
night. How many
But Greg, that's kind of a
yards did he
tiebreaker
throw?
too, because if we just go wins, we'll have a bunch of people tied. You have to have
That's
score.
right. That's right.
Well, you want-
I don't care nothing about tiebreaker, but he throws for.
Greg, don't have this kind of attitude. How can this
Look at
attitude
this.
pull for TCU?
Wow, Greg.
Because they ain't gonna be a tiebreaker. But anyway, 250 yards.
Oh, 250
Oh, wow.
and only scored
Don't
17.
even care.
Okay.
Couldn't get it in, Speedy. They
Right.
kept getting red zone. They're
Okay.
breaking down.
Yeah,
Greg,
got it.
Can I tell you this? I know you're tired. I know you're tired from the party, but you're gonna have to give us more than this.
I hate picking the game. There it
I
is.
know you do,
I
Greg.
hate it. I hate the Sports
hey.
Art Trophy.
Hey, I do too. But my attitude is much different.
Hey, let me just say
Well,
something.
we're going to leave you off our new tailgate show.
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
and we get that you don't like it. We get that.
You remember we traveled the country on the XFL? You love that.
I know. I just don't like picks.
Can I
don't
tell
like having to pick.
I don't either. I just you know why I like doing
Especially
this
if I got to
for
come
this.
up with a score.
Well, how about this? Can you do me a favor? And all I'm going to give you is a sticky note because that's all we need. I want you to write down things you like.
Sticky note. Rick, the win-loss part I'm good with. I hate the score part.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I got to get in my mind if it's even possible the number I come up with
I'm
with
sorry.
3s and 7s
I'm
that you
sorry.
can get that many points.
You're still my baby brother, and I still love you. All right, Speedy, go ahead.
All right, Georgia wins 38-20, and Bennett throws for 285.
I like that pick right there. I like that score. I like it all.
You're getting real close to mine.
Bubba?
Yeah, he's had the wrong.
Georgia's going to win 38-24.
Ooh,
And Bennett will throw for 325.
okay. Here's the tiebreaker, Greg.
I will tell all of you that you're going to sense in the beginning that the emotion of Helmsy and Greg has something going on. You're going to feel. You're going
And
to
the whole world wants it to happen,
Yeah,
too.
you'll be
so-
like, oh, look at TCU. Look how good they're doing. And then there's going to be the settling in when everybody stops screaming and
Yeah, the
everybody
emotion's over
Everybody
and-
sits down in their seats and all this. And so Georgia will then begin to chip away at Cinderella, driving. The chariot will slowly turn into a pumpkin, and this game is going to be Georgia 42, TCU 20, and Bennett is going to throw for 340 yards.
340.
And he's
Some
going to do a
good
lot of
picks,
hand
good
signals
picks.
and stuff after he does.
Right.
All right, so Adler's got Georgia 28-14.
Yep.
Helms has got TCU 41-37. Greg's got TCU, and a shocker, 34-17. Speedy says Georgia 38-20. Bubba 38-24 Georgia. Me 42-20 Georgia.
I will say this: I haven't watched TCU a lot until the championship game. They're better athletic-wise on defense than I thought they were.
They are. I will 100% agree with you.
I think they
and
said
Speedy, you said 8 of their players on defense were transfer portal guys.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey, did y'all know that tonight it's going to be at SoFi that you can't tailgate outside of?
Right.
It will be the first college game ever played at SoFi in LA.
I will agree with the guy who just texted me, and we really have said this, but let's solidify this. The difference in the game will be Bowers, number 19. He will be the
He
difference.
needs to be.
He will be the
Ohio
difference.
State did a good job of handling it.
Yeah.
Most,
For a while, I
most
forgot
of
he
the
played
And
for Georgia
TCU.
now.
And he seems the kind of player, too, that if I got kind of
Yeah, I'm gonna make up for.
I'm going to adjust to that.
Yeah,
and he comes to play.
And they got a good enough staff to look and go, oh, here's what they were doing.
Do I wish Zero wasn't hurt? I do.
Yeah.
Don't like people wearing the number 0.
I don't. I hate it.
Don't
It's
like
right
that
behind
at all.
double numbers.
I for the life of me, and I feel so bad for announcers.
What's so bad for?
I feel so bad for announcers. I was listening to, I guess it was the Kansas State Alabama Sugar Bowl on the radio. Because it started at like 11 on the playoff day, which was weird.
Yeah.
That if you want to feel like you're in an exhibition game, play at 11 on the day the playoffs are. All right, that feels very exhibition.
That's tough.
Yeah, but anyway, so I'm driving around, and of course I know this because I've seen enough of Alabama's games to know that the guy who returns punts, Kool-Aid, whatever,
McKinstry
wears number 1, but so does Gibbs.
Yeah,
they're all-world running back. Well, stupid radio guy, but I give him a pass.
Gibbs could be returning a kick.
And Gibbs is back to return the punt.
Right.
Gibbs has got it. He's got some room. And all of a sudden, you go, oh, I'm sorry. I forget. Hey, guys, I'm sorry. That's a Kool-Aid. Say, why do this duplicate number thing?
Think about why we
especially if
wear
you're
numbers,
starters.
Rick. Why do we even wear numbers?
Why?
To
So
identify
you know who
a
it
player.
is.
Yeah.
So, you know
So
who
if
it
you
is.
got 2, it doesn't make sense. I don't get it.
If I could be king of football, I'd forbid that, and nobody can wear 0.
No, I hate the 0 look.
And all of you that are hollering about there's more players than numbers, not who are actually going to play.
Okay, and
You can only travel. You never travel with over 99 players.
Right.
And your roster is not going to have over. And if you want to say, well, when we do the red shirt guys and we want them to dress out for a non-counter home game, then they can wear duplicate numbers.
Yeah, 'cause
but
they're not gonna play.
nobody in the game can do it.
Same thing in high school. If you dress your JV and you're at a big school and you got over 100, just put the JV guys in the double. You
Don't know why high schools dress.
I
as
would
JV.
go this far, Rick. I could give ground on the 0 because it is a number. If we did away with the double numbers.
Oh, I'll
No
make that deal tomorrow.
I'll make that deal. Yeah, no question. If I'm at the table,
Don't say I can't, compromise.
yeah, that's right.
I'll
I'll let
deal
you have.
tomorrow. I'll give you 0.
I'll
I'll
let
give
you-
you double 0.
Greg, no.
Well, just saying.
If
Well,
Georgia
we'll-
wins, it will be back-to-back. This has only been done a handful of times.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all
Tough.
remember the last time it happened?
Alabama did it.
11 and 12.
A row
It's 11 and 12.
tied.
Prior to that, you got to go all the way back to 1994 and 95. How the mighty have fallen, Nebraska.
Oh, I do remember that.
And then prior to that,
waxed
it was
Florida.
Alabama in the late 70s.
Wow.
So tonight could be Georgia's
When's the
turn.
I
last?
thought USC had done it in there sometime when
when the
Reggie
Pete
Bush
Carroll
and all
deal?
of them was there.
I just ran the list. Couldn't
You
find
may
it.
be right.
Name the year.
Texas probably split all that up.
When's the
when they
last
beat 'em.
time Georgia's played in California?
Ooh.
They played in the playoffs a couple of years ago.
It was 2017 in the Rose Bowl.
See, I don't mind playing in California if it's in the Rose Bowl, but this SoFi and then the year they played at the 49ers Stadium, that doesn't fit.
Right.
And they won't let you tailgate.
I will tell you, the Rose Bowl, we went there. That was a cool.
That's a
cool to
good
see
college
that.
stadium.
If you leave us, have a good day. You got more Rick and Bubba, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do this on the show. We will openly admit sometimes that there's a big story that we don't know anything, we don't know about it, and we want to know about it.
Yeah, a little bit out of the loop on it, and this bombing deal in Austin, Texas.
Right.
Rick, last night they had another blast that they think may be related to 3 others that already has the Texas Capitol gripped in fear. And I'm really out of the loop on it. I saw the headlines last week, but I really am not up on it. Is there any rhyme or reason on this, or are they just random? They said the blast last night was caused by a tripwire, so it was somebody very deliberately setting it, and apparently with some expertise in this.
Bubba, I understand there will be a school walkout tomorrow to see if we can get the government to do something about people owning bombs.
Yeah,
but anyway,
well, don't walk where there's a tripwire.
All right, so yeah, I'm like you. Do they have any information on what they think is going on? But this is multiple bombs now, right? That have gone off, and they're like, we don't know what this person.
And I'm sure we've had them to some degree before, but I'm not really familiar with serial bombers.
This would be number 4.
We've had like Unabomber and all that kind of stuff, but this is kind of strange. I don't know. Do we have a motive in this, or is it just so random nobody knows?
Well, law enforcement in the area is saying we're putting out the message that we've been putting out, and it continues. Do not touch any packages or anything that looks like a package. Don't even go near it at this time. We have not had an opportunity to look at the blast that just happened to really determine what's happened, but they think they can tie this 4th explosion to 3 prior explosions, all in the Austin, Texas area.
Well, have they all just been boxes or what?
And all the victims random? Are they tied together in some way?
In this day of Amazon, it's hard not to touch boxes, you know?
I know.
The first
packages?
The first was a package bomb, Bubba, to answer your question, that exploded at a northeast Austin home on March 2nd, killing a 39-year-old man. 2 more package bombs then exploded farther south on March 12th, killing a 17-year-old, wounding his mother, and injuring a 75-year-old woman. Police say all 3 of those were likely related and involved packages that had not been mailed or delivered by private carriers but left overnight on the doorstep. So make a note of that. And now this one, as you said, is a tripwire, which is a little different, but they're saying it's still an explosion in the same area. So they're kind of tying that to them. There is a reward that is being offered for any information that would lead to the arrest. It's now it's gone from $50,000 to now $115,000.
500 officers working on the case, including federal agents. They have conducted 263 interviews and are following up on 435 leads. Wow, it's a lot of police work to do.
It is, and they don't know what's going on. But as you said, this latest one was tripped, though, by a wire, and they haven't figured out exactly all the details on the latest one, but they think it is related to the other 3.
Wow.
Guys,
because the Unabomber.
It is, but this one's just so if you see a package on your doorstep in this area, they say do not go near it.
No.
That's because a lot of times if it's a package you don't have to sign for.
Yeah.
I've looked out and seen packages on our porch before and just didn't think anything about it.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even more so now, like I say with Amazon, it seems like they're delivering something all the time to everybody.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, I know.
But this is one of those things. This is. But there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason because it's killing.
Has anybody heard any
other
killing
leads
on this?
Citizens,
right?
Randomly.
Well, and
it may not be random, but it looks random right now.
Yeah, here I go. I heard half a report.
Here we go.
So I just got to
don't
be
let that
careful
stop
here.
us.
But in the report, they tried to focus on was this race related because the victims seemed to be African Americans, and then I forget was it a Latino or somebody? It was something to that effect. That was stirring up this. I guess maybe Thursday or Friday of last week. I saw a report on that. This 4th explosion, I don't know who the target was and how they're linking them all together, but. That was being discussed late last week, but again, they weren't sure.
They say the latest occurred Sunday night in a suburban neighborhood known as Travis Country in southwest Austin. So for those of you that know that area, would that be considered, is that staying in line with it, something being racially motivated or not? Because I know whether we like it or not, even though we've all come a million miles, there are certain parts of town where you have, more white folks live, and other parts you have more African Americans live. Very few of them are kind of down the middle. So I don't know where that one would land. Travis Country in southwest Austin. They said that was about 8:30 last night. If you're going to stay with this narrative, does this now get off that narrative or stay with it? I don't know. So because they're not mentioning that in this article.
There is a CNN story here that says Austin bombs were meant to send a message, authorities believe. So, I'm not following the whole storyline here. I'm not sure what message. It may be what you were talking about.
Yeah, I don't know.
And that was just half a report of I was actually in a store and the TV was on. I looked up and that was the story. So I could be a little off base, or it might be what they're focusing on. I don't know.
Well, since they know where the bomb was and that it did get tripped, couldn't they just tell us that the intended victims this time were also minority, Latino, or African American? and see if it stays with that theme or not, or did this go off that theme now to some other race? I don't know. So there you go. So the Austin bomber, that's kind of an odd story. And guys, we're talking about 4 bombs now. You know, it's not 1, it's not 2. Not that we got 4 different bombs that have been exploded in the month of March, and that's. I mean, you're living out there. That's got to be extremely conditions apply. Six minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. We'll get some of your phone calls in again this hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us and letting us do what we do.
Time! We have something for Speedy today. This is
You do?
Yep. So first of all, I want you to know that I'm doing this just so I can keep the peace. My wife thought we were too mean to you about getting containers out of the trash can for your parents, and she said that what you were doing was kind, and you're taking care of your aging parents.
Thank you, Sherry.
And
While saving money.
And then she said, I can't believe that you would laugh at that. And I said, I wasn't laughing at him taking care of his parents.
Kinda.
I said,
laughing about the way he was doing.
I said, we're laughing about that Speedy has a reputation of being drunk, and she goes, well,
drunk?
Not drunk. That's another reputation. Not anymore.
That was 87.
That was way back.
That was still in your brain.
That was my. For some reason, I'm back on 92J.
Rick, where did that come from?
Rick, and how does that make him sweet to his parents?
I don't. Well. It does help, but anyway, but what there's nothing.
Ryan's right. You're out of control.
Right. So anyway, but what I'm saying is, she said I didn't find that to be funny. I said I'm sorry, I love you, but that was funny. And she said, well, I just don't see what's funny about that. But then I hit her with the dumpster comment. And she started laughing.
Yeah,
and I said, see there? When I said that I thought you were unloading stuff at the dumpster, I know you were in it.
So how about this? Edgar's that supplies breakfast for the Rick and Bubba Show sent. Sometimes they have these, but today they sent like everything in these. You know, a lot of times about half of it is in styrofoam.
Well,
he got a whole Chinette set.
Yeah, I mean, when Greg gets done here, you're gonna have a stack of them.
I'm working on.
And
one
for those of you just joining us, we buy our own Tupperware.
Yeah, buddy.
I saw your arm run up in the trash can. I did. I saw it.
We all did.
It was just one of those things where the first time they brought these, I went, hey, this looks kind of like some stuff we use, and this would be perfect for chicken salad.
I thought I saw Greg. I went by the Goodwill there. I almost sworn I saw those skinny legs hanging out of that thing. but anyway,
grab my feet.
So
I went too far.
You're even laughing.
Okay,
That's funny.
Yeah. That's good.
But anyway, so I'm sorry. But
Rick, that's very.
It didn't help that you sent the picture of all the food ready to go. She goes, look, now that I can't believe that. That's a lot of work right there, and that's sweet.
No, my wife is who's sweet.
Right.
Okay. She's the one doing the work.
I made that point.
Yeah, but she does it and doesn't even think about it. That's just what kind of person she is.
I don't know how Speedy's sweet with all the hard work Terry just did.
Right. I'm just taking it. Hey, I'm just
dumpster down.
I'm just taking it up there.
Right. Well, you know what? You're a good son. You're doing a good job.
Thank you, Rick.
Rick, I don't know that's supposed to be an apology, but it didn't really sound like it.
I know it.
Speedy is just
Greg, apologize is not my best thing.
It is not.
Speedy basically, Rick,
working on it.
In this scenario, Speedy is basically DoorDash with a big heart.
He really is.
Yeah.
A heck of a DoorDash. So anyway, but good news for you, son.
What's that?
Good son. Look at this right here. Adler's got something. Twister the sequel.
Oh, I don't know if you can redo a masterpiece.
Twister the sequel.
Masterpiece.
Speedy, I like the first one too.
Don't mess with the memories. This is going to be like when they try to do Red Dawn.
Yeah.
The new Red Dawn
Probably right,
fell
Greg.
way short.
Stop it. Bubba kind of liked it.
I did too.
Well, did you ever seen the first one?
I did, but I didn't compare. I looked at them as two separate movies.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just like the series. You know,
the
first one was
Point Break.
The first one was excellent.
Looked at those as two separate movies and liked both of them.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
Now is
Johnny,
Helen
you
Hunt
go.
in this one?
Yeah, what is
I don't know. This is
unfortunately,
y'all
Bill
are
Paxton's
surprising
on
me here. I don't know.
Yeah, I saw this on the on.
She
the,
is
on the
actually a
internet.
tornado hits a senior living system.
All right.
All right, dumps her over.
And so you mean you saw Twister the movie sequel and you thought of me?
I did 100%. Yes,
right.
I saw this on Twitter. Somebody tweeted out Twisters.
It's just a whole new story.
Is the
Do
name
you
of
think
it.
that's really it,
That's
or somebody just did
Twisters.
that?
I think it's really called Twisters. I really do think.
Oh,
it's
they
what
got
it's
the
called.
red truck too.
And evidently it's going to follow the story of Bill Paxton.
I was about to say, I'll tell you, he ain't in it.
Yeah.
And what's his Hunt? Which Hunt was it?
Helen Hunt.
Helen Hunt.
We just asked that.
Their daughter
course.
she grows up and becomes a storm
Okay.
chaser.
Played by?
I don't know.
And who is the evil storm chaser she'll be pitted against?
Right.
Dun dun dun.
Who won't
with
listen?
black
Who
vehicles.
won't listen to reason and get sucked up by an
Right.
F5?
Exactly, because he's too prideful.
It won't be the guy from Princess Bride. I'll tell you that this time.
No,
Whatever that actor's
his
name
character's
is.
gone.
Yeah, whatever that actor's name is.
Yeah,
But it's
his
coming
Days
out.
of Thunder.
When is it coming out? July 2024. So we got a little
man.
while.
Oh, come on,
man.
We got a
Rick,
little while.
unfortunately, Philip Seymour Hoffman won't be in it either.
No, he
Yeah.
will not. A lot of dead people from Twister.
Yeah.
Yep. They're dangerous.
Am I the only one?
He was one of the guys in the van, wasn't he?
Yeah,
So-
with the
So we don't have a
do-rag
trailer or anything.
I don't know if it's been heavily under wraps. I don't think there's a trailer out right now, but I'll look for one. I just saw the picture.
I'm not bothered when I see a movie of someone kind of like the Elvis thing earlier that there's no way they could still be alive.
Right.
But when I see somebody who could still be alive and has died, and the movies, it weirds me out a little bit. Like when I see Philip Seymour Hoffman in the movie now, it weirds me.
Yeah.
And he was always good and everything.
Yeah, he was.
Bill Paxton was in a lot of things.
Heath Ledger weirds me.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the one that's a foul
watch
is,
The
and
Patriot?
they had some of these with Philip Seymour Hoffman that he had some things in the can.
Oh, yeah.
That came out like new releases with him in it.
Well, he was in.
after he went on in.
He was in the Tom Cruise. Was that before or after he died?
Which one?
Mission Impossible.
Oh, yeah, I remember. That was right. I think he died while they were filming that.
Yeah, didn't they have to finish it with
Yes,
somebody else?
they did.
And they also released the last.
Or was that the
last
Hunger Games?
Yeah,
That may have been the
that
Hunger
was it.
Games.
The last Mockingbird. That was, I'm gonna say, whatever.
That
it is.
may be the one they had
that
to
bird thing where everybody's trying to kill each other.
If y'all said this, I'm sorry. I was looking for Twister 2, the trailer. Bill Paxton, what he die of?
He
Was it a
had
stroke?
he was having a heart procedure done. I think his family sued the hospital.
Oh wow!
And something went bad during it.
Really?
Oh man!
Interesting that Greg had that.
I don't know if he got
yeah.
it, but it seems like I remember seeing they settled with the family.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit of.
So
But this is called Twisters.
You know,
Twister.
you know, somebody.
His head's really big. I ain't
You
seen his
can't
face.
tease
get
me
that
like
The
this,
same
Evan.
thing happened to
Right.
Neil Armstrong during a procedure. He passed away.
Oh really?
The man who first man to walk on the moon. I mean,
What
how
if
do you
you're
let
the guy
that happen?
Yeah,
You know,
what if you're responsible for that?
Hey, let me tell you something. And I know our group. I don't know what happened in that group of doctors.
Oh yeah,
But if
never hear the end.
if
of
we
it.
now I know it's hard to picture all of us as doctors, but
Well.
if we were, how long would this group wait?
Oh man!
Till we're in the break room, and somebody said, "Did you watch the first man to ever step on the moon, sir?"
Yeah.
Saying, boy,
He
that's a
made it all the way
Reckon
to the
that's-
moon.
reckon
Rick.
that's gonna make headlines?
Rick, he went all the way to the moon, landed on the moon, got back safely on the lowest bid contracts, by the way. After all the training he did, a jet fighter pilot had to eject and stuff. I mean, all this, and you killed him on the table during a routine procedure.
Does the guy who did that ever?
They're only routine when it's somebody else. Trust me.
You're right. He's given his buddies so much ammo. He can never make a negative comment about them again.
Yeah.
Because anything he says, well, at least I didn't
I bet
botch
it-
the surgery on the first man to ever step on the moon.
Right.
I bet he left. I bet he changed hospitals.
Yeah.
I
would've.
do see a story here. Bill Paxton's family settles lawsuit with hospital over death. They agreed to
I'd be
settle
right
a wrongful death lawsuit against a Los Angeles hospital and a surgeon who performed his heart surgery shortly before he died.
How does Bill Paxton not have a hoss?
Right.
I mean, how's
Rick,
he not?
everybody does. You ever heard anybody say that whoever's working them's not the best?
Well,
We
that's
discussed
true.
that. Well, he's the best. Everybody can't be the best. But I love what was the commercial when the guy came in? I will see when we get there.
Oh, yeah.
The doctor.
Oh, that's funny. What was that's the old
Geico, one of them. God, it was funny. That was a funny commercial.
about how you don't go.
He walked in. Guess who got their license back?
Yeah, that is funny. Oh, that's good.
What if your doctor was
about-
Dr. Death?
Oh
that?
boy, that right there. What scared me on that is how the hospital's covered up for it.
Yes. What you got to do?
Over
to
and
get,
over. You forgot
I mean,
Paxton
lose your license.
was
Good
in
night.
Apollo 13 too. And Titanic.
Oh, yeah.
He was in a bunch of stuff.
I've always wondered
funny.
what happened to that cow that Adler's showing.
Yeah, that cow, they had to use a stunt double.
Yeah, back to Twister.
And it's not one of the Chick-fil-A cows. They brought in a stunt double.
You know,
By
Greg,
the
what
way, I
I'm
go
worried
back-
about the sequel or the second Twister is that, with special effects now, because in the original, all that was real.
Oh, yeah, that's real cow.
That was
real
cow.
tornadoes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's tough to film real tornadoes.
That's back we were a tougher country.
That's right,
We
Rick.
use real cows.
Guys, I don't want to bring it up because we debated on it.
Don't.
Over the holidays, I watched Maverick again.
No, please don't.
Here
You're
we
not
go.
allowed to do this.
Okay, just
You're
let it
not. You need to let that go.
I love how he said he doesn't want to bring
Greg,
it up.
we were all.
You were
y'all built
loving
it up
the
too
fact
high
that you
for
could bring
Greg,
it up.
we were aching for something.
No, I get it.
And that-
but
and
I
that's
like
why
it,
we
but
loved it.
Can we not? Why we gotta be so corny?
Isn't it?
Golly.
Greg, you get hungry
That-
enough. Brussels sprouts taste great.
That's a good one.
How about it's Tom Cruise's largest grossing movie
Well,
ever?
I didn't say it wasn't successful. I'm just saying all the hype. I mean, to hear people talk about it, that's what got me, the hype.
Okay, back to what I said about Brussels sprouts. We were starving.
Really, that was Ben-Hur.
We were starving.
Rick and Bubba.
Sorry, I know it's a big area, but still.
Oh, here it is. It does say in one story, 2 of the victims were African American, 1 was Hispanic. So investigators were also viewing the attacks as possible hate crimes. So everything's on the table, it looks like.
But what about the fourth one?
Yeah, I don't know.
Who was the intended victims here? It doesn't say.
No.
So I get that'll come out though. We'll
Yeah.
get to that. So there it is. That's the button. I know Eddie Van Adler was in here talking. You all right, buddy? One of those you got to you got to really be in the catalog to know that one about Saturday night.
Yeah,
You
that's
know
a good
about
one,
that.
though.
You
That's
know
a little
what?
toe tapper.
And remind me, Speedy, Helmsy, see if either one of you guys remember, on Friday's show, when Bubba was gone, a guy called in about a little-known Daz Band song that we found and played and loved it.
Yes.
And I wanted Bubba to hear it, and I can't remember what it was called.
Okay, I will find that for you because I
You-
do.
yeah, 'cause
I
we
do
think we-
remember
we-
that.
we
but-
think-
Listen, I'm all about the Daz Band.
I wonder if you knew about this one. I can't remember
And
what
you
it
know
was.
where I saw him? Pete Matthews Coliseum of all
But
oddity today.
Let me tell you something. You talk about a great song from the Daz Band that I never knew about. So you may have known it, but it was really good. And I mean, it's
You remember tonight?
we're looking for it. Hey, it's
I'm trying to think what
scoop
no.
or soup or so it's right. I mean, it is right in your vein.
Swoop.
That was it. Bubba, you got to hear
Trying to
swoop.
think.
Swoop.
Bubba, you got to hear swoop. You got it up.
Yeah.
You got to hear swoop. You
Yeah.
ready?
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what?
It's very close.
Just
can
throw
mix
some
that.
new lyrics on top of Let It Whip. We'll take it.
Very, very close.
We'll take it.
Sure.
Hey, if you got a good formula, don't mess it up. So anyway, we'll look back. Bubba and I had quite a little adventurous day yesterday, and then like we said, we found out sadly that we talk about for those of you all around the country that we're from a place called Calhoun County in Alabama, and it's almost at the halfway mark between Atlanta and Birmingham. And then Jacksonville, Alabama. I'm from Oxford, which is right off of I-20, and then north of that, about 12 miles?
Yeah, 12, 15.
Yeah, is Jacksonville, Alabama, and that's where Bubba is from. That's where Greg now lives, and it's where my mom and dad have lived for many years since Dad became when he became the coach at Jacksonville State in 1987, somewhere in there. I think so. Anyway, so they've been living there ever since, but. So they got hit with tornadoes last night, and it was a little dicey, and thankfully everything's okay. And I'll tell you about checking on them. I didn't realize that was taking place because where we were, nothing was really going on. And so I was getting ready to go to bed and started getting all these people asking me if Mom and Dad and Greg were okay, and I didn't know what they were talking about. And so, I called Mom and Dad, called the house, and didn't get an answer. Of course, they were taking cover.
Yeah.
And then, but I could tell the way the phone was ringing that their power was on, and I thought, well, that should be good. Then I called the cell, didn't get an answer there. Was texting Greg, and of course they didn't have power. So, but anyway, my mom said at one point, and this was pretty funny because they were okay. She said at one point, she said, I'm downstairs. Your dad has a football helmet on, and she said, and I had on your grandfather's miner's helmet.
Excellent.
For when he worked in the mines. And I said, well, Mom,
anyway, they got a picture of that.
If one of y'all could have just, I don't know if y'all know how to take a selfie, but I sure hope you'll learn.
Yeah. Right.
You know,
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll.
Very, very disturbing to hear all that.
It's a long trail. There were other areas, that were hit, and the hail damage in these areas. When they said baseball size hail, fans said yesterday they were concerned about that, and boy, did they get it. Where that hail fell. It tore up property bad, especially cars. Big hail.
And it filled up our parking deck.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. The lines are available, all 10 of them. Let's chat with you. What's on your mind? We talked about a lot today, and we'd love to chat with you. So to the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. This allows a lot of you to get in. We take the gate, we drop it. We drop the gate. Gate's dropped. And now all the lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And if you call, you will get in if you hustle. And then you don't have to stand in line very long because the buzzer will then help us work through the callers a little more briskly. And that way your time comes on. Here we go. Just about comments, questions, no shameless plugs, no meaningless shout-outs, no baby predictions, nothing like that. But we are taking questions and comments right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So if you move, you can get in. All right, so some things that you need to know. I mentioned earlier that we did find out after the promotional tickets and all that had been used that we were able to drop a few extra tickets in for the Man Church Conference coming up. So if you thought that was sold out, we actually were able to find additional tickets from the venue. So when we started the show today, there were about 51 tickets left. So if you want to move on that and your group still wants to come, you can. Oxford, Alabama, February 24th and 25th. Just go to themanchurch.com. Speaking of that, Man Church is coming up that you can go and attend. These are our individual services at churches that are doing our strategy. Andrew Varvudis, January the 19th, First Baptist Church, Opelika. They've been with us for now a fourth year. So the entire time that we have been putting out stuff and curriculum, they've done them all and are getting ready to do the fourth one. So you can go see Andrew Varvudis on the 19th at First Baptist Opelika, Alabama. On the 28th, we got three different opportunities. Blake Prime will be in Greenville, Mississippi at First Baptist Church, Greenville. Jordy Henson will be at First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. And then I'll be there via video kicking off the strategy in Jackson, Alabama at First Baptist Church. I'll be via video, but it is a kickoff video. So all that can be found at themanchurch.com. Let's go to the phones. Let's get started. We've got Kelly in Talladega County trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Kelly, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm calling about the commercial that came on after the Prince Harry interview on 60 Minutes about Ron Reagan. Was talking about he's an atheist, and then he at the very end he was talking about he don't mind spending time in hell when he dies. And I was just wondering, did anybody see that?
I didn't see it at that interview, but I have seen it before. Yeah, he's a nut job, and I hate it for him. He's going to regret saying that, I have a feeling.
Yeah, there's going to be a big coming feet, and he may come to his senses before he dies.
I hope he does.
God loves him enough; He'll give him his best shot. I'll tell you that.
Yep.
He'll have to crawl
gives
across.
Us a lot more chances than we deserve, doesn't it?
Boy, isn't that true? Boy, I'm an example of that. To the phones we go. Let's go to Mason in beautiful North Carolina. Mason, 30 seconds. Go.
All right, real quick. I just made a Chick-fil-A run, and I live in a college town, so that might have something to do with it.
but I witnessed a young woman FaceTiming driving down the road, and I got up beside her at the red light and saw she had her phone propped up on her steering wheel. And I know some states make that illegal, like Tennessee and all, but I think that's pretty dangerous.
There's people that are so dangerous
Yeah.
with their phones. Bubba's heard me say this, and the audience has too. I've gotten to the point that I don't look around because it's too terrifying. I mean, when you look around and see how distracted drivers are today with all this you just mentioned, look, the technology is great. I love being able to be in touch and being able to be in touch in an easier way to communicate, and it can be quite efficient. But you got to use some common sense on driving. If you look away for even a few seconds, the tragedy that can be. Some of y'all have got to stop doing this.
I'm sorry to interrupt. On my way to work this morning, I was behind a guy in a pickup truck. The light turns red in front of us. There's a van in front of him. He evidently didn't see that happen. And I'm slowing down. The whole group of cars is slowing down, and he's just headed straight towards that van that is stopped. He, at the last second, this is on my way to work this morning, slams on his brakes, has to like shimmy to the side, but he had nowhere to go. Almost an accident. I pulled up right next to him. I just look at the guy, and the guy was, he just wasn't paying attention.
Did you give him a look?
I got to get a look at this guy.
I know. It's just, and I understand how addictive it can be that somebody texts you, or I think a lot of people, it's not even that. I don't think any of us are being contacted this much. I think they just get it, the habitual habit of looking down to see what's the latest thing that's popped up.
Yeah.
And so
fear of missing out.
Yeah, just we continue, but it's so dangerous for you and the worst part, other people. Randy in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Randy, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, Biggins, how are y'all?
We're good, Randy. You go.
Hey, two things. Real quick. Hey, Rick, do you have anybody you suggest author-wise on Christian books for men? And secondly, when it comes to the guy for the $500 for the basketball shots, Shaq got paid $500,000 a game and couldn't hit any of those three.
That's a good one.
That's funny. Thank you for that.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, when it comes to men's ministry, obviously we have some good stuff at themanchurch.com. It's not just curriculum, and we love Steve Farrar. God rest his soul. He's probably my favorite. Tony Evans has some great books for men as well. I will tell you, Ken Harrison, Bubba and I interviewed him, A Courageous Faith in a Cowardly World. Ken, who started Promise Keepers back, that's a good one. We also have, I'm excited about a 31-day devotional we've got coming out from themanchurch.com that I worked on all last year called Transformed, but it won't be out till February, but excited about that too. But those are all really good stuff. Let's go to the phones. We go to Renee in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Renee, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Terry Wilburn is a lucky woman.
Oh,
watch out now.
Whoa
now. Easy.
Terry Wilburn is a lucky woman.
Who's that in her screening call?
You're right.
Well, because I'm an old woman and my tractor has not been cranked in years, but that bald head can make it purr.
Good night. Wow, I love this. I thought it was because he was bringing them plastic bowls home. I didn't know.
Is that a diesel tractor or is that gas? Good night.
I'm with you, Greg.
I thought you were going to talk about how thoughtful he was.
Yeah, I didn't know it was the bald head.
I know she could be shallow and treat him like an object.
Yeah, you know what? There's more to Speedy.
That's right. He gets in that all the time. People, he's way deeper than that.
That's
Just
right.
beauty.
Right. And there's more to him. We can't
just
think
outward appearance.
We can't think of anything right now, but there's something there.
It is.
How about a servant's heart? That's it.
He cares about his parents.
That's it. He's loyal.
He is.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll greet you.
He's a over-greeter, rescuer. That's kind of back to the servant's heart, though. Bottom of the hour, but he's not just good looks.
No, he's way more than that.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family. And Rick, I'm excited to have Governor Mike Huckabee in studio with us.
Well, hello, welcome back, Huckabee.
Hey, good to be here in studio. I've talked to you guys so many times
I know.
on the radio, but never have been to this amazing facility. This is just awesome. Underground bunker. I know you got it from Dick Cheney, and it's really working out well for you.
Well, when you look at it, and this is the sad truth. We've been doing radio together, us doing a show together for 24 years. We've both been in radio about 30 years or so.
Give or take.
And we have never, ever received an award of any kind, but the studio has. So it's like the studio has been awarded, but the host of the show in the studio have never.
We got to work on that.
Yeah, I know.
We've got to fix that.
Right.
10 years ago, we kind of dropped a hint with our best of CD that year called 14 Years, Still No Awards.
Yeah, well,
Nobody really picked up on that.
But I think this is where we have a kinship. Inside the world of politics, you're not really welcome.
That's right.
With politicians because they don't really like the way you do it because you're kind of outside of the way it's always been done. We do radio in a way that the people who hear the show like it, but the people who are in radio don't. So, but we almost look at that as a badge of encouragement.
Well, the fact that you have this facility, you're on all the stations all over the country that you're on, is an indication that it doesn't matter what the critics think. What matters is that the people love you guys, and it's just a delight to be with you in studio. What a fun place to be.
Well, we had
we're not even throwing food yet.
No, we're not.
Yeah.
And,
I was wondering, when does that start?
Well, let me tell you what we started to do.
Okay.
Behind me, you may notice this prize wheel right here in the drum set.
Yeah.
I see you're really drawn to the drum set.
Totally, yeah.
Because you're a musician.
That's
and
right.
And you love it. And last night you did a phenomenal job on the bass.
Oh,
I want to
thank
tell you
you.
that.
Thank you.
To watch a guy from Arkansas play the bass on Sweet Home Alabama felt good.
I love the song. Hey, look, I'm a Skinnerd fan. I mean, how can you grow up in the South and not love Skinnerd?
Oh, yeah.
Right, it's something wrong with it. But over here, right over here from the drum set is a wheel.
Yeah.
And that's called the Wheel of Meat.
The giant wheel of meat.
The giant wheel of meat, and we normally spend it on Wheel of Meat Wednesday,
Yeah.
which makes sense. And people can actually win delicious cuts of meat, and then we ship them to them.
We think we're the only broadcast outlet giving away meat off of a giant wheel.
Yeah, so
I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah, and we're fighting everything in our inner being to not just.
So that's not a vegetarian wheel.
No, it's declaring that we're just going to do Wheel of Meat on Tuesday and let you spin it today. But
yeah.
it's but that'll
some celebrities get that privilege.
Yeah, some do get that privilege. But what a blast we had last night. But there's a lot going on with you that we want to talk about ahead of time. There's certain we play this little thing right here sometimes.
These are the days of America.
And usually that means that there's a report coming of how bad America has become.
Yeah, I don't like when Rick plays
Bubba
that.
hates when I play that, and we'll have some outlandish story. Well, one day I hit this right here.
These are the days of
And this is what I said.
walking together through the promised land.
Bubba, it has gotten so bad in our country, the CMAs have kicked Mike Huckabee out. I mean, when I heard that the country had gotten so bad that country music doesn't want you, I thought to myself, all right, we're done. I mean, this country.
Somebody cut the lights
We got to do
off.
something drastic. Now, did you ever think you'd be too controversial for country music?
No, I didn't. It was quite an experience, and I lasted less time on the CMA Foundation board than Anthony Scaramucci lasted at the White House. It was, in fact, I was on a flight from Taiwan when I got the word. There was Wi-Fi on board, and I got this email saying, there's some people who are upset that you're on the foundation board, and they're threatening to boycott their artist if you stay on there, and it was bizarre. And so, by the time I landed, I realized that I was done, and it was frustrating to me because it had nothing to do with politics and nothing to do with my faith, but those were the two reasons that these guys gave as to why they thought I was inappropriate to be on the board. Well, the whole point of being on the board was to push music education for students, which is something I've been involved in for decades, and had not anything to do with a political issue. But it was their politics, and we're living in a time where when people say they want diversity, what they want is uniformity. When they say they want tolerance, what they mean is intolerance. And when they say they are all about love, they're about hate. And that's the kind of world we're living in. I do think that the blowback to the CMA was stronger than the criticism they got for me being on, and I think they regret it. I told one of the friends of mine who works at WTN in Nashville, I said, if these artists really think that most of the people who come to their concerts are driving up a pickup truck with a rainbow flag, they ought to go out in the parking lot and look and see how many NRA stickers are on the pickup trucks out there. Right. They might really get an awakening. But
35 minutes past the hour. Well, as we make our way back, we'll try to get some more of your phone calls in if there's a way before we're done, if time does allow. But anyway, I'm noticing, and I've been seeing some of the stuff on some of the TVs here at the No Name Studio, that Harry and Meghan are making their rounds. We have Harry now has a tell-all book. Is that what we have?
Yeah, Rick, you talking about two people that are just starved for the limelight and then want to act like they're not. I mean, look, Harry, we know he was a spare, but I mean, he's taking this to a whole new level.
Yeah, he is, and what it is. I mean, I know a lot of
I get you.
You, Greg, we've all seen it. Huh? Mm-hmm. You go out and marry some crazy woman. She makes you even crazier.
Turn him against his family.
Oh yes, absolutely. So, and I know what he's answering to.
Yeah.
Manipulation.
He's being manipulated.
He's being manipulated. Mm-hmm. He's appeasing. He doesn't even want to say some things he's saying.
But he's gone too far.
Well, Rick,
he's gone too far.
Rick, he says things that even contradict what he's saying.
Right.
It's obvious they don't have a plan. They're just shooting from the hip on this, and it's anything we can do to show we're a victim. The royal family was mean to us. Oh, but wait, we don't want to give our titles up.
Yeah, he didn't mind all that growing up in the lap of luxury.
Yeah, and he likes getting that check from Papa.
It's like when we see people turn against the professional sport that provided the life in which they live.
I know. Very odd.
Yeah, y'all seen The Latest Crown?
No.
On Netflix?
No.
Some of it.
New season.
I finished it this weekend.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
It's got the
Princess Diana.
This is the whole Princess Diana thing, her doing the interview and all that. I saw some of that.
Real good.
Yeah. So I will say that they're being pretty even-handed on who that really nobody is cast in a very good light. You know what?
Yeah.
They don't make a hero out of her.
No.
But they also don't give Charles a pass either.
No, they did not.
So here we go.
Set Charles back a long time.
Yeah, it did. Anderson Cooper is talking to Harry and Meghan. Can he not do an interview by himself?
Just Harry.
Just Harry. Harry. Okay.
I think he sat down with Strahan too over the weekend. He was
that's what I saw. Strahan was real fired up that he somehow was all involved. Yeah. But anyway, so here's Anderson Cooper asking about the book, and there's something really weird about what he says about William, right? It's really strange. So here we go.
Yeah, this is Anderson Cooper reading from the book.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
You said, I looked at Willie, really looked at him, maybe for the first time since we were boys. I took it all in. His familiar scowl, which had always been his default in dealings with me, his alarming baldness, more advanced than my own, his famous resemblance to Mummy, which was fading with time, with age. It's pretty cutting.
It's pretty cutting indeed.
What did he say?
He is right, though. His bald spot did get ahead of his.
Yeah.
But you don't have to write about it.
I mean, if we're racing, his one.
No, you're right. We know how that feels.
No.
Can we hear what he said, Adler?
I don't have the follow-up. I just had Anderson Cooper reading that.
Right.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, you say this about your brother for the world to read? That you might look like Mama, but it's fading, Baldy.
In this clip,
I mean, wow.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I know when we were
That's
growing up, because when they were growing up, everybody considered William the better-looking kid. Let's face it.
Well,
no offense, Speedy.
Yeah, right.
Huh?
Right. That doesn't have anything to do with
What was
it.
I doing?
You got that one lady that's fired up about
Right,
it. So.
right.
Granny Green.
Actually, two.
Here's Harry in an interview claiming that he and his wife never said that people were being racist towards them.
Yeah.
In the Oprah interview, you accused members of your family of racism. You don't even the British press said that. Right.
I'm sure it's on video.
They're racist. She said there were troubling comments about there was concern about his skin color. Right. Wouldn't you describe that as essentially racist? I wouldn't, not having lived within that family. Right.
What do you say?
Very confused.
I can't understand him.
Yeah, they both have English accents, so it's hard to understand.
I'm not sure what they say.
Speak up, Harry.
The interviewer said, you accused the royal family of being racist, and then Harry goes back and says, no, we never did that.
The British press said that.
But that's what this entire
the whole thing
has been about.
I mean, the interview is there's footage of it, correct?
Well, go watch and see what he say.
Mm-hmm.
In the Oprah interview, she's like,
good, Greg.
were you too concerned that the royal family would be mad if the kid was too brown? And Meghan responds, well, yeah, that would be the logical thing to assume that we were worried about, that they were worried about. Which this is so stupid. Who cares about any of this? And then the whole dog bowl incident that they supposedly Harry got pushed into a dog bowl. Who cares? Everybody fights with their brother. Why do we even care? I fought with my brother one time. Give me a break. Who cares? Why do we have sympathy for these people?
I pushed Greg out of a tree about 4 limbs up.
Yeah.
Wow.
I hit hard. Yeah, it was.
I'd have rather it been a dog bowl.
My brother chipped my tooth on a slide. Who cares? It happens.
Well,
I hit Rick with a Hot Wheels track.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Like a wheel.
And one time a bat.
Yeah, that's true.
My
brother equalizer.
I tasted metal for just a minute.
My brother hit me in the face with a frog. It happens.
Oh, yeah. Who hadn't done that?
Yes.
Oh.
It was horrible. I cried.
That's a good one, though. You got to give him credit.
It got me good.
Right.
Threw it. It hit me right in the face.
Oh, Mom.
Flying frog.
Was it horned?
Mom.
No.
Stuck right.
Did it find you to get mad about that with the mummy? But the
yeah, I don't hear him whine about nothing.
Mom comes outside one day, and we have our baby sister in a wagon tied to a bicycle with an old bicycle tube that flattened. And we're
using
pulling,
as a rope.
and we're using it as a rope, and we're pulling her. And every time we turned the corner, of course, it was stretch, and then bring her in. And finally, we flipped her completely out of it.
Yeah, it
And
didn't work out like we
And
thought
she
it would.
wasn't. She couldn't have been
She was
3.
She was a little younger. For
Right,
us to be
and-
dragging her. We were on the grass. So I
Well, she
think.
was loving it till it turned over.
Oh, we were on the grass.
Oh, she was giggling for a minute.
I mean, it was
Right till she started crying.
And then we were like, well, that didn't work out like I thought.
that didn't go like we'd hoped.
Quick, run.
Quick, see if you can't dust the gravel out of her elbow.
You try to hush her. Ooh, you okay?
You're okay. You're okay. Stop crying.
Hit me.
What
Hit me.
what's
Get it
going
back.
on out here? And then you see that look, and there's the upside down wagon. There's the tube tied to the bicycle. There's your sister with the scrape on her face and the elbows, and everybody going, "But I can put all this together." But there had to be a moment where there's things you have to work yourself through. I can't believe we've got to hear about brothers.
Well, the way they were raised, every need was met, and they were pampered. And in his mind, that's a big deal. Wow. Because they never dealt with anything. It was a big deal.
Good night. And here's the thing, nobody cares the skin tone of the baby.
No.
What everybody doesn't like is that your wife's crazy. It doesn't matter what her ethnicity is. It's that she's crazy.
She's nuts. Did you notice that Harry had no problem with his brother of the royal family till she came along?
Right.
Didn't seem like it.
He wasn't mad about that dog.
I mean, she's the Oko of the whole bunch.
She is Oko Yono.
Or whoever.
And I go back to Adler's bigger question. I'm still concerned. Why do we care about this?
Yeah, that's another.
I mean, I like talking on the show because it gives us a good topic to say, why do we care about this?
Yes.
But are there people that honestly care about it?
Or that are emotionally tied to
Harry
it.
and Meghan's like the biggest streaming thing right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That explains
Well,
a
they can
lot.
make some
I
money
just said I
that
watched
way.
The Crown all
Right.
weekend.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
It's interesting.
Any of this
It's intriguing to me.
Yeah. But I'm talking
I
about.
don't like them, but it's intriguing.
It is odd to watch, and you think to yourself, I mean, yeah, I think we are all kind of like palaces and incredible wealth and crowns and jewels and those things we're almost like, what kind of life is that? And but did you ever notice in Helms, because I've watched The Crown too, even though I understand people say, I tell you what, I thought you worked right. And I get all that. It could be a very pampered lifestyle.
Yeah.
But I notice these castles, every time I see something on the Royals, the places they are moving around and staying, it just seems depressing.
Yeah.
There's not enough light.
Almost outdated.
Yeah, there's a
No
lot
way
of
the insulation's good.
Yeah, there's a lot of the tapestries look like they need to be cleaned a little bit. They faded. I mean,
Well, and
they're-
I love
it's like
what-
they're living a life that no longer exists, and it
it's
feels
outdated.
strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels weird.
I love like when Harry comes and then talks down to us at the UN about things when he ain't even got his own house in order.
Yeah,
you know.
come on, man.
What a joke.
The only member of the royal family that I care about unfortunately passed away, and that'd be Queen Elizabeth II for all of the historical things that she did.
I didn't know.
I don't
Did
care.
you know Adam cared about the Queen?
I
didn't think he hated her.
I respect her a lot.
Okay. I didn't know she was on the list
I'm
of
with you on that.
people he looks up to.
I watched the Claire Foy season of The Crown because I liked that area, that period.
See, I'm
of
totally
time.
out of the loop on The Crown.
The Crown's good. I
It
liked
is
her
good. It
in
is.
Naked Gun. That was good.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, she was great.
She was great. In Naked
what it
Gun.
I love
What an
that
actor.
one too,
Right.
And O.J. Simpson,
Actress.
too.
Yes.
What do you think the conversation is about on 4?
Legal marijuana.
It may be what happened to your forehead.
All right.
Oh,
buddy.
hey, that's Rick's job, Bubba.
Good gracious.
That's right.
I just beat him to it.
That was my line. All right, we'll be back. We'll wrap it up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is not the industry, and it's not the artist. It's just a handful of people in management who have come in from places, and I think it's unfortunate. And music ought to be the one place that people come together and can set aside whatever hardcore political views they have and celebrate the music and the arts. And that, to me, was the frustration, was it for those folks. It wasn't about students. It wasn't about music. It was about their personal political agenda, and that overrode everything.
I think they would be lucky to have you on as an advocate and a lover of music that you are, and you show it everywhere you go and in everything you do.
Well, and as a governor, one of the things that I pushed for and got done, one of the few states in the country that has mandated music and art education for every student K through 12 with certified teachers, and that's why the board asked me to be on, because they knew that in terms of experience of how do you get this legislatively accomplished where students have access to the arts. That was the whole point. Had nothing to do with whether I was a Republican or Democrat or a Christian or a Muslim. And my frustration was that now we're not focusing on music and kids, we're focusing on the fact that I have a different point of view. But I thought this was America. Last time I checked, that was okay.
Well, you make the bigger point. They claim to be the bastion of the arena of ideas, and everyone ought to be able to express who they are. And I've had to say this before. I said I've noticed that y'all want everybody to be able to be who they are, except for me.
Yeah.
I mean, when do I get to be who I am? And that's the point. And especially since
You're in
the
penalty box.
Yeah. But when they think about, like to Bubba's point, to have you in the platform that God's afforded you to be an advocate for music education. But then there's a second point. This was country music.
Yeah.
I mean, if I could understand somebody saying, Huck's never going to get into the Grammys board, or he's not, the Academy is not going to bring him in to decide what movies get awards and all.
They're
this.
not?
I don't think so, buddy. I hate to be that way.
That hurts.
But you would think if there was one place that you would not be controversial, is the Country Music Association.
Yeah.
I mean, have they heard the songs? I mean, that was just. But to your point, it wasn't the artists. It's not the fans. These were,
overwhelmingly, the reaction was very positive toward me.
It might be
and
some of the
people-
artists, but not a lot of them.
Well, that's true. I mean, there's some people certainly in the country music world that are left of center, and that's fine. I can accept them for their art and for their music and for what they are able to perform. My goodness, I can watch a movie that has an actor in it that I can't stand their politics, but I admire their artistic ability. I just think that we're getting to a place in America where we're polarizing things that shouldn't be polarized. I get it that politics is a rough and tumble sport. I tell people if you can't stand the sight of your own blood, don't participate. It's a tough business.
Right.
But there ought to be a few places of respite that we can come away from, and the arts should be one of those places.
And
music.
sports.
Well,
and sports, yeah. I don't watch a football game to have somebody preach to me about left-wing politics, and ESPN is killing their audiences and destroying their network by that kind of stuff.
Well, I would say that those are probably two people right now that don't seem to know their audience.
Yeah.
ESPN and the Country Music Association.
Yeah.
They don't know their audience.
Absolutely.
We'll come back. Mike Huckabee's with us. We have more to talk about. We'll also talk about, Bubba and I mentioned a little bit about last night. There was one thing we didn't know if we could talk about or not. And
we want to talk about the job your daughter's doing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Man, she's doing a great job.
Thank you.
We are fans.
I meant to introduce you, as everyone is now, as her dad. That's your new title.
Okay.
That's your new title.
I got a T-shirt, Sarah's dad. That's what it says.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, we got Mike Huckabee here with us today. Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. As we make our way back, let's go. All right, so I don't know why. I don't know what it says about us, but anytime you've got a TV reporter that either passes out or is about to pass out, for some reason we like watching.
Oh
that.
yeah, live TV, Rick, gives us so much
live
fun.
TV. I mean, you can't even. I mean, live TV offers so many opportunities for people to get tongue-tied, locked up, pass out, get information wrong. Somebody come by in the background. We love that one. We've been in the background on people's live shot before.
Yeah.
Some people think it's funny, others do not.
Yeah, some not as funny.
But in that particular case, they were trying to hijack our promotion.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
and they got what they deserved on that one.
It's a good one.
It was a good one. I'd do it again tomorrow, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
So anyway, we have some footage. CTV, is this in Canada? Is this a Canadian reporter?
I think so.
Yeah, and that's not Canadians talk.
That was good.
And so and she, is it he? She?
It's a she, Rick. It's two she's.
Okay, and
we got a field reporter and someone at the anchor desk.
Of course, Speedy's already acted it out to me during the break.
Of course, right.
The field reporter is the one that gets a little queasy,
that's my question.
maybe low blood sugar or something,
Yeah,
but
you
not
answer my
feeling
question.
well, and
Right.
goes ahead and announces, "Hey, I'm not feeling well."
Okay,
All right.
I'll have a look.
All right. Here we go.
So the one over here on the right.
Yes.
Well, people we spoke with say they were happy that something is being done, but this is something that they've been asking for since day one. So for them, this is about 1,000 days too late. Now, Nariman, looking at after the day, families are pushing the feds to. Sorry, Nariman, I'm not feeling very well right now, and I'm about to.
Okay, well, come back to me right now, and we'll make sure that Jessica, you are doing okay. Thank you. We will make sure that Jessica is okay. So, and we will give you guys an update a little bit later to make sure that she is doing all right. She is not alone. She is with photog operators.
Well, that was good.
Wow.
On the fly, a stroke or something.
That's what they
Looks like
think.
It's like she's just about to pass.
Stroke
out.
or just
I think
like
it looks like to pass
hypoglycemia
out.
or something like that.
Some people are saying stroke. Officially, CTV is saying that she just became ill.
Yeah.
I was just sick.
But she's feeling better now and is resting. Okay. Well, maybe it wasn't a stroke.
Well, you got her having a stroke.
I read stroke too.
That didn't look like a stroke to
It
me.
looked like some type of blood sugar.
Yeah.
The weird thing
I'm lightheaded.
Or she's been standing up a long
My
time.
knees are too straight.
I hadn't
for
eaten good all
too
day.
long. Yeah.
The weird thing I was investigating is that right shortly after this happened, her Twitter account, the reporter's Twitter account, became protected, meaning you can't see her tweets. And if you go back to some of her recent tweets, she was talking about how glad she was to be triple vaccinated.
Serious?
I'm serious. Yes.
I didn't know-
I'm 100% serious.
I didn't know if that was a vaccine joke.
I couldn't see
No,
your mouth. I
wouldn't-
couldn't see.
I wouldn't say that as a joke. No, this is
if
Jessica
you-
Robb. Here's her, and her tweets are now protected.
Listen, I'm telling you, there's a big push out there to hush any discussion of this. It's like with Damar Hamlin. People have asked, was he vaccinated? Could that have been something to do with this? And you can't even have the discussion. I mean, that's just not allowed, dude. That information is not out there.
Well, it goes back to this. Anytime that you've had an issue, what do doctors, back when, science and medical care was not politicized, they would do things like what? All right, let's ask you some questions. So, what did you have to eat in the last whatever? And so
what medicines are you?
Yeah, what
taking?
medicines are you?
What
Do you
shots
drink,
have you had?
Do you drink alcohol? How much? And now it would be if you had the vaccine. Now they love to ask you that back when they wanted you to tell them you didn't have it, and so they could say, "See, that's why you're sick, you loser." But now that really isn't any indicator whether you might get sick or not. It may or may not, is for debate, help you with how severe it would be. That's, in my opinion, still up for debate. But I don't have a problem with people saying maybe. But if we know that some people have a bad side effect from the vaccines and even some of the oral treatments for COVID, and we know that is true.
Yeah.
I didn't say a large percentage. I don't know the percentage. Not allowed to know it, I guess. I guess I'll never know. But we do know that it is factual that some people do. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Don't you think if someone had anything happen to them that might look like some of the side effects we've seen, you would ask them if they've had it or not?
Yes. That any kind
even though it may not even be tied to it, don't you want that in the
Yeah.
information of you trying to assess someone's possibilities?
Yes, absolutely.
But to your point, you're not allowed. You can't do that, and that's what bothers me. It doesn't bother me for somebody to say, "Well, the odds of that are not very high." Okay, you can say that, but what bothers me if I'm not allowed to say it at all. Mm-hmm. I'm allowed to say it because some people have actually had that happen.
Wouldn't DeMar definitely have been vaccinated because of the NFL's policies? Am I right or wrong?
I'm like you. I can't remember whether they had a complete mandate all across the league,
or was
not.
it you just had to be tested every week or something?
Yeah. It was probably one of those things they tried to do, and I know even one of my sons felt this way, that when he was in college, they didn't make me do it, but they made my life so miserable if I didn't do it. I just wanted to go ahead and do it to get my life back. And you remember that push.
Right.
Well, you may not do it, but we're going to make you pretty miserable if you don't.
Yeah.
Because you're to blame for all this.
And then Aaron Rodgers was totally vilified for not getting the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought it was NFL wide that you had to be.
But wasn't it right, Adler, on that point, if I remember it correctly, and I know that's suspect these days, but that he didn't tell him he hadn't been vaccinated, so he wouldn't have to do all the testing, he wouldn't have to do all the protocol. So I think they did offer that option, but you had to go through a lot of hassle if you weren't vaccinated.
Yes, he had to be tested
Vaccinated.
more so than other people. And he did at one point tell the press that he had been, I forget the exact word, he didn't use the word vaccinated, but he was like, I've been inoculated.
Right.
To kind of get them off his back. But he was honest with the Packers organization and the NFL, if I remember it correctly.
Right.
So it's proof, Rick. It says there is a grotesque effort to blame vaccines for Damar Hamlin's collapse. A grotesque effort by asking if he's had the vaccine or not.
That's not grotesque.
See, that's part of the pushback. They're going to go over the top so that no one even dare brings it up.
It's irresponsible to say that's what caused it as if it's fact. Mm-hmm. That's irresponsible.
Right, and we're not saying that. We're asking, is that a possibility?
And that's grotesque.
Right.
But to say you can't even discuss that some people have had negative side effects from the vaccine, that's also grotesque because that's not science. That's not.
Yeah, he either had it or he didn't, and could it be a cause or not? That's science.
Right. But we're do you throw that in the factors of things you would look at?
Right.
Well, yeah. I think you would. But again, it may have nothing to do with it. But to say you're not allowed to put that on the list is
just to ask about it.
Yeah, that's and when you hear that, when people start acting that way, it only fuels the notion that you have something to hide.
Right. Just let it all be transparent. Let's deal with it. Even if he had it, that doesn't mean that's the cause. Maybe it was. We don't know.
Right.
But
Let the doctors tell us based on their findings.
We're running out of time, but I want to see this new show that's on TV2 over there.
Yeah.
They will have me. I got to figure out when it's on and when it's not. These people who have agreed to go through the Special Forces training and see if they can survive it.
Wow.
And
they're like TV people that you know.
Right. I want to see that.
How much for you to go through something like that, Greg?
Oh, I'd do that.
What's your talent?
You wouldn't do it for
You do
nothing.
what?
Yeah.
What do you?
I didn't talk to you about that.
I'd do that.
Well, not if I'm your agent. You won't. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.